advertising on social media. With this annual event, we pay tribute to the very reason of our existence, that is social media, with knowledge sharing sessions and future looking conversations. Like every year on World Social Media Day, we have invited industry mavericks to help you understand the best practices and trends. And it goes without saying that social media has played a pivotal role in shaping our journey. It's almost like the aloo to our samosa. Today, on this year-marked occasion of celebrating social media, we'll discuss trending topics such as generative AI, creator economy, marketing to Gen Z, mental health, and a lot more. Throughout the day, we have an incredible lineup of speakers who will be sharing their insights, experiences, and strategies that have shaped the marketing landscape. But today isn't just about listening and learning. We want you to actively participate and engage throughout the event. You can also interact with us on our social media channels with the hashtag SMLive. We would really like to take these conversations to the next level. This is a limited seating webinar, so make sure you save your seat. This session is also live on our social media platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm Karuna Sharma, the head of content at Social Samosa, and I'll be your MC for the day. Please join us on this eventful journey as we attempt to decode the world of social media through the help of experts. With this, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to our gifting partners, Swap, Moonshine, The Whole Truth, Natch, Pure Dust, Piscati, and Beauty Bye Bye. So without further ado, over to Hitesh Rajwani. He's the CEO of Social Samosa Network. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy the event.
Hello, yeah, can you guys hear me? Because I think that's how you start a webinar. Yeah. Give me a minute. All right, sorry for that interruption. I think we've been used to this in the pandemic world. And I wanted to start it with this punchline of, can you guys hear me? Because I think that was something that was a rage of sorts over the last few years. So happy Social Media Day, everyone. And thank you for logging into SMLive Friday morning, a Friday noon, a Friday that could have been a long weekend for a lot of you with a simple tweak of a leave. And our sincere apologies for putting you in that spot. The fact that you're here is a testimony to the power of social media and the community that we've built over the years. So as you'll probably know, Social Samosa has been a strong proponent to social media. And like social media has been the reason of our existence over the last 12 years. Everything we do revolves around the medium. And in the last decade or so, social media has played a very important role in kickstarting movements. The platform has been the breeding ground for trends that define the mood of the nation, trends which go on to shape culture and public opinion. In turn, social media has, like, if you see, social media has actually brought the whole theoretical concept of humanizing brands to practice. Social media has made creators, like, has empowered or facilitated creators to become brands, human brands, so to say. So, like as Karuna lightly said in her intro, that for us, social media is our core DNA, and like we are paying this tribute to the medium with SMLive. It's been like 6 years that we've done that, and this is the 7th edition. So without taking much of your time, I think I'll invite Shweta Bajpai, Director, FinServ Travel and Media at Meta. She'll help us uncover insights on how India consumes content and how digital has managed to shape people's purchase preferences. Shweta, could you please come on screen? Till that time, like for those of you who are watching us here on Zoom and on LinkedIn and any other platform, if you could tell us your favorite social media platform to be on, whether it is Instagram or LinkedIn or YouTube, it would be great if you could put that in the comments. And the idea of doing this on live is also for the community to interact with each other. So you all can interact with each other in the chat section of Zoom. You can also do that in the comment section wherever you are watching this. And you could also tell me how are you celebrating Social Media Day? Is it with SMLive? Are you planning to put out some interesting posts on your platforms? In case you do tag us with hashtag SMLive, and we'll probably repost, feature some of the content that you create, and that like some of the content that could even resonate with our audience. So by the time Shweta joins in and those people who've joined in now, we are starting the event with a interesting fireside chat with Shweta on uh, like to understand how what are some of the consumer behavior trends on digital platforms. How are people looking at digital at this point in time? What actually works on reels and so on. So in case you have any questions that I should be asking, in case if I have time, I'll definitely ask them. You can put them in the Q&A section as well. Ayushi, is it better now? Maybe I was slightly away from the camera, from the system. Great. Okay, let me give it another try. As we wait, can we also look at probably a poll in a yes or a no? If you can tell me, um, are you feeling the heat of AI? Is AI going to impact your jobs? If you could tell us in a yes or a no. Hello, Shweta. Welcome to SMLive. Happy Social Media Day to you.
Hi, Hitesh. Happy Social Media Day to you too.
Thank you for doing this with us. It's an honor to have you kickstart this event with us. So, Shweta, I'll quickly dive into the subject that we are supposed to discuss today. I want to understand from you, like in your position as director at FinServe Media and Travel at Meta, what are some of the major changes that you've seen in the digital landscape over the last few years, and what has changed from say last year to this year?
Yeah, thank you for asking, Hitesh. I actually think COVID was like a watershed moment for all of these industries that I'm, kind of heading right now. So if you think about travel, there was no travel that you could really do during COVID. A lot of the travel aggregators, as well as airline and hotel companies, almost had to kind of go back and think through how to leverage the power of social, because that was what people were consuming, to keep their brand and the need to travel kind of alive in people's mind. So it is a very different way of reaching out to audience that they discovered through digital. I'd say the same about FinServe, because a lot of the physical interaction that we could do day to day when it comes to how we manage our money and how we think about our loans, they kind of went away. I had no bank branch that I could easily visit. A lot of the financial institution also had to rethink how they will reach out to audience through digital, including like financial influencer. The term was born during COVID in some sense. And then lastly on media, which is possibly the most interesting part of this maze, because COVID led to the rise of new short form video apps, which were catering to audience with vernacular content, with content that was user generated. You also had many more OTT platforms that came into being during that time. So the Indian consumer was really spoiled for choice in some sense. And therefore, the change that happened on digital was both on consumption of content and B, on how I figure out what I want to watch, because I was spoiled for choice. I had so many choices right now during COVID on whether I'll watch a movie on Netflix or on Prime Video or on a Hotstar or a great series on, let's say, SMLive, or do I want to go back to linear TV because that was also showing some great series at any point in time. So I actually think all the three industries were seeing a lot of change during COVID, and the phenomena has continued for most of them. So if I was to just take media as one of the examples, what the last year has really done is truly democratized what happened in COVID. So during COVID, all of the phenomena that I spoke about probably happened with larger cities, with more mature digital audience. But in the last about 3 years, it's actually went viral. So you see people across age groups, across gender, across, tiers of cities, all of them consuming digital content, making the most use of social as a way to discover what content they will consume and whether they really like it or not.
Right. And I think Meta recently had released a report with BCG as well on how Indians are deciding their media consumption choices. So I want to understand what was like a trigger behind commissioning such a report with BCG, because I think Meta is already sitting on a lot of data that way. And like from your understanding, what are some of the key findings from that report that marketers and advertisers should keep in mind?
Sure. So the report is called The Big Picture. It is a collaboration between Meta and BCG. I would say there were three big reasons to do the report, Hitesh. You all might have seen a lot of reports that talk about how people who buy fashion or people who buy beauty, their purchase cycle is changing, right? Earlier, the discovery might have been happening in a departmental store. Earlier, the reviews were shared by word of mouth, right? But that's all changing. And there are tons of reports you see in the market which talk about how that purchase cycle is evolving. Media has evolved a lot, right? As I just talked about, number of channels have increased, people are spoiled for choice, the world is changing in terms of where eyeballs are, but nobody is really talking about how the same purchase cycle that we thought used to hold earlier is changing in this new construct where more and more people are actually digital first. They're cutting the cord, they possibly never watch TV, they only consume all of their content on screens. So nobody has really covered that, and that was therefore an area of interest for us. The second, we were actually seeing at Meta that consumption of content is truly becoming democratic. What it means is that people were vernacular first, right? Women mostly, almost equivalent to men. People from smaller town cities are almost showing similar digital behavior as what you would see a larger town male audience, right? Somebody who is, let's say, younger audience, very, very similar across demographics. And that was very interesting to us. We were seeing similar trends, let's say, play out in Instagram. So we thought if that's true, is the same holding true for all content consumption? So it'll be good for us to kind of understand whether internet is becoming truly democratic. So that was the second lever. The third lever we thought was interesting was if you think about type of media between, let's say, movies that you watch in cinema halls, OTT that you consume, or linear TV that you watch on your, set-top box, etc. Is there a difference in purchase cycle? So let's say when you watch OTT, you might want to talk about it on your Twitter handle. But maybe when you watch linear TV, do you still want to talk about it on your Twitter handle? Is it pretty much similar? And is therefore there is a supply gap that we might want to address? So those were the three kind of reasons to do this. We actually found some very, very interesting insights, and I'll cover two or three, which probably give you a sense of where the findings kind of point to. The big one we thought was almost like a gender neutralizer. What it means is one of the findings we came up with was when you watch OTT content, the need to talk about that content, right? Like post-purchase engagement, which is talking about that content, posting reviews about the content. That behavior was 78% amongst men. And that's quite understood, right? So men who watch OTT, 78% of those actually want to use social or digital to talk about this content and post reviews, etc. But that percentage amongst women is also 77%. And that's not something that comes naturally when you think about OTT content, right? It's actually very tuned to a male audience. The second interesting thing that we saw was actually on pre-purchase. So the interesting finding we saw was that if you look at linear TV, which is, let's say, I am watching a Kumkum Bhagya or a TV series, today evening, and I really want to make up my mind on whether I should watch this or I should watch Big Boss. The tendency to do that amongst top tier cities, which is bigger towns, is 74%. But the same number, as soon as you go to, let's say, tier 3 and below, is 81%. So actually smaller town folks, far more than bigger town people, are actually far more attuned to doing their decision or discovery on digital even for linear TV, which is very counterintuitive to what we might think. So overall, I thought we figured out that COVID has really accelerated this need to consume content on digital. And it's probably high time OTT, linear TV, movie companies start thinking about leveraging this power to reach out to this new consumer that they might have not thought about as natural consumer that's looking at digital for content discovery.
So these are findings from a media perspective. Do you see similar consumer trends in other sectors too, or like these findings are very much limited to media?
Kind of similar trends, Hitesh. So I'll pick up like FinServ as an example. And this is pretty true for, let's say, younger people that are coming into the fold of financial services. So let's say you are, less than 35 years of age, and let's say you're buying your first insurance policy in some sense. Now, when you're at the brink of buying that insurance policy, would the discovery really happen on brochures, or you like calling an agent and talking about what all insurance policies exist? It's most likely actually going to happen on digital, and there are proof points to do the same. One of the things that we figured is Reels is actually a great medium people use to make investment choices, where an influencer will talk about whether you should buy a savings linked insurance product or you should actually invest in crypto, and which is a better choice. And people at the younger age actually are, because they're less aware of these products, they're actually taking their first cue from that medium rather than anything that exists offline. So we're seeing that shift happen. Hopefully this example kind of shows, and we're seeing the similar trend play out in other industries.
Right. And like from your understanding, what are some of the key trends that will define social media marketing in the coming times? And when I say, so social media marketing as a term might be slightly obsolete, but say advertising and marketing on social media, what are some of the key trends that are likely to shape it in the coming 2 years or so?
Yeah, I'd say three, Hitesh. The first one, Reels. Second one would be messaging, and the third one is the most oft used word around generative AI. But let me pick up Reels. In our current scenario where people have short attention spans, nobody really wants to watch 3 minutes or 5 minutes of video content. We are all in this era of swipe up, right? We just want to consume content for a little bit and move on to the next thing. One would assume it's the death of marketing as we know it, right? Because there is no message absorption. If I'm showing a message for 10 seconds, what is anybody going to take away from it? But you'd be really surprised. In a recent survey that we conducted, we actually figured that within Reels, people who've consumed Reels, 77% of them actually ended up watching a product after watching Reels, which basically means it's not as prolific as watching a TV ad where, I was forced to sit through 3 minutes of a TV ad and possibly then deciding whether I want to buy my next packet of washing powder. But it's very, very difficult right now in this cluttered space to make something that gives you the message in 10 seconds. You take it away and you act on it at a later point in time. So it's a beautiful creative challenge that we are all kind of dealing with when it comes to social media marketing, but this is the future because that's where people are spending time. So I actually believe Reels is a really big part of what social media marketing will look like. The second one is on messaging. I think all of us are on WhatsApp. So in terms of at least internet in India, we do believe WhatsApp is the census in some sense. And as you might have been seeing, the number of brands that are reaching out to consumers like you and me on WhatsApp has become quadruple, right? In a very short period of time. And those messages could range from anything. It's possibly a travel portal telling you that your flight is coming in the next 2 days and therefore, take out your boarding pass. Or it could be a marketing message where, closer to Diwali, you will get like tons of messages around saying, book your gift festive hamper, book your, gold jewelry. So it's all type of messaging, marketing, services, and utility that are coming to a messaging interface. We actually believe that for any product with long purchase cycle, where the person takes a lot of time, right, before they decide whether they want to buy it or not, think about FinServ, real estate, auto. I would even say in some extent, renewing your media subscription pack in many senses. All of that is actually best served through a conversational medium. And again, one of the data points you'd love to know is about, we did a Kantar online survey where we actually figured that 70% of adults that are online actually prefer messaging solution as a way to interact with the business, not a phone call, which is what has been the medium of doing business in India before. And the last one on AI, we actually believe our machine is the most intelligent thing that exists on the planet because it kind of knows everything there is to be know about a person, right? It's because of the time we spent on it. I would spend anywhere between 2 to 3 hours over Instagram. And the kind of things I do on Instagram in terms of businesses I actually interact with, reels that I watch a lot of, or friends that I connect with, it's all creating a graph within the machine, which is all sitting in the machine that knows me deeply well. Now, if it's possible for us to harness through AI all of that knowledge in terms of building what the exactly right kind of services to market to me, that would be a marketer's dream come true. And I think with AI, that's exactly what we are trying to do, without breaking any guardrails on privacy, because we hold those very dear to us. How can we take all of this information that's sitting in our engine to make sure that we provide bespoke products and services to the consumers so that they really feel fulfilled at the end of the day? That's what we are trying to do through AI. So really excited about what our Advantage Plus shopping campaigns and products like that could really do in the future. So I'd actually say those three trends, messaging, reels, and AI, would be definition of what social media would look like in the future.
Interesting. I think Reels has been a trend that has been in shaping and it's still evolving and maturing over time. And like, so we have a bunch of sessions on AI, but I would love to pick your brain on Reels specifically. So like, I know a lot of brands are now creating content on Reels, and a good bunch of content which actually works is in that whole intersection between information and infotainment, so to say. So how can, and like say, since you lead an industry like FinServe, where there is very limited visual element involved for the brand to even talk about on Reels. So how can brands which have limited visual elements, specifically BFSI, use Reels more effectively? The ones in the space of media or travel have a lot to show, but what is it that FinServe brands or any brand actually which doesn't have much visuals to show can do on Reels?
Absolutely. And I think it's a great question, Hitesh. It's one of those questions that really turn things upside down for us in the industry, at least from the Meta side, when Reels started getting eyeballs. Because the big worry that we had is, if you, let's say, start talking about mutual fund, there is no time to show the big disclaimer, right? It says mutual fund are subject to market risk. And how do you even make it sensible for an influencer to come and talk about investment products without making it visual? The crack code really came in from the influencers themselves. So if you've seen the new set of content evolving, what the influencers have started doing is take like the element of the offering that is of most interest to the people who are watching Reels. So for example, if you're selling a credit card, I need not talk about joining fee, I need not talk about rewards, but maybe I need to talk about the fact that it gives you free flights, because that's what matters to people who are on Reels all the time. And the fact that I was able to, kind of fund like 8 of my flights and do a lot of travel and actually show the travel pictures and use that as a hook to sell the credit card. Another way we actually found that was very interesting, that one of our clients actually did Navi, which was selling mutual funds. What they figured is, within their mutual fund, obviously they had great return on the product itself. It was very easy to onboard. But one of the hooks they thought they will base their Reels on is the fact that it's very easy to start your investment with a very small nominal amount. And that became the way in which they created the reel, that an influencer will come and say, what do you get in rupees X, which is a very small amount? Everybody would say something else. And he would say, do you know you can actually start investing at rupees X? And that became the hook. You'd be really surprised to know, but with this campaign, and it was a viral campaign where they used many influencers, they actually got an 8% reduction in cost per first time transaction. This actual performance campaign, it's not a brand, or it's not really a campaign where you're just looking at eyeballs. So it can be really game changing, but it requires a fairly traditional advertiser to think out of the box on how do they really use the surface and appeal to the audience which is sitting on that surface.
Interesting. I think that's a good food for thought for people. And I think I attended one of the events from Meta recently, which was made on Reels. I really loved the case studies that were presented across brands, from automobile to finance to, I think there was an e-commerce player as well.
Right.
So
Yes.
folks, if you want to learn on how Reels can actually help you achieve your business objectives at scale, probably check out Made on Reels. And I think there are about 8 or 9 case studies from brands who use Reels very effectively. Moving on, I think I'll wrap up the chat with this rapid fire that I've prepared for you, and might be interesting to learn what you do apart from your professional capabilities. What is it that what are you as a person? So if you could tell me, Shweta, your favorite genre of reels to watch in your free time.
I write poetry, so I like watching poetry reels. I'm actually realized that a lot of really the younger population loves poetry and like difficult Urdu poetry. So I get tuned into a lot of influencers who either write poetry or recite poetry. So that's my favorite genre to watch on Instagram.
And that is like like though you say it's swipe up thing, but I think you spend hours scrolling through those poetry reels. Even I follow some of those pages.
Great.
Really interesting to watch and really interesting.
Absolutely.
What was the last book you read?
I've read this book called How to Do Nothing by Jenny Odell. It's actually very counterintuitive to what we are talking about here, Hitesh, because it's about tuning away from the screens and the constant need for attention that we've now created in our life, how to tune away from it to be able to hear the birds chirping and the wind around us. So that's the last book I've read. Very, very cathartic, specifically with what we do in our day-to-day.
One of the trends that you recently loved on Instagram reels, like any?
One of the trends that I've loved the Hindi English fusion. I don't know how they do it, but they will take like a Hindi song, usually a vintage song, and they will remix it with a fairly popular in-trend English song, and it'll still look like it's the same song. So yeah, kudos to the folks who are doing it. They're doing like a great job. I've used it for so many of the reels that I've made, and they're more interesting than the two songs standalone.
And let's say if you were not in sales and marketing, then what would you be doing? Like, what would be your choice of career?
Yeah, I think I'd be writing poetry. I published my first book this year, so hopefully, if like stars would have turned a different way, I would have possibly been writing poetry. Would have been one of those folks that you follow, Hitesh, on Instagram.
Yeah, like that content creator on reels, which yeah. And last thing, the first app you check in the morning when you wake up.
WhatsApp.
Great. Thank you, Shweta. Thanks a lot for your time today. I think these were some lovely insights for people to take home, and it's good food for thought for people who are still understanding what reels mean to their business, what kind of insights that they should be keeping in mind while designing their campaigns, and even the trends. I think the whole piece on messaging or conversation media marketing, that is something which we should be watching out for and should be a part of rather than being a spectator. Thanks a lot, and happy Social Media Day to you again.
Thank you, Hitesh. It was fun talking to you. Have a great day ahead. See you.
Thank you. I'll pass this on to Karuna. Karuna, over to you.
Hi. Thanks for that enlightening session. Thanks for that enlightening session, Shweta. I think it perfectly sets the tone for the day. And as Shweta mentioned, the audience behavior is changing, right? It's changing rapidly. In order to keep up with this, it is important to embrace storytelling. In our next session, stories versus content, the balancing act, lessons from Terribly Tiny Tales, we'll learn more about storytelling from Sanjana Singh, Creative Director, Editorial Content, Terribly Tiny Tales. Over to you, Sanjana.
Hi there.
Hello, hi Sanjana. Over to you.
Hi, Sanjana. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Sanjana.
Okay, I think you are not audible to me. All right, sorry, some technical issues. Hi, everybody. Happy Social Media Day, first of all. Very, very glad and excited to address you all. Quick introductions. My name is Sanjana Singh. I am the creative director of editorial content at Terribly Tiny Tales. And it's great to be here. And Nitesh invited me, the team invited me to talk a little about how over the decade, it's been 10 years of TTT. We just in March completed 10 years on social media. And how over the years have we changed the way we tell stories and the way we connect with our community, the way we uh, connect with brands to tell their stories. So just I have compiled a little quick workshop sort of a thing where I can share some insights with you. I've been with TTT for almost 7 years now and have seen the platform grow up from scratch and from something very different to now what it is now. So yeah, I have compiled some learnings, some tricks, some inside hacks that we follow to make sure that our community is still engaged, to make sure that we are still relatable and relevant in on the social media, especially on Instagram, given how the platform is changing every month and how it throws us with new challenges, and how within all this we are still trying to keep the quality of our stories intact and not losing the way our community interacts with us. I have included a bunch of interactive exercises as well here, so it would be great if you guys could participate in the chat section. Please feel free to ask questions, please feel free to comment, please feel free to point out some things if you have any ideas that you come across while I'm giving the session. I'll share my screen. Always love to start with this slide that it's quite funny, where generally the whole conception about perception about TTTs that we take some very basic emotions and turn them into something that's very wordy and beautiful and sounds very deep, profound, and not in a way that's entirely false. I mean, we do take very simple emotions, and that's the basis of most of the content that we create. That whatever you are feeling, we'll find a better way to, or a more relatable way to say it. Oh, screen is not visible. I am sharing it. Okay, I'll try and share again. Is it visible now? Okay. For some people, it's visible. For some, it isn't. Okay. Okay, visible. Great. So yeah, how we started? We started from here, which is your 140 character tales, which got us the whole recognition, the whole our X factor, or this is something that only we started and we became the pioneer of 140 character size tales. This is how we started a group of 15 writers who were writing short 140 character tales. And how we are now is this, which is a mix. It's much more visual. We have moved on from black and white templates. We have moved on from 140 character tales. We have moved on from our characteristic format, and this is how we have expanded it. The whole idea of TTT on social media is a mix of a lot of formats: videos, text, interactive exercises, interactive content, reels, etc. So what over the years, over 10 years, how did we come from this to this? And most importantly, why? So, and over the years, today we are, just last month, we crossed 3 million followers on Instagram, and our growth has been consistent and exponential. We make sure that our loyal followers don't leave us. Even people are saying the presentation is not visible. Can anybody from social media, Social Samosa team confirm if Karuna?
Sanjana, it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. I can see it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so over the years, we have gained a lot of love from our community. And just this month, we have crossed 100K followers in a span of 30 days. So why, and this is pure organic growth. We have not spent a single rupee in promoting this content, in advertising this content or sponsoring this content. This is pure organic growth where we have gained followers just by putting out relatable content out there. We have partnered with a lot of brands, help them tell their stories, and they still approach us to see that how in a way can their brand or their story come closer to the audience that they are interacting with. We have created multiple content properties around different emotions and different relationships. Since TTT's our forte is mostly around relationships and the emotion that is built or that binds that relationship. So we have different content properties that brands have powered. Mothership was our Mother's Day special. Yaar Wala Pyar is our Friendship Day special. Butterflies, which this year, we launched the 4th season of our Butterflies in collaboration with Hershey's India. This IP is conceived by this very simple emotion of the feeling of butterflies and how it's a very simple emotion between two people and how it leads to great wholesome stories. And then, of course, we launched TTT Academy last year, which we have launched courses around writing, around brand building and portfolio building. Here, we have started educating and we have started hiring and including lots of industry experts that can help people enter the content industry, even if you don't have any prior qualification, even if you are not somebody who's from content industry or has been in the content industry. If you're planning to enter the content industry, we have partnered with a lot of industry experts to create these courses. So yeah, this is how far our journey has been. But what is the most asked question that we get is that how have we adapted to the algorithm? How have we adapted to the changing environment? What has changed in our content and why has it changed so drastically over the years, which has in turn ensured our consistent and exponential growth. So just to open the portal here for a discussion, what do you think changed? So there are two, obviously, because we talk to the audience, because we talk to a community. What do you think changed for the audience first? If you just want to share your thoughts in the chat. What do you think have changed for the audience who are on Instagram or on social media to consume content? For the audience, as if I am an audience of Instagram, for me, how has the experience of Instagram changed? We'll come to creation part later. The attention span, yes, correct. What am I expecting from content pages now? What did I expect 10 years back and what am I expecting now? More relevant content, instant gratification, relatable content, aesthetic-based images, so the visual aspect of it. What else do you look forward personally when you are following a certain page? Means, so entertainment, very good entertainment on social media. Value addition, relevancy, creativity. Expected relatable content earlier, now it's more information awareness, networking, relatable content. So the buzzword that I'm seeing here is relatable. And what does this buzzword in simplest terms means is that people are looking to feel understood, people are looking to feel heard, people are looking for content that will tell them or that will be a placeholder for their feelings. Some things that they want to say, and if a content company or a creator or a writer is helping them convey what they are feeling, is the space that people are trying to look for on social media. That relatability and entertainment. So earlier, like cut to 5 years back, social media was much more of a sharing platform. People would share stuff about their personal life. Instagram has been a image first platform. So images were shared. People would just consume it. Okay, my friend has shared this nice picture of their holiday. Great, like, comment, move on. So it was a social network. Now it has become a place where people are looking to share their feelings. So rather than sharing their life, people are sharing what they feel about their life. That is the shift there. And it's also a platform where people are looking for an escape. Uh, every time you are free, every time there's a boring thing going on, immediately without even thinking, you will open your Instagram, you will open your Twitter and start looking for something. So either one, you have a lot of FOMO, people want to constantly get information, or two, you are, instead of taking the time to feel it, you are finding content that will assist in you feeling what you're feeling. So that is the space that is currently there on social media. So this is how the audience behavior has changed over the years. They want relatable stuff, they want to be feel understood, they want to be feel seen, they want to be entertained. Now let's talk about the writers, as in the creators. Now the wider term that we prefer to use is creators. What do you think has changed for the creators or the publishers or the people who publish content on social media from what it was 10 years or 5 years before to what it is now? Constant demand. So yeah, the consistency and the demand is very, very high. So instead of the creator taking the charge of creating in their own space and time, it's mostly a transaction. Faster and more volumes, no specific format. Yes, we are getting more and more format agnostic. It's much more about the insight rather than the format, except when a platform tries and push you to make a format, which is why the reels are much more popular. Words changed to voiceovers. Yes, the experience is much more audio visual. So the communities that you used to see earlier, writers of Instagram, poets of Instagram, are now turning or adapting themselves into much more audio visual format. Extended reach, engage for longer time, curation, keeping up with trends. Yes, very important, since people are consuming the relevant issues via social media now. It's important to keep up with the trends and whatever is the current thing that's going on. From static to motion, yes, more engaging, more audiovisual. Rise in competition, yes, people, there are a lot of competitors, creators creating the same kind of content, same insight. So how do we do it better? What is it that, what's the novelty or the refreshing insight that we are bringing into it? Challenging video, vertical formats, videos with text, yes, current affairs. So you see, even for creators, the focus has shifted from expression, pure expression, to now engagement. So it's not just one way anymore. Earlier, if you were on your profile talking at people, now you're talking with them, now you're talking to them. So there's a very, very important factor of a relationship being established between the creator and the audience. That is why a lot of independent creators are trying to build communities, people who will follow them for who they are. And besides who they are, what part of their life or what part of their brand do they share with people? That is the whole bridge. So, like I said, over the course of years, that has massively changed. If your audience has changed, consequently and naturally and ultimately, as a creator, you have to change to understand, okay, what is who is my audience right now? How are they talking right now? And what do I write to make them listen? This is the basics of the communication or social media communication that we need to establish. Is the who, how, what. Who is listening to me? How do these people talk? And what do I say to make them listen? So that is why what we did was just a pure adaptation in terms of how the audiences are talking now. When I joined TTT, I was a 22-year-old. So my audience, my target audience was I was a part of the target audience. I was creating for 22-year-olds at that point of time. Cut to now, I am 28 now, but my target audience is still 22. So now I have to do the internal shift that, okay, how are 22-year-olds talking now? In what ways do they want their insights to be conveyed? In what ways do they want their stories to be said? So what we did earlier, we have just adapted it into a much simpler format. So if you see this is an example of the original 140 character tales that we used to do. Now, overall, as an insight, this is an adulting struggle that the aspirations are not matching the reality, or what we dreamt of doesn't match the reality. And what we have done is taken that core insight and changed it into just change the format of it. So this is now what our reels are, that, hey, we understand you, we get this, and we get you. That is what we have done. We have just translated a format. So any creation process, how do we do it? The whole idea or the whole basics of it, the whole internal working of it. And though we have simplified it here, this is something that we now have the hang of. So we don't do this exercise every single day. But this is how we started. So any creative process can be deconstructed in 3 simple steps: intent, content, and construct. I'm trying to get to the point where I want to say that how did we come, or how were we able to evolve through our content? What was the basis of our thought process? So intent, content, and construct. The intent includes, what do I want to say, or what do I want the other person to feel? This is the core essence, what we call the core emotion, or the core idea of our whatever we want to write. So what do I want to say versus what do I want them to feel? So this is where your emotions come into picture. That, okay, I'm writing something about friendship. I want people to feel the gratification that comes with meaningful friendship. Or I am writing about friendship. What I want people to feel is the struggles that people face when making friends as an adult. So what I want to say versus what I want people to feel, that sorts my intent. Then comes my content. Content includes, how exactly do I want to say it? What insights do I take to attack that emotion? Okay, friendship is an emotion. So what is the content that can come in? Am I talking about female friendships? Am I talking about friendship between a mentor and a student? Am I talking about unexpected friendships? Am I talking about friendship between roommates? So this makes the content. How exactly do I want to attack that emotion or address that emotion? And construct is where your final building or the execution of your idea happens. So construct is when you will think about a format. You will try and build a setting. Okay, if there's a roommate, are they in hostel? Are they in a new city? Then you'll create a premise or a passage of time. So you'll add characters. You'll tell them, you'll see, okay, what is the age group that we are looking to address? And what are the other insights that we can address? And then you choose a format. So what we have not changed is, we haven't changed the intent. Our intent is still the same. We talk about relationships. We talk about human emotions. We want people to feel understood and seen and heard. That is our intent. Content is somewhat changed now because of the times that we are in. So whatever is currently relevant, what are people talking about these days, live in relationships, friendships, female friendship, that is how the content has changed. And the construct has changed because of the virtue of the platforms that we are in. So earlier, when we used to create much more static content, now we have moved to video content. So that's a construct change. Earlier, our stories used to be a lot more cerebral, a lot more structured in a way. Now it is more insight heavy rather than the structure. Like somebody mentioned, we have become structure agnostic or format agnostic, and is focusing majorly on how best can we put out the feelings bit of it. So this is the process. We have not changed the intent. Our intent is still the same. We are still talking about love, friendships, heartbreaks, relationships between families, etc. What we have changed is the content, and what has massively changed for us because of the platforms that we are on is the construct. So just to give you an example of how this whole process goes is, let's say my intent or the emotion or what I want to convey is elder daughter struggles. That is my intent. It's a basic core emotion or core idea that I've taken. Within that, what can be the content? So my content is my insight. Elder daughter struggles is a big bucket. Within that, what exactly do I want to address? Elder daughter prioritizing herself, elder daughter versus younger sibling, elder daughter versus parents. Also, you see how the idea of relevancy has been just built into it. So elder daughter struggles is a theme that has come to light only in the recent times. It's not like elder daughters never existed. It's just that how people have started talking about it, or how people have started to find entertainment or relatability around it, has just suddenly and recently grown and picked up. So that is why our intent is not we have changed the intent as per the relevancy. So our intent is not struggles of a daughter in a family. We have chosen a term that is currently being circulated and being talked about within our teaching, elder daughter struggles. So within elder daughter, the content we could pick is elder daughter prioritizing herself versus younger sibling versus parents. And our construct is where we try and apply what are the formats that are currently trending. So are the reels being trending? So yeah, we applied the reels on an audio trend. And then this single statement that people can share on their profile saying, yes, I relate with this. I've been there. So instead of us, what if this was the same insight that we would have done 5 years back or 6 years back, we would have sat with this insight and thought that, okay, what can be a story that can be created out of this? So we'll create characters, we'll give them a setting and context and a whole journey. But now we want, what we have done with this insight is we have made it more direct. We have simplified the whole bit of it without it being much more very cerebral or very metaphorical. This is the insight. We have put it into words so that you can share it, so that you can say that I endorse this or I support this. We have basically become a placeholder for people's feelings so that they find it easier to share our content. But how do we hit the feel? So how is that feeling bit being addressed? How are we constantly creating content that is relatable? That is the most of the comments that we get is, are you listening to our conversations? How do you know this? It's like somebody read our chats. This is what most of our comments are made of. So what exactly are we doing when we are writing this content? What is the thought process? Besides, obviously, the intent is there, the content is there, the construct is there. That's the logistics part of it. But when it comes to creation, how are we finding newer ways and more relatable ways to express? The first thing that I had already shared is that we are now, no matter what the age group of our team is, we are constantly trying to look around and see, okay, what are currently people talking about? In what ways are they talking about? Are they using a certain lingo? Is there specific insight that is much more relatable to them? Let's say if they're talking about dating, how we spoke about dating 5 years back is very, very different to how we are talk about dating now. So this is the research bit that we do. But besides that, what hits the relatability quotient? So it's a very basic process. Every time you have to ask yourself the question, is this relatable enough? It has to fall in either of these 3 circles. So the first innermost circle, which is the easiest to write, is, has it happened to me? Something that I've been there, done that. So that's the relatable. If I talk about, yes, I've been through a heartbreak, happened to me, and I talk about it with a personal lens, I'm telling my story, but your emotion is the core emotion, which is being shared by a lot of people. So your relatability comes from, okay, I've been there, done that. Or maybe it has happened to someone I or other people know of. So something happened to my friend. My friend is going through this. My friend is going through a toxic relationship or a situationship. oh, my mother is going through this, parents are going through this, adults these days are going through this. So this, I'm talking of somebody I know of. So that establishes a relatability quotient. And the third circle, which is the most, I would not say it's difficult, but it's the most experimentative and hit and trial zone, is what if this happens? So what if this what if circle is basically combined of the aspirations. And this is where we attack the whole surprise bit of the craft. So just to give you an extended example of, let's say, a movie or a show. So a happen to me pop culture reference would be something that I went through. So your love stories can come in this, a heartbreak story could come in this, that this is what happened to me. So stories that somebody or other people are going through could be your shows like Friends, How I Met Your Mother, or even the biographies, your biographies like Narcos or Sanju. These are biographies. I'm telling the story of somebody else. And your Udan, correct. And if I'm talking about what ifs, then what ifs is the imaginary, more imagination led. So your what if there was a school where magic was taught? What if there were dragons? What if this and that? So that is where your what if circle comes from. Even though that whole possibility is not relatable at its core, the insights that are used in it are relatable. I have just created an external environment which is much more imaginative. So time travel, interstellar, time travel, but the core insight is love between a father and a daughter. Magic, okay, Harry Potter, but the core insight is the friendship shared between people. So your intent, when I spoke about intent, content, and construct, why have we stayed relevant is because we have not let go of the intent. We are only dabbling with the construct and the content and the what if. What if this happens? What if that happens? So this is your basic relatability structure. Anytime you want to share an insight, it can come from a personal POV. And when you're talking about personal POV, a question that I get asked a lot is how personal is too personal? So that is your call as a writer or a creator. You do not have to share details. You only have to share the emotion bit of it. People don't connect with the details of your experience. They connect with how you felt during an experience. So let's say if I'm talking, if TikTok posts a lot of stuff about relationships, it's not contextual to a certain relationship. What we are building is the aspiration or or a relatability space where people feel, oh, I've been here. I've been through the struggles of long distance relationship. Or yes, I've felt heartbreak. Maybe the heartbreak is not exactly in the same way, but they want a space where their feelings are resonated. This is the basic relatability structure that we follow. We take an intent. So let's say my intent is I want to talk about LDRs, long distance relationships. And then we make a list of all the emotions around that. So what can be the emotions around long distance relationships? The struggle, the courage it takes, the hope, the excitement, despair, fondness, acceptance. And then we try and match this intent with all these emotions. And if I have listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 emotions here, all these 7 emotions can lead to 7 different content pieces. My intent is still the same, but in every content piece, I'm addressing and I'm talking about a different emotion related to that intent. So people who are struggling will relate with the struggling part of it. People who want to be hopeful will relate to courage, hope part of it. People who are excited about it will relate to the excitement part of it. So we are addressing chunks of community and what that community is feeling. It's a very simple exercise that we do, and that can be done with any emotion. If you take friendship, what are the things, what are the emotions that can be addressed during friendship? And then if you mix and match with that, you will be able to create X number of content pieces just based on that one single insight. So how are you feeling? Versus, I hope you're feeling this. We do not ask our audience, how are you feeling? In general, when we are talking, and if somebody asks me how am I feeling, that will still require some effort on my bit to think, okay, how am I feeling? It's the most heavy loaded question ever that anybody could ask in these times, especially. But yeah, instead, if somebody would say, I hope you're feeling a little better now, or I hope you're feeling a little anxious now. I hope you're feeling a little less scared now. So I am assisting. In the first, the onus is on the consumer or on the audience to introspect and think, okay, what am I feeling? That's a lot of work on the consumers or the community part. Versus when I create a content that assists their feeling and say, I hope you're feeling a little better. So that assists their feeling and makes it easier for them to connect with the content. So instead of us putting the burden on the audience to feel something, we are creating content that will assist or resonate with what they are feeling so that it's easier for them to share that content. And then obviously the whole relevancy bit comes in the picture. How over the years we have not lost touch with the times that we are in is a basic relevancy filter. The emotion based part of it, the relatable part of it is always constant on our platform. Yes, even 10 years back, we used to talk about relationships, heartbreaks, love, and other stuff. 5 years back, we also used to talk about the same thing. And today also, we're talking about the same things. But there's a relevancy filter applied, which is in current scenario, how are these emotions being addressed or being talked about? So let's say if the emotion is love, the relevant insights around it is your texting, because a lot of us are on phones. Love language, terms like love language, toxic traits are the terms that are currently being used by young people in relationships, dating apps. So I have just applied a filter of on that emotion that will make my target audience feel much more resonant with my content. So just let's say if you want to try something out, if I am giving you this emotion of long distance partners, what do you think can be the relevant insight for it? If you had to apply a layer of relevancy on this emotion, what else or what all could you include? Video calls, yes. Constant traveling, yes. Optimism, yes. Optimism is more of a feeling, it's less insight. So, optimism is not relevant or irrelevant, it's more emotion. Missed calls, yes. This is relevant insight. Long messages, relationship goals, good term, time zones. Swiggy, Zomato to share food, very good insight. Letters. So if I want to talk about the nostalgia of handwritten letters, watching movies together, Netflix and chill, day-to-day updates, yes. How to spice things up. So talking about sex and intimacy, celebrating moments on VC. Apprehension again is an emotion. It's not an relevant insight. Sending relatable infographics. So meme sharing, how meme sharing has become a love language for people who are away from each other. Virtual dates, yes. Picking up at airports, very good. So you see how with one emotion, we have created almost like 15, 20 right at the spot. Didn't even take much time to think. And just this simple thing, emotion and insight, if I combine and try to talk about it in a way that people will relate to, that's my content piece. That is what we do. That is what our team does. We take these emotions, we combine it with however people are addressing it these days, and we address that. We write stuff about that in a simpler language, in a language that can be conveyed to more and more people. So overall, just to conclude this session, is how we process or how our basic foundation is a very simple thing. What our content feeling works at is, what is our community feeling, and can we create a TTT content piece that can convey that? In the most simplest term, this is what we do. What is our community feeling, and can we create pieces that can help them convey that? That's the thing that we have been doing. We were doing 10 years back, and that's the thing that we are doing now. So that is it. Yeah, this is how we have tried and managed to stay relevant and relatable 2 years without changing the core, without being too away from our core values or our content style. This is how it has been. I'll take some questions now. Thank you so much once again, but I'll try and take a couple of questions. We have some 5 minutes left. Somebody asked, how do you find the insights related to elder daughters struggling, for instance? So 2 ways: you either scroll social media. For creating content on social media, you have to be on social media. So you go through insights, see what people are sharing, and you find that TG. So you have to seek that TG. If elder daughters is a TG, you go and seek out women who are elder daughters in your profile on the internet and see what are the insights they are sharing, what is something that they are connected to. And if you try and follow or explore pages that are posting these insights and see who are sharing these most. So in whatever internal research we do, our dashboard tells us that almost 60% of our audience is female audience. So we know that, okay, there's a lot of female audience on our page. Now, next thing is to attempt to experiment something. So we try and publish a post. Then we see how it has performed. So you'll only get to know how is it working, how is it happening if you try. So we tried to put out some posts related to elder daughters. And then we saw, okay, are they working? Are they not working? What kind of responses they are getting? And then the response told us, yes, this is working. People are relating to it. And then we extend those insights that, okay, how more can this one insight be extended? Honestly, if you explore the internet, you will get a lot of insights around the current topics. Okay, any other questions? How to connect emotions and content for brand which are into finance. So you can take, okay, a very simple example that a lot of finance brands are doing. You can be it Cred, be it Deserve, a lot of these financial brands, and tickertape.in. If you go to their social media pages, they are only finding a balance between what needs to be communicated and how they wish to communicate it. And they are finding relevant insights that people are talking about and combining it with their core expertise. So let's say if you take Cred, for example, the ads have become very, very famous of a finance or of a money related app. So they are not directly talking about their product. They are invoking, first of all, they attached nostalgia. They brought back the whole 90s icons to connect with people. So that context itself has become relatable without even getting into the product. So the setting itself has been made so much more relatable that now the context setting is much more easier. So now once the setting has been made relatable, they have set the icons to talk in a way that is much more easier. It's not a person educating people to download this app or use this credit and this is how it will help you. No, it's how a person would talk to another person saying, you know what, ye app bahut achhi hai, isse ye ho jata hai. What the brands are now more and more shifting to is imitating real life conversations. Instead of, like I said, instead of talking at people, they are talking with them. So instead of me saying, oh, this is my app and this is what it does and these are the benefits of it and this is why I should download it. No, I am trying to now see how I would tell my friend to download this app. When I'm telling a friend to download this app, my vocabulary will change. So this is, the brands are coming closer to imitate the real life conversations. What else? Okay, let me find a question. How to involve audience more in our content? Okay, this is a very specific question. Oh, in general, I can answer that. How to involve audience in your content is you make them feel that they are participating in your content. So very simple things like, let's say if we post a content around Philips air fryer on Mother's Day or on Father's Day or whatever. It's a product, it's an electric appliance. How can we involve people to engage with that content? So my aim as a content creator for a brand or for anything isn't for people to tell that, oh, I will buy this product. My aim is to make people feel connected to the emotion or the story behind the product. Whenever you're buying an ad, whenever you are seeing a brand communication, the brand communication that you will observe, you relate with the most is the communication which is less about the product. The product comes seamlessly, but it's more about a feeling. It's more about a relationship. It's more about a story. So your story bit should be so strong. Is your story inviting a certain group of people to share their experiences in the comments? Is your story built in a way that will make people share the stuff, share the piece with other friends, regardless of the product? Your product buying is your bonus. But if we are talking about the engagement on the performance of the piece, then it's more about, okay, am I connecting with the story? And once I connect with the story, people are much more likely to hear about your product. When you're selling a shampoo, instead of me saying no parabens, no sulfates, etc., I can share the feeling of a good hair day and what it means to women, how it can change the whole quality of your day. So my audience will then connect to that feeling first and then see, okay, this product is complementing this feeling, so I'm much more likely to buy this product. So yeah, this is the simple thing, that you build your story bit or the emotion bit of your communication so strong that people will stay till you talk about the product. All right, I think this is a good place to close. Thank you again, Social Samosa team, and all of you who took the time to attend this.
Thank you for the insightful tips, Sanjana. With storytelling becoming more platform agnostic, you reminded me of Marshall McLuhan's theory that medium is the message. So it all takes me back to that theory. Thank you
so much. Thank you, guys. I hope you had fun. Happy Social Media Day. Happy Social Media Day.
A campaign that made the audience feel seen and heard by using AI as a medium is BotHard. Now we'll get into a discussion on BotHard, the AI wrapper that blurs the lines between advertising and entertainment. We have with us Ronak Ramraje, Group Head Creative, DDB Mudra Group; Shobita Agarwal, Client Solutions Partner, DDB Mudra Group. Over to you, Team DDB.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, can you guys hear us?
Yes. Hi, Shobita.
Okay, great. Hi, guys. I'm Shobita.
And I am Ronak.
One of two of the people who worked on BotHard. There were a lot of cool people who worked with us. Unfortunately, they've all decided to not be here with us today. But we're going to take you through the campaign that we created using AI for MTV. It was a super fun campaign, but we're here mostly to talk about not just AI in general, because we'll be very honest, we're not experts on it, but rather what went into the challenges of using AI, or one of the first AI campaigns, I would say, in India for advertising, for entertainment, and for content, right? Because there were quite a few challenges. So I'm going to start with the beginning. This campaign actually started in 2019 at the back of MTV Hustle's first season, when we were getting ready and gearing up for season 2. And the challenge at the time was, how do we get Indians to listen to rap when rap is not really the main or primary genre that Indians like to listen to? It is Bollywood music. And in 2019, after Gully Boy, it had started to pick up, but it wasn't mainstream still. So how do we make this rap reality show when there are so many other music shows? And how do you get people to tune in and listen to rap when most Indians don't want to? And MTV Hustle's primary audience are these Gen Z people who are curious, they're digital natives, they love experimenting, and they will listen to or try anything once in their lives that would give them that cool capital. So I think what we came up with is, instead of just making people listen to rap, why don't we make them try rap? Or
like how in the Indian rap sphere, when something is really fire, people just say kya bahut hard, right? And as we were just going through all of this during our brainstorms, we figured, dude, there is something there. Why not make a bot that can rap, right? Then that enabling the people to make rap rather than just listen to rap, right? And we were like, cool, that's an idea. How do we start? So we did some research of how can we make this work, right? How can we get into making this work? We came across this machine learning thing where it's called a web scraper. So the first bot was supposed to be a web scraper where what we do is we give it a word, right? We give it a word. For example, we give it tomato. And what it does is it goes to a website that gives it 3 other words that rhyme with tomato, right? And then it goes back to Wikipedia for that instance, because Wikipedia is a big knowledge base where you find everything. And what it does is it finds sentences that end with tomato and the other 3 potatoes, tomato, all of those, right? And it puts all those 4 lines together and just like puts it out. This is the rap. That makes the rap. You're like, cool, this can be done, right? Little did we know. Once we got into the market to go to developers, right?
Yeah.
Straight up rejection. Like nobody was ready to touch this because the time and effort and the database and everything, it was a whole process, right?
There was one developer, I think MTV wanted us to meet with, and he just laughed in our face. He was like, what you guys are trying to do is something that can be done, but it can't be done right now because someone's creating something called OpenAI and it can be done, but it's not ready yet.
It's like this GPT thing that is happening, but like back in those primitive times of 2019, no, this wasn't a reality yet. Like I know like 2019 is right now, but the whole AI as
It's exploded in the last
year and a half, right?
But yeah, not then.
Yeah, so it wasn't there, right? We did the most logical thing we could do at that point. We panicked, and we panicked really a lot. But then we kept talking to developers, and we found one who was like, "Yes, we can do this scraper thing." I think. Yeah, we can do this web scraper thing, and he was ready to do it. And cool, finally, we had this thing of like, yes, our bot does this web scraping thing. We have these 4 lines and whatnot, right? This is what the bot, what all of this and the development up till this point was this, right? So for instance, I will read you one of the raps that got generated, right? I'll read you the cabbage rap. It says, scientists say that they have discovered why cabbage, and every airline has its own policy on baggage. Learning how to break bread, causing a shortage. Here are 1,000+ inspiring quotes on knowledge, right? So it was basically that. It was just like 4 random lines that end with rhyming words put together, right? We had this going.
I mean, lockdown happened. This was because this was at the end of 2019 when all of this was happening, and like 3 months later, lockdown happened, and the launch of Hustle 2.2 kept getting pushed like year on year on year. It finally came back up in 2022, and I mean, thankfully for us, technology had caught up by that point, because I mean, the client came to us and they were like, hey, we're launching season 2 in like the next 3 months. You guys have to be ready. But like, we panicked as usual.
GPT-3 was here, right? GPT-3 was here, and the client was like, oh, this thing is here. I think we should make our bot on this platform. At moment, like we said, we panicked, right? Because हमारा bot तो ready था ना वो time पे. ये वाला web scraper ready है. We thought it's going to be that. But then the clients were like, नहीं, GPT पे करते हैं because it's a cooler technology. It will get more headway into whatever.
Innovative, more eye-catching, like
right?
yeah.
So we panicked. We ran to our CTO at EDP, Venki, right? So we ran to him. We were like, "Arey, client has asked for this. Like, what do we do, right?" Being the coolest person ever, cool, calm, collected. He's like, "I have a guy," and then he connected us to Prashant from KRDS, right? Who took us through. Oh yeah, he was like, yes, we can do this. We can use the GPT engine.
I mean, he wasn't just like, yes, we can do this. I think at that point, he was even more excited than we were about this campaign. Because he was like, dude, what you guys are saying is going to be insane. And like, we'll use OpenAI, we'll use GPT-3, and we can like put in rappers that you guys like, say Kendrick Lamar, Travis Scott, whoever you want, and we can get this AI to learn how to emulate those rappers, so you can actually get rap verses that are in their style, in their tonality, and stuff like that. And I mean, we got super excited. And our original idea was always to have these raps go out as like a static of images with like 4 lyrics written on it. But then the client came back and said, hey guys, but rap is not really something that can best be enjoyed as just something you read on a screen. It should also have audio, it should have video, and just all of it. So
parallelly, we were working on the look for the bot. Okay, like the bot is going to look a certain way, right? We had a 3D model and all in place and everything. But we thought that is going to be just like a cover image guy for the static that goes out, right? We had no knowledge that there's going to be a video that has to go out. And
I think this is like 4 weeks to the launch of the campaign, and there was no time.
Also, just getting the lyric video in place, had a lot of challenges in itself, because the thing is, there is supposed to be a beat. The words are supposed to be synced onto the beat, and then there has to be word limits and everything. There was a lot of tech that went into it, right? Shan being the wizard. So this is like the entire spectrum of tech that went into this.
There's a lot of words that we had zero idea about. I personally had zero idea about before the start of this campaign, but there's AWS, there's the speech to text AI that goes in, there's the video conversion that goes in. All of it is like held in another AI that's a box that kind of operates as the central engine. And then all of it is, again, if you're putting it out on Instagram, there needs to be a separate Instagram AI, there needs to be a separate Twitter AI, there's a separate WhatsApp AI. To give you an example, this was also happening at a time when Twitter was shutting down bots. It had a crazy restriction on you cannot have bots on Twitter. So at the last minute, in fact, I think we were even trying to get Twitter up till our campaign went live, but we couldn't because just bots are a difficult thing to get approvals on in general. We got rejected by Instagram some 4 times. Add into this, okay, WhatsApp has a 16 MB size limit that the video needs to come in if you have to send it to a user. And how do you fit all of this? That is your 3D animation, your beats, your lyrics. So it took a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of panic and a lot of therapy for us to get through this campaign. But Prashant was a wizard. He handled the development ops like a G. And
when we went to him, we were panicking, right? And when we went to him and told him that the client wants a video format with audio and stuff, you know what he said? He, being the chillest guy on this planet, I don't know how, but he just said, ho jayega, tum mujhe give me the background video of the bot, whatever you plan to do with him, and the video will be done. So our panic at the whole video being done was taken care of, right? But then we had this other situation where we need to animate the bot now, right? And animating the bot in itself, when we went to our 3D guy, Balraj, we asked him, like, dude, there needs to be an animation to this whole thing. He gave us a timeline where he was like, 3 हफ्ता लगेगा. And 3 हफ्ता नहीं है हमारे पास, right? Again, we huddled back with our bosses and Godwin and Sankey and all of those. Godwin, Sankey, Shubhita and us, all of us huddled, and we were like, yaar, kya kare? We can't wait for animation for 3 weeks.
Started at this point, like.
And then we were just like, let's see what else is out there, right? And once we were just looking through, we found another AI that came to our rescue. This thing called Deep Motion, where basically it is a platform where it overlays the motion of real humans from a video to your 3D model, your 3D model, right? And just to test out that principle, we were on a call at 6, all of us, and we gave Godwin this link of, there is this thing called Deep Motion, and Godwin is like, let me just test this out, because Godwin dances, right? He's a dancer, and he calls us back at 7:30. He goes like, yeah, I have good news, bad news. He goes like, Deep Motion chalta hai, but I am not going to dance for this shit. Mera dance moves acha nahi hai. And we were like, that is fine. That is like a fine thing to have, right? So we found a choreographer who did a dance for us, and we then overlaid it onto the bot, and the dance video was finally, the bot dancing was finally in place.
And that final video format, after a lot of effort, was in place. So we're quickly going to play a short video for you to just explain in a much better way what we...
In a simpler way of what this whole process is.
We built Gotthard using GPT-3, a machine learning model trained using internet data to generate any type of text. But here's the thing. We had to specifically train it on rap lyrics and patterns of the world's biggest rappers. It needed a lot of lyric generation and feedback to get a mix of lyrics that sound like rap, but were also random enough to feel absurd and funny for users. Now all you had to do was send Gotthard a word on Instagram, WhatsApp, or Google Assistant. Any word you input goes into that engine to generate rap lyrics in their styles. Those lyrics are then converted to vocals. The vocals stitched onto a beat. A lyric video is then generated to give you the final track.
Scooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Shaggy and Velma are making out. And Fred and Daphne are too. I'm stuck here in the mystery machine. With Scooby snacks and no company. I'm going insane. I need some relief. So Scooby-Doo, won't you come and save me?
To get to this point, we went through tons and tons. I mean, some 10,000 videos. We had a team just sitting and like trying out videos for us all day long, because there were like a lot of bad raps to get to the good raps. On days when Gotthard was feeling like himself, he would just say repeatedly, I'm the king of the world, I'm the king of the world. And that was the rap that he would do for 40 seconds. But when you have the bot ready, I think the question at that point came in, now that all of this is done, how do you take it to market? How do you get people who are actually interested in rap to take notice of this new rapper that we've created, who's now on the block? And you do what anyone in the rap community is. I mean, if you listen to rap, you know that some of the biggest battles that happen are when one big rapper disses another big rapper. So we decided we'll get Gotthard to diss like all these rappers that there are, right? Whether they're hustle contestants, whether they're Indian rappers like Badsha or Divine, or whether they're even international ones like Drake and stuff. And I mean, he did that. He just kept doing that and he could.
Yeah, so like in the rap community, right, whenever you need attention, like, sorry for using that word, but whenever you need attention from the community or from the people, you diss a bigger rapper, right? So Gotthard was an up and coming. We portrayed Gotthard as an up and coming rapper who thinks he's the best in the world, right? He is the best rapper in the world. He can rap on any word that you send it, right? But just to portray that, he was like, oh, I'm going to diss every major rapper out there, right? I'm going to diss Bacha, I'm going to diss Drake, I'm going to diss everybody, right? He wrote a very funny rap, this rap on this diss track for Drake. So if you guys know, the Instagram handle of Drake is called Champagne Papi. He wrote a line saying, Champagne Papi, you're not even sparkling wine, Papi, right? And I think that is one of the best lines ever written ever. I don't know, like it's just one of those. And
I think people started dissing us back also. It was mostly
Yeah.
hustle contestants, but we got the eyeballs that we were looking for. And then he also got invited to the show. So we had to get ready to animate the show. He went on show, he got the attention of Baksha. And that's when people who were watching Hustle, and that was a lot of people actually like heard of Otar and became it was the same time that we went live on Instagram and WhatsApp. And we honestly were not prepared for the chaos that, like, after all that we've said and done, I mean, and we had like a big target that we had set for us. Okay, like at the maximum, we'll have these many people come in and sample our bot. And we had the servers, we had the space, but you prepared for this to happen over a period of time. We had no idea how it would blow up the night that it blew up. And like we just had to double and triple our server space and our storage space like 3-4 times during the course of the campaign. And we had to hire a team in France who did it for us at night, so that like when people are actually going crazy on the bot, like I had the Instagram app on my phone. To give you an example, I couldn't open my phone. I couldn't touch my phone without opening Instagram, and it just like blowing up. And even now, if I were to open it, to give you an example of just how much people like Bot Hard, because they don't just try it once. What we noticed was they sampled it repeatedly. It was like one user would at a minimum try at least 7 or 8 times, not less than that at all. So yeah, I mean, we were not equipped to handle it, honestly, but we learned to scale up really quickly. And a lot of debugging went into it, a lot of optimization went into it, honestly. And then these are short lead campaigns, to be very honest. Like they last for 7 to 10 days when the craze is like really like when you hit the iron, and then you have to do everything that you want to do to get the most engagement, to scale it up as much as you want to get the most results within that period. So you were like, how do we do more of that, right? So we started hitting brands, we started hitting influencers on social media just to get like as many, like just to kind of widen our target audience at that point. And it worked for us. The results were great. Offline, what was happening was, because there are so many people who tune into Hustle who aren't on social media, like on the base that we had created on social media. So the offline team, the marketing team at MTV, who were the best partners that we had, they took it to like colleges. They had conducted cyphers in Gurgaon, in Kanpur, and across all of these cities, right, where people would try Bot Art in person, like on their phones. And it just, at the end of it, it was a great exercising in learning how to take your punches. What wasn't working, you had to drop it. If once you realize that this is AI and it learns, and it actually, there is technology that can help you make it much better than what even you had visualized it. I mean, we saw it as this image that comes up, and then it became something else altogether. You kind of just had to learn to roll with it and adapt. That was the biggest learning for us as a team. For MTV, I think, and I hope, what we were able to do was get Bot Hard to admit that, I think from the very start, what we wanted to show was rap isn't an easy thing to do. I mean, people think that rap is just rhyming. Rap is just like, okay, you can take any word and like just end it with a rhyming word, and that's rap. But it's not. Rap is an art. Rap is a genuine music form, and technology is never ever going to be able to do what these humans and the talent on MTV was doing. And hopefully they were able to do that.
Hi,
I know we're over time. Karuna, I'm really sorry.
Sorry.
So I don't know. Yes, I would love to shout out the people on this team. Big ups to our clients, MTV, the show team on MTV, our marketing teams on MTV, Sakshi, Utsav, Rahul, everyone. I mean, they have been the best partners because we love getting clients who have the appetite that they did. They took an idea and they were like, dude, let's do this, and let's do this like how, you know. Big ups to the development team. Without them, we would not be where we are. And big ups to our strategy director, Ketan, Godwin, Sankey.
Us two were like a little part in
A little part in this.
We fit in there somewhere.
There are a few more. Do we have time, Karuna?
I'm afraid we're running out of time. Can you please wrap it up?
Okay, everyone just said nice things, so no one asked questions.
Thanks, guys.
But thanks, guys.
Also, if you have any questions about the entire tech of the thing, right? Feel free to get in touch with us on LinkedIn or anything, and we'll be glad to help or just
connect you with people who can help you.
Right? Or if you want someone great to work with on your next AI project, just get in touch. We'll get you in touch with people that are really good.
Really
right?
good.
Really good team.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. This was fun.
Can you share your email IDs? Yeah, you can get in touch with us on LinkedIn. I don't know if we can write our email IDs here.
And Ronak and Shubhita, you can share the case study with us. We would love to carry it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Cool. We will do that. Yes. All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you for taking us behind the campaign and sharing all those lovely insights with us. Have a good day. Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
So BotHard was one of the first AI campaigns that our country saw. In our next fireside chat, experts will now discuss from AI to HI, the future of digital marketing collaboration. We have with us Suvir Bajaj, co-founder Zoom Media, Siddharth Bansali, founder at Noesis.tech, Karan Mirchandani, founder Uno Jobs. Over to you, Suvir.
All right. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thanks for that introduction, Karuna. That was a riveting panel that we saw about BotHard, which was one of the first AI campaigns that our country has seen. And I'm very glad for you to have introduced and invited us to this panel. I'll quickly introduce myself before I introduce our esteemed panelists today. My name is Suvir Bajaj. I run an agency called the Zoom Media Network, which is India's largest independent digital marketing network. I have with us our two esteemed panelists. We have Karan Mirchandani joining, who's the founder of two tech companies, Hello Verify and Uno Jobs. Hello Verify is a Y Combinator company specializing in the background checks for the Indian market, while Uno Jobs is a AI-powered hiring company. Karan also has a strong focus on fundraising. He's won the founder hat, after coming back to India and starting up his companies after a promising education overseas in the USA. The second panelist we have with us is Siddharth Bansali. Siddharth is the founder of Noesis Technologies and the CTO at Zoom Media. Siddharth has been running Noesis since 2009 in the marketing technology space and has been dabbling with a lot of creative tech and innovations. Most recently, Siddharth has also been dabbling in the space of AI innovations. And in fact, Siddharth ran probably what was the first AI-powered marketing campaign in India. And I'm sure he'll tell us more about that as we jump into this conversation. So I'm going to set a little context on our chat for today. Our topic is from AI to HI, the future of digital and marketing collaborations. And, when I posted this on my LinkedIn and my socials to get a little bit of traction on our chat today, a lot of people responded to my comment saying, guys, what is HI? What is HI? And, funnily, people, a lot of people who were trying to be funny replied saying, hi, with an exclamation mark, of course, because the humor never stops on social media. But, Karan, I'm going to start with you because you work in the HR industry and you work in recruiting, and recruiting typically, is the art of sourcing human capital, and human capital starts with the word human, right? And we're talking about human intelligence today. So this word human capital and this word human intelligence usually requires people to use their brains. What, according to you, is HI? What is human intelligence? And then we'll hand over to Sid to talk about what is AI, interpreted in context of HI today.
Sure. So firstly, thank you for having me. I think, when it comes to human capital, I think the best interaction between humans is human to human. I think, especially when you're hiring someone, artificial intelligence can tell you key parameters which match your profile, etc. But at the end of the day, are you a team player? Is there a collaborative interface between you and me? Are you open to suggestions? How does someone react? How does someone respond when you're discussing questions or answers, in a certain environment? So I think that interview element or the personal touch, I do think is currently missing in AI. And I think in AI, there are two words. A lot of people are focusing on, or have always focused on the intelligence side. Very few people are actually focusing on the artificial side. So I think especially in recruitment, you want people, to understand their desires, to understand their passions. That's something I feel artificial intelligence is never going to be able to do. So yeah, it's very important. Plus, I think where it's going to be used, and I'm sure Sid will give a better representation of that, is in actually automating or allowing people to improve on their day-to-day tasks. Can you get more done? Can you get more done? I think that's the key aspect, which I think AI will help us solve. Why should I have to write a job description every time? Why can't that get automated? There's no human element to that. That's a key basic, structure. So I think those are the places where I think differences will come in, is in where you need to use AI and where you don't need to use AI.
Right. Well, thanks for that, Karan. Sid, before I hand over to you, I kind of miss my 2022 look now because I'm the only person who's not bald on this panel. So you're like inspiring me once again as the summer draws close. But Sid, over to you. You ran possibly what was India's first AI campaign with Wrangler, and in that campaign, in fact, what you tried to do was to build the human touch and the human contact into this conversational, into this conversation between the community and the brand. So very contrary to what Karan said, where the human touch is what's missing, you saw great engagement on that campaign, etc. So why don't you give us your take on how AI is actually trying to bridge the build between humans and robots, as we're calling them, so as to speak, maybe with citing a few examples from the work that you've been doing?
Absolutely. Thank you, Subir, and Karan, great to see you on the panel as well. So before, to contextualize the answer I'm about to give, I want to just go back a little bit in history and look at important technological revolutions that we've all gone through, right? And I don't know why we as humans have this immediate knee-jerk reaction that whenever something big happens in tech, we think it's going to be removing something else we already do. So for example, when the television first came out, did people stop doing real life acting? Did theater die? No, it didn't. When the telephone came out, did we stop talking to each other? No, we didn't. When WhatsApp happened, did we stop calling each other? No, it didn't, right? So if you sort of realize what's happening is that technology works best when it scales human connection, when it scales human potential, right? Today, I communicate a lot more with those around me than I did in the days of the phone because I can't sit and call 25 people per day and have a conversation with them. WhatsApp allows me to scale that connection. But if there is an important call like this one, it's not going to happen on WhatsApp. It's going to happen in real. So when we look at human intelligence and artificial intelligence, I find it a little peculiar that people start thinking about, oh, is this going to replace humans? And I completely agree with Karan that, it's not going to replace humans. It's going to replace certain aspects of what we do so that we can focus on those activities that allow us to be more present as human beings, right? That allow us to be in that room and really focus on that part of the engagement and interaction that makes us human, that really values the humanity between two people. So on that note, coming to what we did for Wrangler, right? Just for some broader context to understand the campaign, we were doing a Valentine's Day campaign for Wrangler. And as you know, all brands will be doing all sorts of fun things around Valentine's Day. What the team at Foxy Moron, who we worked with closely, came up with was that, hey, let's not do the same thing everybody else is doing. Let's go against the grain and do an anti-Valentine's Day campaign off of the insight that, hey, there are probably more single people in the world than there are people in a relationship. Off of the insight that in Gen Z, the idea of a relationship is transforming, right? It's not the same as what a boomer would think about. It's not the same what I would think about either in terms of what defines a relationship. And in order to sort of really figure out how do we engage a generation that looks at relationships very differently, right? We thought about asking them, how would you celebrate being single on a day where everybody else is talking about being in a relationship? And we used artificial intelligence to sort of have conversations with people about being single, but we added human intelligence to that training to make it relevant. So for example, we were using references from pop culture. We were using references from music. We were using references from books and stories and characters. Effectively, what we tried to do was build a bot that would act like the opposite version of Hitch, which is Will Smith's lovable character in the movie Hitch, where he was this relationship coach. And literally what we told the bot to do was be the opposite version of Hitch. Now, the only reason we were able to even have that conversation is because we know what it's like to counsel a friend when they've broken up, right? We know when someone's taking it too seriously and is down in the dumps, is spending too much time thinking about why they aren't in a relationship. That is a beautiful combination of human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Now, can we do that at Instagram scale? Can we have that conversation with 1,000 people at the same time? Absolutely not. But we were able to marry that information with an artificial intelligence that was able to follow that pattern of thinking and follow that line of thought. Yes, you could scale that connection. And that's what our campaign for Wrangler did. Over 6 days, we had 1,000 people talk to this bot, which we had trained to help celebrate being single, right? Each conversation was between 15 to 16 messages long, which in the context of Instagram engagement is bizarre because the only engagement you really measure on Instagram is number of likes you got on the post. How many likes equal a 16 message conversation? There's no math for that, right? So clearly, when you're able to take artificial intelligence and add human personality to it, there's some magic that can happen. It makes the other person feel that, yeah, they're not just talking to a robot that is giving overly generalized responses, but it's a robot that is opinionated enough to engage with you on a matter and a topic you deeply care about.
Absolutely. So the theme that I'm picking up, Sid, from your answer is that, you know, the conversations need to be relevant. The conversations need to be relatable, but at scale. And that's what AI is really powering. And, you know, Karan, back to you, one of the R's that I picked up also in the conversation is replacement. You know, I guess a lot of people are afraid that these robots are going to replace them and replace their jobs. But then you spoke about productivity, you spoke about efficiency, and you spoke about how it decreases the time to, like, you know, perform certain tasks. The scale of the task. You spoke about time improvement, enhancement, efficiency, productivity, which are like key HR traits that you really look for, right? But there is also fear, you know, that AI will, you know, kind of replace human beings, and therefore this bridge between HI and AI is kind of like, you know, not built just yet. So how does one kind of eliminate the intimidation between human intelligence, artificial intelligence, to enhance all the pros, but to keep intimidation at bay?
Right. So, you know, just adding to what Sid also said, I think first is you have to make AI your ally. I think that's the first messaging that needs to go out. I think second is a lot of these tools that are created today, you know, whether it's Jasper for content marketing, you have neural text for SEO. I think one of the selling points that they are addressing, which I don't agree with, is that you don't need people. So, you know, they're trying to make that as a selling point of replacement because that's their selling story in a way, which I don't totally agree with. A third is, I think like Sid rightly said, there is a revolution. It doesn't mean it's going to replace certain things. I think people have to upskill. These tools are here to stay. You can't get away from it. It is part of your day-to-day life. So you have to become friends with it. You have to learn how to use it to its potential. And it's going to cause a lot of efficiency in companies. That doesn't mean that it's going to replace people. If I have two phenomenal people in my company and they're taking 4 hours a day on mundane stuff, which can be automated, I will still have those two people and have them work, they'll probably save some time out of the 4 hours to do actually sales activities or other activities which are contributing to the productivity of the organization.
Yeah.
So I think that's how people will sort of look at it. And finally, I think, we were just actually having a conversation, on drones. People are saying drones will disrupt delivery people, etc. You have to look at it. First, buying drones, that's a capital intensive cost. Yeah. They have to be parked somewhere. Imagine thousands of drones, where do you park them? Yeah. Right? Who's going to license it out? Those things are going to happen. It's going to be gradual. There's going to be a certain cost associated with it. So I think it's not that simple, to be very honest. Initially, it's going to give you efficiency, boostage, and people have to upskill. We're living in a world of tech where things have leapfrogged in the last 10 to 15 years. So people have to also upskill. And I think that's going to come in an education system where there are going to be courses in AI very early on. So people don't feel so afraid of it. They actually embrace it.
Super. So I'm going to jump in over here because I think you said something very valuable. You've said two things that I'm going to take away and summarize for our audiences so far. We spoke about relevance, we spoke about relatability, we spoke about the revolution around the corner. We spoke about replacement, which is not going to happen. So that's a sigh of relief for everyone watching here today. But you spoke about the fact that you need to make AI your ally, right? And roles will revolve. So sticking to my theme of R with relevance, relatability, and revolution and replacement on this hand, Sid, let's talk about the roles that will evolve in the organization. We've made AI our ally. Once we've made AI our ally, how will our roles evolve and what changes will we see in our jobs, marketing campaigns and productivity? What changes do we expect to see?
Oh, great question, Samir, and thanks for bringing that to me. I'd like to add another letter to your acronym. Unfortunately, it's not an R, but it's a D. And the D is displacement. And I don't think we can have an honest conversation about AI if we don't talk about the potential for displacement, not replacement, right? McKinsey did a great study quite early on into this thing. And of course, McKinsey being McKinsey, they're futurists, they're sort of looking at how does this whole thing play out. And they basically said that the potential for displacement at the workplace is going to happen most in the legal field, surprisingly, right? Because of AI. And I think what they were trying to explain is that those job functions and roles that are highly repetitive, that are highly dependent on just modifying certain parameters on a piece of work, right? Those roles are going to get displaced. But displacement now becomes an organizational challenge. How to manage displacement becomes an organizational challenge, not necessarily only a professional challenge, right? So Karan, like you said, if you're going to get 4 hours back of some people's time, it's up to you as a manager or you as the founder of a company to figure out, what do I do with those extra 4 hours, right? So the roles are going to have to be reimagined, right? From that 9-hour day, across every job function, even in our heads as managers, we know that the number of productive hours are not 9 hours. Come on, 1 hour is gone for lunch. Another 2 or 3 hours is just gone in coordination, admin work, filing reports, looking up information, right? So if you get a majority of that time back, how do you evolve that role so that it continues adding value, right? If we go back to the legal example, and Subir, you're a lawyer, so all due respect to you, and maybe you'll be able to add some more color over here. Would it actually help for a lawyer to spend more time in conference calls with clients, which is more billable, than time on drafting agreements, right? Would it be more helpful for a lawyer to be able to spend more time explaining the nuances of the law to their clients, as opposed to spending most of that time sending them a complex document and saying, yeah, don't worry about it. I've covered everything. You need to sign off on this for this to move forward. So I think the displacement there is less time working in an isolated manner, but more we work with. We spend a lot more time executing, obviously, than we spend time solutioning and strategizing with the client. What if you were to flip that model? What if you were to say, hey, instead of the 8 hours where I spend 6 hours executing and 2 hours on a call, what if I flip that, right? What if I were to say that, hey, I'm going to spend more time with my client and ideate more, imagine more, sell more, right? It changes the game completely. What do you think about that, Subir? And you're a lawyer. Would love to hear your perspective on that.
For me, actually, the conversation comes down to adoption, because like people have a way of working. So like the way of working is I'm going to give my associate a brief and like he's going to start drafting, etc. And then there's a resistance to accepting new things because they want to learn a new tool. Unfortunately, the perception right now is that HR is a tool in my stack and I have to learn a new tool. And hey, I don't want the headache of learning a new tool because it's breaking or disrupting my workflow. However, I feel like, adoption with technology that penetrates users' lives, it becomes a part of their culture. For example, look at the cell phone. Today, the cell phone is considered to be the extension of a human being's hand because it's always in my hand, right? Look at Google. Google has become a verb. When you don't know something, people say, let's Google it, right? Look at Netflix. Netflix and chill has become a cultural code for whatever it's become now, right? So technology,
what has it become?
Technology becomes a part of culture. And then that's when, the adoption has become supreme and extreme to like not just business, not just enterprise, but like consumers at their core and their DNA, and it's become a part of our lives. So question to both of you guys, Karan and Sid, before we sign off, the last question, how is AI going to become a part of our culture? What is the moment that we wake up and we say it's so deeply integrated into our lives, our lifestyles, that it's not a tool that I need to learn, like Jasper, you spoke about. It's not a tool that I need to wake up and go to office and learn, but it's just become a part of my life, like my cell phone travels with me wherever in the world I go. And, and even if I, sometimes go over a shower, there's a song playing on my cell phone because I'm listening to a music album that moment.
So I think, I'm going to break up AI into 3 different categories. One is your businesses, which are going to adopt AI, like company like Tesla, which are going to help with self-driving cars, or let's say self-driving taxis in the future. Then you have personalized AI, right? Where you and me are going to have our own version of our own models running personalized to us. Learning what my email interaction is with a certain person, so that over a period of time, it learns my tone, the way I interact, what I say, my kind of words. So more personalized in that nature. Like you rightly said, it's going to become part of our culture. We have to embrace it. And I think comfort level will come in when we see, oh, Sid, oh, you're using that. Oh, let me try it. How's your interaction been with it? He'll say, great, I'll start using it. So it's going to be a network effect over a period of time, which is going to spread in a good way. And this is something that we need so that we spend time on connection, being present, versus doing administrative tasks, which actually no one really enjoys. So I think those are the things that are going to be simple. You could see messages on your notifications where, your AI will write an email out automatically, and all you would be doing is just reading and you're just pressing send. So you could send out 30 emails in a matter of 5 minutes, and your day is far more simplified, things like that.
Thanks, Karan. Sid, what about you? What do you think the moment in culture will be when we've imbibed AI and we don't know that we're using it?
So I think there's a bit of a journey for us to get there, and I'll sort of tell you why. So today, our primary experience of AI for most of us here has been ChatGPT, right? It came out in November. There was this amazing machine I could ask the question to, and it would give me an answer perfectly articulated. And we all got excited with that for about a month or a month and a half. And if at least the audience's experience was similar to mine, what I sort of realized very quickly is, okay, cool, it's giving me some information and giving me an answer that sounds reasonable, but do I actually know if it's true, right? Do I see ChatGPT replacing Google as a verb, today I don't really see it, because until I know the source information with which it has synthesized an answer, I cannot trust the answer. Until we're able to bridge that gap between general large language models and imbibing them with the opinion and context of a human being, whether it's yourself, like Karan said, in the example of a personal assistant, where yes, it's using that large language model because it understands the shape of the world, but it's responding with your context. It's responding as you, or it's responding as your agent. Or whether it's you talking to a body of work created by somebody else, right? I don't think AI is going to have its massive, cultural moment unless it makes the information created by humans accessible in this scalable conversational format across the board, right? And we have a long way to get there. And the catch-22 is, on the one hand, you're trying to create these large language models that are bereft of bias, right? You're trying to remove bias completely, and for right reason, right? But in doing so, what you're also doing is you're removing the humanity from it. Why do you today go to Google? Because when you find the result, you know who's published. And you can, as a human being, make the assessment of whether or not that publisher and that opinion fits within my worldview and agrees with the way I'm thinking about things. I can't do that with AI yet. Until I know where the source material or what the answer has been inspired by or who has influenced that answer, I'm not going to be able to trust the output of AI, because that's what makes me human. I need to know who's saying this, right? And there's a lot of intelligent people doing amazing things in terms of figuring out how do we take a human body of knowledge, a human's body of knowledge, a particular person's body of knowledge, and make it available 24/7, 365 days a week through a conversational experience like what you see on ChatGPT. So until that happens, I don't really see ChatGPT or AI becoming a permanent part of the way that we spend our days.
Thanks for that, Sid. We have a couple of audience questions as well. So I'm going to take a couple of questions if you guys don't mind.
Cool. So let's go to the Q&A. Siju says, how do you see the future of AI-driven customer segmentation and targeting in digital marketing, and what opportunities and challenges lie ahead for marketers in this domain? So do you want to take that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think AI it has already given us a new path to personalization. But let's be very clear, personalization is not something new. It's not something that's suddenly been enabled by the invention of AI. Let's take an example. Up till last year, or let's say pre-GPT, right, and post-GPT, pre-GPT, a recommendation system would rely on a highly algorithmic approach to understanding what products you've looked at, and then based on that, recommend products to you, right? It was not an algorithm that would change based on the person who was using it. But with AI, you could effectively have that algorithm be modified in real time based on who that person is. So yes, you're still achieving personalization, but you're doing it at a much higher scale. This is already happening when it comes to how Facebook and Google serve ads. There is a reason that we report back to Google when a customer that they have sent to your website successfully converted, right? Because that's a signal to Google to understand, hey, people like this are more likely to respond to the ad and more likely to convert, right? And what Google will then do is it'll start building a catchment of more people like that. So what AI is going to do is make advertising serving smarter. It's hopefully going to make advertisements more relevant. Like, so for example, and not to throw shit on anything, I was watching a TV show on the Geo Cinema app the other day, and I got an ad for L'Oreal hair care. I'm a guy, first of all, and you know that I'm male. Okay, it's in my profile, right? Now, okay, you don't know that I'm bald, fair enough. But I just found it really interesting that even though you had enough information on me, why was I still being served a generic ad format, right? So I'm really hoping that both for businesses and for consumers, AI is going to help serve relevant ads to consumers. The promise of Facebook, right? What does it say? Hey, give us more of your information so we can give you a better ad experience. Yeah, the intention is right. They want to give you a better ad better ad experience. We discover products and services. As much as we all say we hate ads, it is how we discover new things in the world. All right. No one can deny that. If you had no ads, you wouldn't even know about half the stuff going on in the world. Right. So ads play a very important role, but they need to be made smarter so that bald people don't get ads for shampoo. Right?
I'll jump in there because, Karan, there's another question about the legality of content that's created on AI. I want to twist that question around and not talk about the legality so much because that'll get really technical. Let's talk about the ethics, of AI more than the legality of it. And Sid spoke about like ads being served. And, while I know that's not your domain, I'm going to twist that question around because ads are served programmatically. They've been served programmatically for years, right? It's not new that machines are controlling the way ads are serving. Similarly, a quant trading platform selects stocks on the basis of some quantitative algorithm that some engineer has written for it. Now, for the first time, you are letting a machine choose who's getting hired and who's not getting hired inside somebody's ecosystem. It affects people's lives, right? It affects their rosy roti is dependent on machines. So tomorrow somebody could walk up to you and say, hey, how the hell did you decide that I'm not the right fit for this job? And you say, I didn't do it, machine did it. So where does the line between the ethics of AI making decisions as far as human life come into play?
Okay, that's a great question. And I'll tell you our answer and how we feel about it at Uno Jobs. I won't speak for everyone else. I think there are certain elements where we as a company have decided from a conscious and ethics standpoint, where we believe that it should be used in certain parts. We are personally not going to be using it completely for an interview process structure, because there we believe, okay, we can ask you 2-3 questions. It can rank you on your language, your diction, etc. But we still want an HR to actually interact with the candidate. Right? We want the HR to free up a lot of their time doing the other stuff so that they can actually focus on this part even better than they were doing it before. So we are very clear in terms of saying, look, there are certain parts where AI is just not ready yet. If personally within our own company, if I don't want to be ranked by a bot, I don't think it's right for us to put that across. It may change in the future, but currently the results are not good to do this, so we're not going to push it. But yeah, we're very clear in terms of where we feel it can be used, and where even it can't be used, we're saying, look, this is a suggestion. We still recommend that you still interact with the person concerned. That's how we are looking at it. Things may change in the future. We'll see how that goes.
I see a little huggy face pop up on the bottom left. That was an AI joke for all those of you who got it. No, I'm just joking. That's Karuna. And I think that that means that our time is up. Thank you so much, Karan. Thank you so much, Sid. It's been a pleasure sharing this panel with you over the last 30 minutes.
Thank you, Sabir.
Thank you, Sabir. Thank you for having us.
Jobs are safe, and AI is just here to help us do better, faster, stronger, the Olympics motto. So back to you, Karuna. Hope you guys have a lovely rest of panel.
Thank you.
Karuna, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Uvi. Thanks, Karan. Thanks, Siddharth, for reminding us that AI should be treated as our pal and not as our replacement, and spotlighting the importance of relevance and upskilling. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Those of you who have tuned in, you can also interact with us on our social media channels with the hashtag SMLive. We'll now move on to our first panel discussion of the day, which is about building blocks for content, influencers, and media investments in 2023. On the panel, we have Anvesha Perswalia, Head of Digital and E-commerce at HUL, Parth Desai, Head of Digital Marketing at Pidilite, Sujay Ray, Head of Digital Marketing at L'Oreal, Sahil Shah, President, Digital Experience, Dentsu Creative, Netravati Balaram, Associate Vice President, Media Planning, Interactive Avenues. With this, I would like to invite Hitesh Rajwani on the stage again. Over to you, Hitesh.
Thank you, Karuna, for the amazing introduction. Welcome to the panel, Sujay, Anvesha, Parth, Sahil, Netra. Shilpa, can you hear me now? Hi, Netra. Hi, Parth.
Hi, Hitesh.
Hello. Good afternoon.
I can't see you. I think I can see your tiles, but I can't see yours. Right. Happy Social Media Day to each one of you. I hope you guys are having a great day and hope your social media campaigns for Social Media Day are out by now and they're doing quite well. So thank you guys for joining me for this panel discussion. I'll cut my intro short in the interest of time and I'd quickly jump into the discussion. Like in a typical day for a brand custodian and even for agency leaders here on the panel, I think you get a lot of information from platforms on the kind of content you should be creating. As of today, platforms even push influencer narratives, the kind of influencers you should be using, how you should be using influencer marketing. So how do you as leading brand custodians and agency heads process that information? And if we could start that with your opening thoughts on the evolving landscape from your vantage point. Maybe Path, you could start and I could then move across the screens.
Great. I think glad to be here and glad to be part of the panel. But I think I was actually hoping to go a bit later on this question. I'll tell you why. Because when we look at influencer marketing, naturally, the measurement and attribution of influencer marketing tends to work way better when you are really working with some kind of D2C platform. And that really has been kind of one of the challenges that we have been working on. Basically, when you work with influencers, because of what benefits it brings on board. However, because of a lack of a general standard, till you don't have a fulfilling or an attribution system to measure what each and every influencer is able to bring in, at that time, in many cases, the measurement for a lot of these influencers kind of becomes a bit more subjective. And of course, I think as marketers, we try to figure out what best ways can we measure. And I think I would love to hear it from the others. But what is interesting for us as an organization in influencer marketing is, mainly for blue collar professionals, what interesting development we are able to see is that even those guys are really getting on social media with all their might. And that is a world which inside, the influencer marketing world is living almost like its own silo, where interestingly, they have millions of views on some of the videos of, how to probably put the cement in a good way, or how to create furniture in a good way, or, and we naturally as people don't go there, but a lot of similar contractors, masons, other blue collar workers kind of tend to look at these videos as well. And that is a world that we are recently trying to really grapple with, because these are guys who are not really working with any agency. They don't go on taking brand briefs month after month. They are really creating it because they look at this platform almost as a business development platform, where they put up their work and they get more work by people kind of consuming these videos. How do brands now get into these conversations? And you will see that if you go and check out the conversations that are happening on even below a YouTube video, they are extremely organic, right? People are having very engaged conversation, like, okay, what angle do you put this wood in, and what products do you use? And the conversation is extremely organic. So that is the world where I think we are also focusing a lot more on top of course, using influencer marketing for the usual branding campaigns that we do day in, day out. Hitesh, I think you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. I'm again getting used to this. So Sahil, I'd like to bring you in this conversation and like from your vantage point as the president at Denso Creative and like even heading and running What Consult for so many years. How do you see this evolving digital landscape? Like how's content influencers and this new media? So when I say new media, even the newer platforms like say Quoras and Share Chats of the world, how are these mediums placed in a brand's mix, and like what are some of the questions that you hear in a marketing boardroom?
Hitesh, thank you for pointing it out to me. I think I fully agree with Parth, where uh, tangentially, I think a lot of different tangents needs to be looked at, and not the usual, which is the norm. And just to build on what Parth mentioned, I think from an influencer marketing point of view, or broadly overall digital or possibly marketing point of view, I think content is playing a lot more role and a lot bigger role than anything else, and content that appeals to the 1% of India, and content that appeals to the Bharat. you know Also, I think, broadly speaking, the channels, the influencers, the way media is approached, etc., can be sort of planned for, can be sort of devised for, etc. But the broader question is, what is the content that the brand is sort of uh, publishing, engaging into, co-partnering, or co-authoring into? I think that is the biggest play, and it's just about started. I mean, if you guys think that influencer marketing, content, branded content, all of that has come a long way, I think it's just begun. And all the paid media and all the paid ways of targeting and all of that, I think slowly and steadily they'll become the norm, that slice and dice karna hai, data led targeting karna hai, there are these options available, and so on and so forth. But what you put with it, the magic is in content and where you reach, which Parth also mentioned, that there is the blue collar workers and so on and so forth. I think that's really the key. So that's broadly what I'm thinking right now, Hitesh.
Interesting. And I think I love the analogy that you put, that 1% of the top 1% of India, the kind of content they're consuming can be very different from what the other 99% are consuming. Anvesha, I would want to hear from you, since you represent a brand which is known to set industry standards. And if, say, tomorrow that brand says that influencer marketing is the thing, everyone else will sort of follow the suit. And at the same time, if the brand starts questioning or starts having a pointed opinion on influencer marketing, then people will start questioning influencer marketing. So I want to understand from you, how do you see content influencers, this new media, and at the same time, probably thoughts on what is brewing from an AI perspective? Like how are you processing the whole AI revolution that is coming through?
Sure. Thanks, Hitesh. So Hitesh, I think what you rightly said, that there is a top 1% of India. I would say, in fact, we look at it as a top 0.1%. So there is a top 0.1% of India, which basically is like the consumer of our most premium portfolio. Then you have an India 1, and then you have the India 1, India 2, and India 3, right? So in fact, what we used to see, like, and how we used to perceive influencer marketing, say even a couple of years ago or even 1 year ago, was more in terms of like, a more premium sort of, your typical platforms having those kinds of content pieces, which a certain set of audience was mainly consuming in that way, right? Now what we see is that even in rural areas, you see their own ways of consuming content, and it's different across. It's a very different way of consuming content. It is a very different way of even reaching out to them, right? So the idea for us is to actually build that entire ecosystem and a framework. And what we are realizing, as more and more we are trying with experiments, and I look after the home care category, which is in itself a slightly lesser involved category. And what we leverage on influencers is also to make this dialogue interesting with the consumer, because they can actually bring out the narrative in a much more interesting format than maybe as a brand that we could, especially the functional credentials, right? So I think what really we are seeing is that sometimes we're seeing that a model that we thought really would work, which is a templatized model, is really not working for us, and we see something which is out of the blue that happens. So we see those because there is no there is nothing like which can define whether something is going to be successful or not. So it's only test and learn, and you evolve, and they're slicing and dicing it with audiences into geographies. Even something that works in North India will work very differently for South India, and so it's like it's just many Indias, right? So it's about winning in many Indias within that different tiers, and within that how the narrative works. So I think it's a very interesting play, and as I said, it's just started. I mean, there is so much more now. We have more platforms. We have a lot of YouTube Shorts that's coming in terms of even coming in. Earlier it was restricted mainly to Instagram and TikTok, which obviously we don't have in India, but those were a few platforms. Now we're seeing more and more ShareChat and YouTube Shorts coming in. So we're doing a lot of experiments and trying to understand what works and evolving it for the audiences. And in terms of AI, what I would say is that, again, it's right now for us, it's in the exploratory stage to just see what each tool brings to the table, getting our hands dirty, understanding. But I think we're still understanding the kind of security, privacy concerns, get some more regulations in place before we full-fledged start using it really for an end user, from an end user perspective. But for us internally, we're using it quite a lot to kind of understand how it's working, and hence so that we can extrapolate it to the consumer world. But we're taking baby steps in that, because we also want to be very clear about the legalities and the security point of view as well, and also how accurate is the information, what is going to happen to the copyrights in terms of image generation, etc. So all of that is something that we need to be very wary of before we really go full blast. But it is promising in terms of what I see is that it is definitely going to, what I see as a very quick advantage and a low-hanging fruit is increasing efficiencies. Like our turnaround times could be faster, our costs could be definitely more effective. We could do a test and learn very quickly. So all those are quick wins that we can look at. But how is it really going to help impact business in a big way? Something that's yet to be seen. I think we're far off from that at this point. So that's how we are looking at it. Hitesh, you're
Hitesh.
Nita, I would like to hear from you, and I want to go a step back and try and understand, say, as Interactive Avenues, you plan, at Interactive Avenues, you plan campaigns which are at scale, which are like IPs that a lot of brands are now picking on, and you have certain IPs that you've been running for years, and you shoulder the responsibility of huge budgets, and those huge budgets are obviously supposed to drive some outcomes at scale for you. So how do you look at the entire landscape from an IP perspective? What are some of the ideal investments brands should be doing in terms of content, influencers, new media across the funnel? Where does content fit in? Where does influencers fit in? Where is new media or paid ads fitting in the scheme of things?
Hi, Hitesh. Yes. See, to me, right now it seems like we're living in an age where ads are blocked. People are just becoming immune to old school advertising. It's about innovating and figuring out better ways to resonate with these audiences, because these audiences crave real and customized content. And hence, depending on what the brand objective is and what the brand stands for, it's about creating an IP that's able to build on it, resonate, and sustain for a longer period. It's not about creating one IP that pops up today and dies down after a couple of weeks. It's about also sustaining that for a longer period so that there's a continuity and people come back to visit it over and over again, so that you build a long-term loyalty and relationship with these consumers. We have built a couple of IPs to that, of course, and we are seeing major success. For example, in certain cases, there are situations where media investments are just not able to cut through. There are specific perceptions that you would want to drive, which just influencers are also not able to cut through, right? Hence, there's a requirement for us to build an IP that is able to bring all of these together and, of course, enhance through media to reach the masses and scale. Because just an IP creation would also not be enough. It's also about amplifying it further to get the kind of scale that is required. And again, I resonate with what Parth said, because after all of this, it's about the measurement. How are you measuring the success of everything? I know that it does reflect in our brand track. It does reflect in a lot of social listening that we do, the SOV that we have gotten, etc. But what true value that it delivers at the end of it is something that's still a challenge, unless we have a full funnel that we have created even for an IP, which is able to cut through and tell us, hey, this is actually what the end result of it was, even in terms of ROAS, for example. That's probably where we are headed right now. Sorry, Hitesh, you're still on mute. Yeah.
So speaking of data, I think Sujay, can you, like coming from again a legacy brand like L'Oreal, I'm sure data, the way you look at data is again very future forward. Probably the whole conversation around having customer data platforms might be like a process that you would be following right now. So how do you look at this whole idea of having your own customer data platforms? And again, like if you could tie into what Netra said about the kind of matrix that should matter for marketers and advertisers, and if you could even differentiate between the vanity and the sanity matrix that we should be chasing at this point in time.
Great. Thanks, Hitesh. Thank you so much for the question, and good afternoon, everyone on the panel, as well as people who would have joined us. I'll probably try to take all the questions one after the other. Maybe data, which is, if you ask me, my personal favorite topic, and I think a lot of marketers nowadays will be talking about it. I think data actually plays a very key role for all our marketing initiatives which we do. And this is, I'm taking an example of us as a brand which is catering to probably the top 5% of population in the country. So when it comes to that, I think identifying the right consumer becomes the key. And to do that effectively, I think data is pivotal at the center. And what we try and do is figure out seamless way to collect data without even kind of being seen too pushy or being seen like a brand which is just trying to collect data. Because data collection can only happen when there is something valuable exchanged with your consumer. So consumers should feel that they are getting something out of that transaction when they are sharing that data with them. So maybe in our case, it can be a consultation, or maybe there is some amount of sampling, because there has to be some value any brand needs to add, and that is what we try and do. So then there is one part which is about collection of the data and keeping the data in a proper format, and then second part is how we are probably nurturing that data and utilizing that data both in terms of targeting as well as in terms of how we are managing our CRM. And CRM, especially in our case, has now become very important, because now we have a bunch of brands who are active on D2C as a platform. So that is where probably data plays a key important role. And the third part, which is more about the CRM part of it, is because what we are nowadays looking at is a entire customer lifetime value. So it is not about the first transaction or the first exchange with the consumer which happens, but also how we have been continuously interacting and engaging with the consumer, especially with our D2C as a platform, and reaching out to them and adding value. So that is where we see that entire data journey from the acquisition to nurturing, and probably in the entire CRM journey. The second piece which you talk about is about matrices. I think that is something probably every marketer's obsession nowadays, because whether we are doing any kind of campaign, whether it is like literally a D2C campaign, which is about focused on conversion and selling more number of products and services, or it is about how you're creating demand. So if I have to put that thing into two buckets mainly, maybe the way we will probably see it as how we are creating that demand and how we are converting that demand. So whenever we run any kind of campaign, we try and put KPIs in a way so that it affects the overall consumer journey, as well as it helps the brand build its equity. So for example, if there is a full funnel campaign which we try and activate, there are certain matrices which are associated with the brand awareness, certain matrices which is about how what is the purchase intent about that brand, and mainly it is important for us. Why? Because what we try and do is that, especially the non D2C brands in a cluttered beauty and personal care market, it is very important that your brands are top of the mind, and then obviously there is a whole lot of aspiration involved around it. So that is where we try and play that role. And of course, when it comes to probably converting that high intent audience, that is where some of those matrices where we are literally looking at what is the value which we are able to drive technically, what is the business which we are getting out of that media, and that is where those entire ROAS conversation kicks in. But when it comes to influencer as a content and all, what we try and see is that what is the long term brand lifts which we have managed to get out of doing influencer content, because that is a long haul. That is something you need to do consistently over a period of time. That is when it starts showing value. But the key to success would be how any brand is actually looking at a full funnel approach, whereas there is ample amount of awareness about the brand, and then there is some amount of intent or probably consumer aspiration to go for that brand, and finally brand needs to enable the consumer to convert in the best possible way. And that is where, if you ask me, those final matrices will come into the picture. I don't see them as a vanity or sanity. I just see them as 3 or 4 key matrices which any brand or any marketer should look at.
Great insights there, Sujay. I think there was some issue with your audio, but I had all my attention there. Probably Parth, Netra, and Vesha, Sahil, would you like to weigh in on the matrix that matter, and like what are some of those matrix that the advertisers and marketers should be chasing at this point in time? And then probably I'll come to even the point of attribution as well. But maybe if you have any thoughts to add to what Sujay said.
So, Anvesha, you want to go? No problem.
No. Go ahead, Sahil. Go ahead.
So Hitesh, I mean, I sort of agree with what Sujoy said, but I think the broad understanding from every brand's perspective has to be that their metrics or their measurement practices need to be unique to what a brand is sort of seeking out for, right? Journey kya hai, where is the brand placed, what are they sort of looking after, and what is the ultimate sort of gain they want to get to. And to my mind, I mean, while we as marketers sort of try and make it look very intellectual, saying that there are funnels and there is awareness and there is consideration and purchase and so on and so forth, I think the bottom line is, what is the ROS and what is the dhanda that any sort of activation is sort of getting, and that is the ultimate goal for everybody, right? So one size fit all to definitely nahi hai. And metrics wise, it has to be a measurement that is customized to what you're looking forward to, and the ultimate aim has to be ROS, and that's how all your efforts should be sort of pointing towards. So yeah, that's a little bit on top of what Sujoy mentioned.
Yes, I think I completely agree with what you said, is that one size fits all nahi hota. Like in fact for us also, like if I look at something like a Surf Excel Easy Wash, which is like a powder detergent, the idea is to kind of reiterate and being top of mind, reiterate the product superiority, and the content will be like that, the choice of influencers will be like that, and the metrics will be more like that. So we would probably do a BLS to understand a branded content versus an influencer content in terms of a brand uplift, how that happens. While if I look at something like a Surf Excel Smart Shorts, which is like a new format, which we actively sell, which is an e-com first product, that I actively sell on UShop and on the e-com platforms. The idea for us will be that in the next, say, 2-3 days, what is the impact of takes? How is that happen? We also try and kind of give more like links to some coupon codes. We try and measure slightly more lower side of the funnel in that case, right? So the metrics will be more inclined towards that. So it also depends on the completely, it starts from the brand objective, and the metrics kind of tie into that. Also, of course, some are done in isolation, but most campaigns need to be actually more about the overall scheme of things that is happening. So it has to be a part of what's happening. It can't be like I do a standalone influencer campaign and expect it to work wonders. There has to be a full-fledged strategy, and influencer has to be a part of the overall strategy, and not just because we want to do something as influencers, we'll go ahead and try something out. That's the other piece. So in terms of metrics, again, I think I would just look at it as effectiveness and efficiency. So efficiency would be more around whether what we seeked out to do, whether that performed or not. And we use metrics more, in fact, as a filter to even see what the influencers, like the basic hygiene checks, like reach, engagement rate, whether they're reaching in the geographies that we intend to reach, the demographics they reach, etc. So more in that sense. And once it's kind of performed, then basis just how it's performed, we pick up to kind of say boost and put media around it. And that's when you actually can measure the real results, like, because we all know about the amazing organic reach that each platform offers. So and it becomes more amazing day by day. So I think that's how we look at metrics. And effectiveness is actually the key metric, where it actually tells you whether there has been either an uplift in brand equity, which if you were seeking to do that, or an uplift in sale. And that's like the proof of the pudding, because sometimes we give a coupon code of UShop, we might get an uplift on Amazon, because it's not like not like a one way or a direct just that one way in which consumers seek out. They will just kind of type it anywhere and find it. So it's more about just looking at the overall broader impact and being very clear about what you're expecting out of that one the initiative that you're doing.
I'd like to also come in here to also make a point that, what we are pretty clear is that if you have in some way, method to separate out the effectiveness measurement of influencer marketing, you're naturally going to do it. That's coming out clearly from everybody that they're saying, right? However, I think influencer marketing as a channel in general also needs a bit of push from the platforms themselves on which this activity happens, where if they are able to offer a better view to the brand in some way, because right now that's not as seamless as you would want it to be. For example, if I'm running a paid campaign for my brand, the kind of visibility of metrics that I have, because I'm running it through my own channel, or at max the agency's channel, whatever your setup might be, as compared to that, if I'm working with, let's say, 50 influencers today, getting a consolidated measurement of the metrics of what happened on those handles is not as easy. Of course, those influencers have that data, but there is still some level of manual intervention that's coming in when you are congregating all of that data together. So while we are, I think, looking at those metrics, it's certainly a channel which is going through its own growth, and clearly, given how the amount of budgets that are getting allocated there, I would certainly want to see a bit better solutioning or product management on the visibility to the brand. And I think brands are, the social media platforms are working in that direction, right? You can do collab posts now. You can have specific for some posts, you can do a little bit better, but it still keeps you a bit, wanting of a solution which is a little bit more easy to use. So I think, I think that will go a long way in improving the metrics that we talked about as well.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, so like at this point in time, a lot of this assessment has to happen at the brand side to see whether an influencer activity is actually resulting into probably lower cost of acquisition on your ongoing ads, or like there is no direct relation, but you have to make correlations and you have to figure that out. So, but then like internally, I'm sure all your brand campaigns would be tracking, even like you would be tracking brand campaigns and performance campaigns parallelly to see what is happening and if there is a spillover happening there. I also want to ask you this thing that like in the intro that you were mentioning about the attribution, because like say when you do any content influencer activity, it has to be connected to a D2C channel of sales that you are doing. in general, my question, and this is to the entire panel, that what is a great attribution model? Is that MMM model, the marketing mix modeling model, actually being practiced through and through in the industry, or it's still a lot of gut that is involved and a lot of personal prowess that goes into it, or there is a set formula that you follow and the model that you follow? In fact, we could start with you, Netra. You can chip in. Sujoy, you can join in then.
I mean, that it completely depends, as we discussed, on case by case basis, right? For example, are you going to use, let's say, even if you're talking about e-commerce, are you going to use a third-party e-commerce as compared to if you're going to use your own platform? Or are you able to drive, let's say, just a branding campaign? All of these aspects will completely change your expectation and answer for the question that you asked. So, it genuinely is dependent on the case that you're trying to go for. However, I think what I would still say is that, if in a lot of cases, what we do tend to experiment with is to try to segregate every influencer in as much way as possible by either coupon codes or specific links that you can get to. It might not give you the exact number, however, it gets you a ratio which is comparable to others, right? It might not be an exact picture because there will still be some parts that will be getting missed. However, the idea is to get to a unit economics number for every channel, which you can compare. There might be, a sense of or a factor of error there, which but it is basically getting averaged out for all the separate channels or even influencers that you're talking to. That you can at least then compare for you to start making your own sense.
I think Parth has answered this question for all of us.
Didn't try to do that though.
Netra, you want to add to?
Yes, Hitesh. So specifically on the measurement aspect of what are the other alternatives, or is MMM the only data that we use to replicate all of our marketing interventions? Not really. We always take MMM with a pinch of salt, right? Of course, because it has past data but doesn't account for every other thing that's actually happening around us. Because we all know that digital landscape is just evolving every single day as we speak, right? So it doesn't take that into account. That's one other aspect. And what we have done with most of our brands that we work with is a test and learn model than anything else, because MMM is just set in stone. But what helped us evolve from there is trying out different media mixes within digital versus TV, or within digital in itself, a lot of other touch points that we have access to, etc., to see what really works best. And we have fine-tuned it to a certain brands. We know that for FMCG, for example, YouTube landscape works beautifully. We know that for e-commerce, OTT works beautifully. So it depends on the kind of brands that you're working with, and hence as niche as you can get to figure out what touch point works best.
Sujay, you have anything more?
Yeah, I'll probably try and add, but first I'll probably check if my audio is proper or
much
not.
better now. Much better now, Sujay.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it was not better, not audible to a lot of people. So I'm a big fan of both, if you ask me, because I come from a tradition, though I have done digital all my life, but I come from a traditional marketing background. So MMM actually works for brands who have a lot of data point and they have a lot of history. And as Netra was also mentioning, it has lot to do with look back and then action forward. But at the same point of time, given the fact how dynamically things are changing, having a perspective, and especially if a brand can afford having an MMM plus whatever you do a test and learn works better. MMM works especially for categories which are far more stable, which has got a far more legacy, like FMCG and all works brilliantly, and that is what I have seen with my experience. But now, since given the fact how things are evolving, things are changing, whatever I have realized with my personal experience is that doing an exposed versus controlled test across different or similar looking markets actually gives you a lot of understanding. So if there are certain markets which can be isolated via media, so you do try and experiment with certain kind of media, certain type of media, and then see how similar or different markets react to that. Or at the same point of time, nowadays, if you ask me, for brands which are present on e-com, doing just digital across multiple platforms sometimes gives you an understanding is that what kind of platform is actually giving you more search results, what kind of what kind of platforms are actually driving more revenue on e-com as a platform, and that gives you a certain amount of indication for you as a marketer to probably tweak and test and learn. So if you ask me, in the long run, if you have to see, you take probably an study and plan your strategy for the next year or a year and a half. But if you have to do something on a quarter basis, a test and learn, expose and control, in my opinion, works the best.
But I'll certainly add one point here. I think one of the metric that we certainly need in influencer marketing is how are influencers pricing for their activities. I think we certainly need some level of metrics there, and I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be in agreement with that, because there are cases where I've seen the cost to be higher than the total reach that some of these guys can really get. So yeah, how do we bring standardization there? How do we drive it a little bit more through some level of metrics, averaging it out? Let's see how that scenario changes.
Currently, it's like it's their own perceived value of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just
your
their own perceived value.
Or it's like
not
the Google
even like
auction, no? It's the Google auction. What was your last offer plus 10,000 rupees or 20,000 or whatever that next step is the next pitch.
It is very fragmented. So
yeah.
I hope they're
actually. Sorry, go on, Sahil.
No, go on.
Okay, I was just saying, so we were in this chaos a couple of years ago. So what we've done is we've actually come up with a framework that allows for us to, give a certain weightages to each of these as to what our KRAs are or KPIs are for that particular activity, and hence take into account the cost aspect as well, and then help in shortlisting influencers. Because I understand part, because one agency calls them it's 100 rupees, another agency calls them it's 150. So it is really chaotic, but it's at the end of it, it's about the value that they drive to the brand, right? So as long as we have a set goal or a metric or a benchmark that we have, we always align the influencers to ask them to align to that particular benchmark and say, hey, this is what you've got to deliver. So let us know if it works out, then great. If not, yeah.
So in the interest of time, I think I'll just try to wrap up the session with like one last question, and like you could answer it in a line or two on like trends you foresee for content/influencer marketing and even new media marketing. And like we could start from Anvesha, end it by Parth.
Sure. So I think one of the trends that I see is more in terms of influencers becoming more mainstream than a peripheral activity. Like it's not just about something that we do. It could become more like that is the central way in which we distribute content, because what we've seen historically is that brands have their own branded content and influencers are doing their thing. But it could be more about influencers becoming more and more like the mouthpieces through which brands actually distribute content. Because as more and more paid media is coming in, lines are blurring between how you're really distributing content in a branded piece versus influencers. So the planning is happening in the same way. So a typical RNS campaign, like how it really gets planned, is similar for influencers as well, right? So what I see is like something like that coming up, where you have more and more influencers actually doing the mainstream work of actually communicating the brand proposition, etc. And the other is in terms of these new platforms, I see new formats coming in. I see more and more, content is becoming shorter and shorter, more and more snackable. So there'll be a lot more disruption in terms of the formats and the way influencers really create the content, the creators, because we see that evolving all the time. And I'm sure there'll be more AI influence that's going to come in, and probably more automation, something that's more we could actually have virtual influencers doing a lot of this stuff for us. You also have a lot of these new technologies, like you can actually dub that into different languages, right? The same influencer, so your vernacular piece in terms of like if you want to actually dub it into a different language, that happens through AI, etc. So there are a lot more innovations happening. and we'll just see tech being more a part of it, enabling it. I would never see tech as like the mainstream and totally disrupting, but it definitely enables things to become better and more streamlined. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Sahil?
I think I'll probably go second. Just adding on to what Anvesha mentioned, I think Anvesha, more than enabling it, I see it, and maybe in the medium to long term future, that tech will disrupt it, and disrupt it through this one technology that's sort of building rapidly, which is deepfakes, right? And I'm not sure if everybody on the panel, you all have seen what Black Mirror's first episode is, recent season. It's phenomenal, and it's blowing everybody's mind. So I think in the future, and I'm probably taking a 5-year, 10-year future roadmap, not immediate. But what will happen is through use of deepfake, including an Amitabh Bachchan to a general guy on the road who's an influencer, a lot of that transition will happen through AI and use of deepfakes, where content will really be controlled by. I'm sad to say this, but a lot by technology and less by humans. I hope that doesn't happen, but that's where I see it going. So that's my 2 bits on the future.
That's dark. Sujay?
Thanks. I think I see not very long term, but in the very near future, maybe in the next 1 year or so, influencers will be treated as part of regular media planning content only. So there won't be any regular campaign which will be topped up with an influencer campaign. And whether it is our media partners, creative partners, I think all the lines have blurred. So now it will be like probably a one integrated offering coming from a so-called influencer in today's day. But that influencer will say that, hey, I will create the content, I will amplify the content, I will give you the certain desired results. So whether it happens, whether existing traditional agencies, they onboard the influencers, or influencers over a period of time become their agencies themselves. That is something I can see, because more and more brands will stop investing, in my opinion, too much on creative after a point. It will be the creative which will be done by the influencer. And the second piece, at least from an AI point of view, I see is that it will make the life easier for our media planners and executors. It will help us take better decisions. Decisions will be more rational, more data driven, and it will definitely bring efficiency and effectiveness. So yeah, these are the 2 things I can see.
Neeta?
To me, largely, see, we're talking a lot about influencers that actually emphasizes the dependency that you've actually gotten on influencers these days, right? So to me, I think we're moving towards consolidation of influencer buys. I'm sure there's already somebody else working on it, and I have met with a couple of partners who are doing this. So it's about helping brands to manage the scale of influencers in itself. So I think that's one shift that we're looking at. And of course, the partnership of AI and influencer, where I still see that the content that's created is niche, but it's still not personalized. So that's probably one of the challenges that AI will help us address.
But your closing thoughts?
I think I'll probably try to close it where I started it, which is, I think there are silos inside influencer marketing as well, which are really untapped. And I'm really saying this because we end up working with a lot of blue collar professionals, right? So the way they are creating content, the way people are discovering that content is a journey which is, I feel, very, very different as compared to the way we are looking at it. And mainly as brands, we also have to interact with them in a very different manner, because these guys don't have a GST. They can't accept payments like the usual influencers do. They don't respond to your emails as quickly as some of the other influencers do. So I think being cognizant of some of these, and yet the engagement is pretty high quality there, right? So you can't kind of say no to them for some of the brands where these are important TGs for you. So I'm saying inside influencer marketing as well, although we're talking about AI, we're talking about convergence, we're talking about all of those things, I think there are silos that are getting built of TGs who are kind of making their own world, and you have to really look at their discovery, their walkthrough, their experience a bit differently, because although the platform offers multiple gamut of functionalities, all of these guys tend to use it in their own way.
Right. I mean, these are some interesting opinions on the panel. I would love to engage more in these conversations, but we are running out of time. I would love to engage with each one of you later, maybe, and like dig in more in these insights. Thanks a lot, Parth, Netra, Sahil, Anvesha, Sujay, for sparing our time. I think this was amazing. There's a lot of curiosity that is that has been created, and I could see it in the chat section as well. Look forward to more of such interactions with you guys in the near future. Thank you. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see quite a few questions on AI in the chat box. You can hold these questions for the next session, which is about navigating AI marketing journey. We have with us Daksh Sharma, co-founder of eFort. Over to you, Daksh.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks, Karuna. Thank you to the team at Social Samosa for putting up this wonderful session. Karuna, I hope I'm audible before I start sharing my screen.
Yes, you are.
Perfect. I think the previous session was wonderful because there was this talk about influencers, and I was just wondering how the AI influencers are actually going to build the clients. They would necessarily also have all the problems that were mentioned, and probably there's going to be an automation that's going to be built in as well. So I'll just share the screen in the interest of time. We're specifically going to take a deep dive on the trends that are emerging as far as the AI marketing landscape is concerned. The presentation has 4 key layers to it. We have a small but shameless self-plug about what we are doing from the point of view of iFoot. The second thing that we are talking about, how how the tech stack is looking like currently as far as AI is concerned. And then we are looking at some emerging models and the tools that are there in the AI space and what essentially it means for brands and marketers. And lastly, some learnings from the personal observation space that we have had. So very quickly, a very quick insight about how we as an agency have been trying to stay on top of the AI front. Currently, we are having capabilities within the AI space, which range from custom AI ML development solutions to also sort of optimizing your content for the LLMs. That's a space that we have been deeply sort of looking at. And also, if some of you are following our Instagram handle, every week we are sort of running what we call as AI experiments, where we are trying to look at the lens of AI and how you can marry that to your creative and content execution campaigns. So you can check us out on Instagram for that. So let's look at the current technology stack. And that's actually the base of the discussion. I'd like to spend some time on it because a lot of us believe that AI is primarily limited to ChatGPT and Midjourney. But when you look at a larger lens and when you look at things from a top line overview, there is a lot more to it. So there's a gentleman called Jeremiah Oyong. He's a Forrester research analyst. He's actually the one who has created this tech stack. And he starts from a data layer. So when you look at the base layer of all the AI models, we have at the base what we call as the data. And within data, we have primarily 3 types of data. For example, right now we have data which is public data. Now that's the data which is actually with OpenAI or any other large language model where you have been consuming content. Then we have proprietary data. Now proprietary data is actually sitting behind the firewalls. So currently public data is about 20%. That's the data which is actually there, which is being consumed by the LLMs. And then we have proprietary data, which is actually sitting behind the firewalls. That's all organizational data that is out there. And then lastly, we have synthetic data. Now, synthetic data is the data that is being created by people like us when we are interacting with LLMs. So imagine a query that I actually give with to a ChatGPT. The data that is actually created, which may or may not be correct, is classically called as synthetic data. And Jeremiah has actually extended that to even add a future data type, which is called proof of fact, which simply means that there's going to be validation to the synthetic data as well, because right now we don't know whether that data is correct or not, because LLMs are bound to be producing hallucinating content, and there's going to be a layer of correction that's going to be added to it. Then the next layer that we're looking at is the AI infrastructure layer, and this is where all your hardware, the data centers come in, and 90% of the production that is happening in the world right now is actually sourced from Taiwan, and the big companies are actually snapping up all the hardware currently, and there is a fair amount of wait time if you're a developer that is there in the AI infrastructure. And then we have the AI models. Now, we have two types of models that are currently existing. We have the proprietary models. Now, these are the models on the basis of which you can build your apps, or you can use open source models. Now, classically, a proprietary model would be anything from an OpenAI model or a BARD, or even the new model that is being launched by Amazon. And if you're looking at building an open source model, you can check out a website like Hugging Face, which is by far the best repository available for developers or marketers who want to sort of use this as a technology. There are about 20 open source models that are available, and you could sort of look at building your stack on this. Now, the other question that is being asked is, should you be using a proprietary model or should you be using an open source model? The answer that is actually existing is to combine both of these, because it's not going to be one model is going to work for you versus the other. So ideally, you could look at combining both the elements. And then these are the apps that are being built on top of these models, the infrastructure and the data. Now, I'm sure a lot of us are already using some of these apps, Midjourney is one of them. But there are a lot of apps that are emerging in this category. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this website. It's called There's an AI for That. It currently has more than 6,500 projects that are available. And that's just rapidly rising every single day, because there is absolutely critical movement that's happening in this category. These are B2C apps, these are B2B apps, and there is a bunch of other movement that's taking place. And then lastly, we have autonomous agents. Autonomous agents are what we used to call as bots. And autonomous agents are going to be our assistants, which we can configure and optimize to create a task for us, or solve a problem for us. So if you're facing a challenge which is around research as a marketer, we can actually use an autonomous agent to solve that challenge that we are facing. I'll be talking more about this as an example. Now let's look at the marketing stack. This is something that I've created specifically for the purpose of SMLive. And I fundamentally have categorized the marketing stack into multiple layers, starting with the research layer. Now, when we look at the existing tools that are available, there are a bunch of tools that can help you if you're, let's say, from the agency side, you want to perhaps use a tool for your research, for your pitch presentation. You could actually use any of these existing tools. I'll be giving you a highlight about what Agent GPT does. But it can help you with secondary research. Imagine, let's say, you're pitching to a brand which is in the healthcare category and you want to find out what the consumer trends are. You could use some of the stack of these tools for your research purpose. Then the next category that we have is long-form content creation. And why have I used these tools, and why we have some of the prominent names that are missing from this category? What happened is after the influx of generative AI, a lot of these tools have become more mature, and they have specifically taken categories which are required for marketers. So when you look at a tool like Byword, it's perfectly positioned for SEO folks. So if you're looking at long form content where you want your content to be optimized for search engines, you could look at tools such as Draft Horse or Byword. On the other hand, I'd also recommend checking out a tool like Writer. Now, what Writer does is it's typically solving a problem for brand voice. For example, you have a healthcare client, or you have a pharmaceutical client. The issue that happens with such categories is, how do you get a LLM, or how do you get an AI to understand your brand voice? And that's where you could use tools such as writer.com to create a specific brand voice and let the LLM understand what is it that you want to tell to the user. So the training happens using the API that's available. Or if you want to sort of reduce your time on the presentation, you want actually to do the AI to do the job, you could use something like Slides AI. I know, a lot of you are already using ChatGPT, but let's say if you don't want to use ChatGPT, you could use apps like Slides AI or Gamma or Node that's available. I'll be giving all these names later. So that will just make, your presentation creation process much more simpler. Let's talk about videos. That's the fourth layer in this category, because we are talking about, a lot of these LMs being multimodal. You could combine text, images, and videos. So we have tools such as Doom, and all of these tools have been personally tested by me. Doom actually allows you to create short videos based on a long video. So imagine you have a video which is maybe an hour long on YouTube and you want to create YouTube shorts out of that. You could actually use Doom to create everything from the short content to the captions, and also, the AI sort of figuring out which parts are more relevant for the point of view of user. Augie is a tool that you can use to create videos. So let's say, we have SMLive taking place and I want AI to create a video just highlighting the speakers and panelists. Augie can actually read that public data that is there. You can just feed in the images and it will create a very nice video which can use for distribution purposes. And I'm sure if you're a creator, you are already using a tool, or you're aware of a tool such as Captions. I think it's by far one of the most brilliant generative AI tools in this category, which is making super easy for creators to create, edit, distribute, and publish content. In fact, I believe a lot more people are going to become creators just because you have tools such as Captions available, because they're even taking care of your ideation and thinking. So that's how the stack is emerging. And below all of this is where the base layer is. That's where we are all using ChatGPT, Midjourney, even stuff like Stable Diffusion or Bing or Bard. So when I'm right now talking to marketers, I believe a lot of marketers are saying that, hey, yeah, I'm actually using AI, but I'm using ChatGPT a lot. But what you sort of need to understand is how you can actually layer these tools and how you could actually, use these tools depending on the stage or depending on the funnel or depending on, what your job is entailing, and you could actually make these tools work for you. And a disclaimer, a lot of these tools are still being developed. Some of these tools are early in the category, so you might actually find some errors. But that's where the beauty of AI is, because it's constantly developing. Every week there are changes that are taking place. And I think if you are facing some issues now, it's just going to be resolved. So I think you need to be a little patient. Probably if you want to be ahead of the curve, take some of these things for a try and let me know, what your feedback is. Now, I want to spend some time briefly for about 5 minutes, looking at some trends that are coming in this space as marketers. The first trend is how the entire search engine ecosystem is changing. Two layers is what I'm specifically looking at. As a user, the consumption is happening via the LLMs. Today the user is actually going to a ChatGPT and not necessarily a search engine to consume the information. And if you're an SEO marketer, you have to look at how can you sort of think about what an LLM is actually creating and how an LLM is actually able to source content. And the other thing which I talked about, and I'll be also giving an example of it, is autonomous agents. Now these are agents which are actually doing the job for you. So instead of you going to the internet, the agents are going to the search engines and are bringing back the information for you. So classically in SEO 1.0, I was sort of optimizing for the users. But here, as you can see, you're optimizing for the LLMs, and also you're optimizing for the autonomous agents. And that's a challenge that lies for SEO marketers as AI is going to develop more. So I specifically for the presentation, I looked at this example. I'm not sure if everybody has access to the new search engine console, which has just been released by Google. One of the key things that's actually going to be very prevalent is the context. So if you see here, this is very soon going to be available for everybody. If you are using a VPN and if you have access to this, you can try it right now. Now, if you look at the search query and you say, tell me more about social samosa, it actually gives you the answer. Look at the real estate and look at how your search links have now been changed by this green palette. And you also have multiple questions which are related to your original query. Now, essentially what search engines are actually telling you is that you'll have recursive contextual conversations so that you don't need to navigate to various links. And that's coming to all your search engines. That's coming very soon. If you don't have access to it, just wait for it. You'll be getting it as well. Now, what I did was, just for the context of this example, I clicked further on who's the owner of Social Samosa, and there you go. It actually changes the answer again. So as you can see, I think what we are looking at from this example is context is becoming very critical. And the whole idea of optimizing your search to be probably in the top 5 or top 10 positions is going to actually have a serious challenge, because what Google or most of the search engines are now going to promote is context and relevance, because they want user to sort of just click and stay in the recursive loop. And that's how the search behavior is changing. The other trend that we have been looking at is how AI can be a disruptive layer for product and image trends, especially applicable for the e-commerce category. And this is one use case which we were exploring recently. You take any skincare brand and you just take an image. With mobile, you can actually have high converting ad images that can be created such as this. And all of this using generative AI is becoming super easy. And what it means is that there are brands who are struggling with high production cost. They want to sort of lower down the timelines. They want to have high quality output. AI is making it much more feasible. Let's look at some more examples. This is another, a reference from a Twitter user, Salma. She created a beautiful, a product shoot example for this brand, which is a super chai latte. And this is another video that we created for a skincare brand. Again, these are some concepts that we have been actually working towards. So as you can see, these are some limitless possibilities. And as marketers, with the fact that, AI can actually get you to do the output more faster, it will allow us to probably think from a creative lens even more and will help us to push the boundaries even more. I talked about this tool called Augie. This is just a representation of the kind of videos that these tools can create. I'll just quickly play and take a pause.
As a wellness coach, you're passionate about guiding people to lead healthier, more balanced lives. But how can you effectively communicate your mission, methods, and results to potential clients? The answer is through video. Video is an incredibly powerful tool for connecting with your audience on a personal level. When used effectively, it can provide potential clients with an insight into who you are, what you do, and how you can help them. In fact, over 90% of users say that videos help them make purchase decisions, and this can be applied to your wellness practice. With video, you can give potential clients a glimpse into your coaching sessions, provide valuable health and wellness tips, and share.
Yeah, so of course, I'm not being paid by Augie to talk about this, so I'll pause this and you guys can see this later. But very interesting thing is, I think if you're a marketer, don't feel threatened by the fact that AI is actually, probably going to take your job in the space of video editing. I was just, talking to my co-founder. I think what we believe is that the existing stack is going to remain, but there are a lot of times, you kind of need quicker output, you need faster turnaround, and that's where, AI is going to play a very critical role. Not everything is going to be replaced. A lot of times, you are okay with sort of average quality because a lot of these tools are not really creating top quality content. But if you are okay with average quality, you can actually, bring in some human elements. That's where, the lens of AI is what you need to look at.
As a wellness.
I talked about Gamma. So very quickly, Gamma also works on prompt mechanism. It can dish out some amazing presentations for you. Let's quickly look at that. Yeah, so as you can see, all you need to give it is a prompt. And in a personal business use case, what we found out is that a lot of times, as agencies and marketers, we are doing a lot of presentations which require a lot of repetition. And sometimes, presentations that not necessarily require a lot of creative intelligence. That is where, apps such as Gamma can be brought into play. And they can, really sort of reduce a lot of time for you in terms of doing the preliminary research and even dishing out, some amazing presentations like these. So that's another layer. The fifth element that I'd like to sort of bring in over here is the element of personalization, because there was a lot of talk earlier in the previous sessions about contextual targeting and even, sort of nailing down what the user is looking at. So these are quick examples of different personal AIs. The one that you see is from a growing tool called heypi.com. This has been sort of revolutionizing a lot of stuff in the US. They have raised, I think, Series D funding. And another example that we have is actually a tool called Personal AI itself. So what they're doing is they're sort of understanding how I, as a user, am consuming the content information. What is it that I'm doing on a daily basis? So you give them access to the things that you have publicly available and the kind of information that you can share with them. Based on that, they can layer your life and they can make things simpler for you. And as a marketer, what you need to think is if the user is interacting with a personal AI, and you are looking at targeting him on the search engine or through your social media advertising ecosystems, how is it that you are actually going to personalize the content over here? And that becomes the question for you. Lastly, we have the autonomous agents. You can go check out this tool called Agent GPT. You can actually create multiple GPTs, such as research, travel, and all. So if you're probably doing some presentation, requires you to do some competition about the brands, just go here, set a goal, and watch AI do the magic for you, and will give you all the information that you need. So you could take it for a spin. So this is the summary, and after this, I'll be happy to take if there are any questions. I'd precisely like to summarize the learnings as of now, and these are almost like rapidly changing on a weekly basis, and that's how fast the ecosystem is moving. What AI means for marketers is that the timelines of producing content are going to be way faster now. The costs are actually going to be lower because you don't need to do fancier production shoots, as you saw in the example behind. And a lot of AI-led agencies is what we would see as a trend. A lot of agencies are going to be using these tools, these stacks, and are going to build their business models on the top of this. Marketers also need to look at how user is consuming the content. We talked about personal AI. If your user is hanging between LLMs and is never really going to a search engine, or for that matter in social media, how do you actually even target him is one of the questions that emerges from this. I also think that in the internal business operations, both for marketing teams and brand, there's going to be a lot of automation that will be brought in. So if you were spending time, hours doing research, you could look at sort of automating your workflow and focus more about, creativity and strategic thinking. That becomes a key layer as well. And lastly, a lot of these tools, are still developing. So security is a challenge. Building the brand voice and how do you sort of trust an LLM when an LLM is making a recommendation. These are going to be some prevalent issues, including the copyright as well, because that's one of the key questions going around with tools like Midjourney. These are going to be some discussion topics of the future. I have a 20-minute slot, but I'll be happy to sort of address this offline. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it as a summary, and happy to take any questions. Thank you so much, Social Simosa.
Thank you, Daksh, for that compendious session. I'm afraid we don't have time for Q&A. We'll have to move on to our next session. Thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Another industry that has grown leaps and bounds in a short period of time is D2C. In our next panel discussion, we'll go beyond likes, views, and shares to find out social media play for D2C brands. Without further ado, I would like to invite up on this virtual stage our moderator for the session, Raghav Bagai, co-founder at SocialWash. On the panel, we have Harmeet Singh, Vice President, Marketing, Product and Digital, The Body Shop. Singda Chaudhary, Head of Growth and Strategy, Good Media Company. Raghav.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Raghav?
All good here. Thank you for the time. It's going back to back. A lot of information and knowledge going out today.
Yes, the jam-packed.
Hamid, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, yes. Is it okay now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Hi. Hi,
Hello, how are
Raghav.
you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
All good, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we're waiting for Snigdha to also join in, and then we begin.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll just go on mute till then.
Yeah. Great. I think Singha is also with us. Great. Super. I think we can begin. There's a little bit of lag.
On my end, I'm so sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. Great. Super. So I think, yes, we should begin. I think we're running behind in terms of time, so we'll just dive straight in. So yeah, I mean, personally, we're excited to be moderating this discussion. It's a very interesting topic. So we'll dive straight in, right? So I think just like to begin with opening the floor on talking about how the D2C landscape, has evolved over the last couple of years, right? So your opening notes on that, maybe Harmeet, you want to begin and then stick down.
Yeah. Should I start first, Raghav?
Please.
Yeah, just a minute. So as you know that the D2C landscape has experienced a significant shift, I would say. I'm sorry, I just need to put my charger, 1 minute. Second. I just came from a meeting. Yes, is that okay now?
Yeah,
yeah,
I can hear you. Yep.
Yeah. So as we know that the D2C brands, they've seen a significant shift in the marketing landscape, where I would say the key reasons what we would say we would give it is, of course, the times of COVID, how what we saw and how the digital platforms have had a significant, I would say, a significant transformation since then. The marketing landscape for us, I would say at D2C has completely transformed in terms of how we are gathering the data now, the customer data, how we are including the preferences, the purchasing behavior, how we are also creating much targeted campaigns comparatively what we used to do pre-COVID. And also we are doing a lot of personalization now for the customers, because we know there's a huge digital preference for all these customers to be online for their, I would say, for something for their convenience. So I would just say that our marketing strategies at the Body Shop these days, they're evolved, and we have great customer considerations when we create the content, when we look at what platforms we need to be there, very relevant platforms. The RTGs are absolutely the targeted customers, where we know where our customers are, what platforms they're using, and of course, going along with the way of how dynamic the market is, the ever-changing market in terms of the brand voice reaching to.
So makes sense, a lot of it, yeah. So and over to you, Snigdha, as well on that. And specifically, the last 2 years, a lot of newer brands have also kept in, right? So what do you think in terms of how how the trends have emerged, considering the competitiveness? The Shark Tank has helped so many D2C brands to come in as well. What are the general trends, and how do you see the landscape has evolved in the last couple of years?
I think completely agreeing with everything Amit just said. So I think COVID definitely played a large part in how the market changed drastically. Earlier, all our brands had some sort of a digital presence, but all our brands were larger in terms of offline presence, right? Be it our own stores or other stores. And I think COVID completely changed the game for everyone. I think that's where D2C boomed, because also all the brands suddenly cut all their spends on newspaper, print, or hoardings, etc. And all of that went to digital. So, and that was also measurable, right? Like we could see immediately that the money that you're spending, how is it converting? Are you targeting the right user? So I think in that sense, like the marketing game completely changed for D2C brands. And like you said, Shark Tank, multiple other platforms have given growth to a lot of D2C brands, and emerged a lot of D2C brands in the last 2 years, especially in the beauty industry that Harmeet and we both are a part of. We have multiple brands that have come up in the last 2 years. Phenomenal. Not like they are not doing, they may not be doing the same numbers as the larger brands, but they're all doing phenomenally still.
For the size and for the years of their growth, it's a decent chunk there. And how, I mean, and for both of you as well, on whoever wants to take it up, is how different or difficult is this idea of from multi-retail to only online kind of D2C brands? There's almost like a wave of, hey, we'll just be online, right? How difficult or how different it is for a brand to navigate that compared to multi-retail, right? Multi-outlet. Ami, do you want to take that?
Yeah. So Raghav, as you know that the Body Shop has been primarily in the retail space. We started off as a retail brand long back, 17 years ago. And today we stand as one of the biggest beauty retailers in India.
Yeah.
Over 200 stores. Yes, we did see a shift of consumers. That is back in 2015 when we actually launched our website, our online trading. And we have learned a lot along the way, from 2015 to where we are now. How the customer is viewing us, how the industry is evolving in terms of the online content, online e-commerce, what kind of pricing, what kind of competition we are facing in this space, in the online space. Everything is actually dictating to where we need to be and where we are as of today. So we are very happy with a lot of healthy competition in the space, in the online space, what we are navigating at the moment. A lot of other brands, what we see is an opportunity for us, because what the Body Shop stands for, in terms of the DNA, we are in fact able to communicate to the customer much better, more effectively from our platform and showcase our beautiful range of products and rich ingredients, and of course the brand heritage through our online space. As I can tell you, the business was below 10%. I would say, yes, the focus was there. At that time, I would say this is much before 2015-16, when the digital shopping in beauty space was still limited. People were still hesitant to buy a beauty product online. We were just about, I would say, about 8 to 9% of the total business. We saw a gradual increase of our online business, touching 15%. And as of today, post-COVID, we can say we are 25% plus as to our own, our own .com business. So as I'm saying, we have really grown richer in our, I would say, in our understanding, in our knowledge, in our experiences. And we're very happy that we're offering an absolutely a great platform, a D2C platform, to all the consumers who want to shop online, and a great experience to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think the challenge becomes difficult when, people can buy offline and online.
Yeah.
For an online only brand, it's, there is no other option. So it becomes even more trickier in your space there. Cynthia, anything to add to this from your end?
So Raghav, actually, our brand story is the complete opposite of what Harmeet was saying. So
exactly.
We are a primary D2C brand. 60% of our business comes in from our own D2C website, be it My Glam, Organic Harvesting, Botanica, Moms, all the brands under our portfolio. And only about 40% of our brands are available offline. I think the offline perspective really works, like how Body Shop beautifully provides an experience. Like when you enter a Body Shop store, it's an experience, right? And you're actually buying the experience, not the product. But for us, it's a different story. Consumer is actually interested in the product, not the experience. So now with growing our offline business, I think that is the primary objective, to kind of give the user that experience as well, apart from a quality product.
Yeah, makes sense. And coming from what you said, right? I'll throw it at you first, Nigha. Is what role does social media play for a D2C brand, right? So yes, performance marketing gets you ads, but yeah, is social media important? If yes, then what role does it play?
I didn't even say 100 to 100, I would say 1000%. I think what a user buys, apart from, again, product quality, all of that is great. But I think today, as the user evolves, the consumers become so much more conscious about the choices they're making, also because there are so many options available. So if you want to tell your brand story and tell the user why they want to buy your brand and why they should consume it, why they would pick your brand, I think social media plays a very, very pivotal role in doing that. So your brand story, unfortunately now with most D2C brands, we can't do a TV campaign, right? Budgets don't allow that. So to build a brand story, it's really important. In terms of people actually discovering you online, social media influencer marketing has become such an important tool in your marketing mix that it no longer can be ignored. Like you have to do that to grow your brand rapidly.
Yeah, perfect. And Harmeet, I think owing from this, right? So how should, let's say, a brand, when they're making the strategies, devise how much to spend on, let's say, performance, how much to spend on, let's say, brand or social and creative? How do you go about it, and how should, let's say, neo D2C brands go about it? Performance marketing versus brand marketing, if I may.
Both are equally important, Raghav. I think
Yeah.
they go hand in hand. We all know that, right? Very importantly, it's the creation of the content, the right content, and and on-brand content, I would say. I'll just give you, while we are just discussing this, I'll give you a quick example as to the Body Shop has just launched a great campaign last month. We launched a campaign called the Change Making Beauty. We call it the CMB campaign, and we in the campaign we have 3 female artists, and these are the 3 achievers where we say how they are change makers in their own way. It's a great campaign. It's absolutely on dot with the Body Shop values on fearless, feminist. These women who want to go out there and achieve and break all the shatter all the glass, the glass ceilings. What we created the campaign, I mean to say, not that we thought, we wanted to, of course, put across a message to the audience, to consumers out there. This was a brand message. And today we stand at 50 plus million views in 1 month. It's like 4 weeks. And this is all a great performance, I would say, a great results we got from social media. When I say social media, it's Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and a great response in terms of people are loving the campaign and they know the Body Shop a little better now, I would say. They know much better. So this is about creation and, of course, the dissemination of the content. When you go to performance marketing, as I told you, we created a great campaign, but if we don't make it reach to our consumers, it's it doesn't really matter that what we are trying to say. So we do strike a balance in our budgets whenever we are planning a campaign. Of course, we have to work with our own budgets, internal budgets. We keep a great budget, of course, for creating the content as important, but we also have budget for performance marketing. And that's the reason I just told you that the campaign has done so well, because we could balance both the budgets very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's very important for brands to also keep in mind is how, depending on your brand journey, you devise the strategies, right? So a brand where Body Shop is at this point will be very different to compare to a brand which is, maybe doing a few hundred sales monthly. So that strategic analysis of, hey, where do I spend is key, essentially as well. And staying at social media as well, is that, do you think social media plays, let's say, a top funnel role of, making your consumers, new consumers aware? Do you use them more as, as a mid funnel, bottom funnel, where you engage with your existing customers? How do you go about a mix of, or do you just generally create content that, becomes big? Let's say what a Zomato would do or so on. What role do you see further as a, because sales is priority for most D2C, right? Where does the social content fit into it? If Snigdha, you want to take that up.
So rather, how I would say it is, when we devise a social media strategy, we have a very clear understanding for each platform and what is the objective. And then within each platform as well, if we have, say, certain content buckets that we're creating, what is the objective for each content bucket? So like you said, some of it is for, the top funnel. It's for an awareness perspective. It's for the brand creation perspective. It's for people to understand your brand journey and story, which is how you'll kind of build a loyal customer base. So that also plays a role. But then we also have certain content buckets and platforms which are devised primarily from a conversion perspective, or getting users on the bottom funnel as well. Users that you would like to stick with your brand and keep making repeat purchases. So I think an effective strategy when we build for social media, and Instagram plays a very different role as compared to a Facebook, as compared to a YouTube, as compared to the short video apps now that can't be ignored any longer either. So even if we don't have a TikTok today, we have a Moz and a Josh, which are huge and they're very big in the tier 3 and tier 4 market. So I think an effective solution is to actually understand what the particular platform is, who are the users there, and then build a strategy accordingly.
Agreed. I think couldn't agree more. I think each platform is allowing very different use case at this point. I think it's more distinct than ever in the last few months. Absolutely. And I think now interesting one, right? So how do you guys suggest in terms of utilizing influencers for a D2C brand, right? I think they're a huge part of most D2C strategies. How would you suggest brands to look at? How have you guys looked at? And Harmeet, if you want to take that to begin with, the role of influencers in your strategy.
Yeah, so I would admit that influencers' content has become very key these days, as we know that they are actually a very effective engine when we have to go across to a TG. And for us, our influencer strategy is very, I would say, very targeted. Depends on what kind of content we want the influencers to put forward. So in terms of our strategy, we have younger consumers, we have consumers who are 35 plus, we have consumers who are maybe much older, and of course these consumers, what they're looking for in terms of we are very selective in the influencer pool whom we are selecting to put forward the right message, what we want to portray or what we want to give out to the consumers. So for example, I would just give you that we have great engagement with our top selling range, which is the British Rose. And we know the consumers, they've loved our range, and we have the right influencers who can actually promote the ingredients, the efficacy of the products to these younger consumers and younger generations, whom I believe these generations who just reach out to when they see the influencers, I think there is a part where they say, okay, maybe I should also try, one of the products and see how it feels like. So for us, an influencer strategy is always a key strategy. Every time we have new launches, our current key products, and it has so far been very effective in our business.
Exactly. And I think the newer trends of utilizing influencers, right? So there are campaigns, a lot of brands are using in product pages, which is not so common as previously as well. So any thoughts on that? And also another one to you to add to this one is, what's your thought on, let's say a macro versus nano micro, if you'd like to talk about that as well.
So, Raghav, in terms of the macro micro split, so I used to previously head an influencer marketing platform called Clixo, which is now the Good Creator. So my understanding is macro and micro creators are both extremely effective. And honestly speaking, an effective strategy again would be a 50-50 split, because your macros help you build credibility for the brand. But then it's your micros that, are more relatable, and that's what people understand and relate with. And that also becomes very important. So in our case, we are a mass brand. We are not a very niche brand. Our price points are also fairly competitive in the market. So we again, our strategy is divided very between all the platforms. So on YouTube, for example, say if we have, for example, a 10 lakh budget campaign, then we probably only partner with one macro and about 7 to 8 micro creators, because we also want people to discover our videos, discover our products. If they're searching for like lipstick shades, for example, that's what people primarily search for on YouTube, how to use the product, was the product effective. Then we want people to discover our product, but we also want that one strong voice of say when you want someone to say that, yeah, I've used this product, it worked for me. Then that macro creator comes in who builds that credibility for me and for my brand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, completely aligned there as well. And I think while influencers is one set, which is very exciting, the other is AI, right? I mean, I think it's another trend which not many have capitalized yet, maybe for data, yes. But what are your sort of thoughts on utilization of AI? Have you guys done something, plans, just thoughts as well, if you have? And Sindha, you can take that first, maybe.
AI, two of the very cool features which most beauty brands have. One is, of course, a virtual try-on, which is very important for any makeup brand primarily, because people want to see what a particular lipstick or an eyeliner looks like on them. So that is something that's already available on my brand. The other cool feature we have for our skincare brands is we have a skin analyzer where you pretty much scan your face and it recommends to you basis your initial scan, what are the concerns the camera can read on your skin, and what are the products it can recommend. And then again, that's a very direct user journey where we tell you, I have dark circles, so okay, these are the products available on our brand which can help you with this concern. So these are some of the simpler examples. I think custom marketing on WhatsApp, email, that of course is something that we're very effectively using AI for. I think these are some of the things that we've already done and experimented with. I think going forward, I saw some of the cool things that were discussed in the previous session, and I would love to implement them in marketing.
Exactly. Yeah, makes sense. Harmeet, anything you'd like to add to this as well?
Yeah, I absolutely agree to what Snigdha just mentioned about the AI and how effective it is. And at the Body Shop, as she just mentioned, you also mentioned it's a great experiential store. We love to welcome our customers and experience, on hand, the colors, the shades, the texture, and that's what they love, the Body Shop, when they come to the store and they enjoy. But I agree today, these days, AI is extremely important. And a lot of customers do go by the AI suggestions, that how they need to shop.
Yeah, and I think what it will do is it'll enable a lot of smaller brands to create like high quality assets, right? Like, for example, we just launched an AI studio, and for us, one of the bigger ones is, hey, you don't need to do a shoot worth a few lakhs. You can legit just like take like 2 minutes and do an absolutely fantastic product shot. So I think that is just a very small example of how that will just enable D2C in the future. And just to kind of conclude, the last question is that, let's say if you'd like to talk about any trends or just some let's say key advices to a brand which is just starting in their D2C journey, right? What would be let's say your suggestions to them, or what would be certain trends that they should absolutely keep in mind? Maybe Harmeet, you want to take that first?
Should I take it first? I'm not sure. Snigdha, you want
Yes,
to go
please.
ahead?
No, please, Harmeet.
Okay. So I think where I come from, I must tell you, I joined the Body Shop in 2006, the year when the Body Shop entered India. So I've been with the Body Shop since almost 17 years. And my journey, what I would say, is the brand DNA with the brand. It is what you need to create. The brand is where the brand's foundation is very strong. So if you're thinking of launching a brand on the basis of some ideology, I think that is what is very important. Your ideology is extremely important, that this is what the brand stands for. And you need to create very, very dynamic and on-brand content to communicate that to the customers for you to be successful on the online space, because it's extremely important. The customer needs to understand the brand and not only the products and the services, what you will offer. So today, I think, as we see, the consumers are so well aware. They, at the click of a button, they have all the information. You need to distinguish your brand. It has to be so distinctive that the customer says, yes, this is the brand I want to shop from. So I won't go into details. I'm sure you understood where I'm coming from, that it is the brand's, I would say it's what the brand stands for is very, very important for your starting of the communication of your content and creating content and kind of blasting your brand in the online space.
Absolutely. I think it's gold to hear from, a brand marketer. Because I think as agencies, hey, listen, you have to have a brand story is like the core of, our pitch. And I think often a lot of brands just go in a very myopic view of, hey, let's just do product, let's just get sales. They miss out on having our own story, what your value system. So absolutely, I think. Snigdha.
I'm not completely on the same page as Harmeet. I think brand story is super critical, because I feel the shift that's primarily happened from Gen X to millennials is millennials are more aware and Gen Z is even more aware. And for them, things like saying sustainable brand, conscious brand, vegan, cruelty-free, all of these are labels they actually look at and they understand. They no more need to be told, what it means. So I think having a brand story, what you stand for and what you should resonate with is super important. I think that is something that consumers are consciously choosing brands from. And we just have to understand as a brand that not all consumers are going to use our brand and like it. And we cannot, speak to every single consumer. So I think it's very clear to have a very distinct identity and just own it. Like, we have to say that, yes, we are this. And we would love for you to try it. And if you don't believe in what we stand for, it's perfectly okay. There's another brand in the market today that provides you what you're looking for. So I think it's primarily that in terms of trend. And the other thing is customizing. I think what users are really looking for today is customized products, customized messaging, customized experiences. So I think Amazon, Netflix, they do it so well. I think that is the journey that is becoming super important for D2C brands. How do we customize products? So even on Shark Tank, for example, you saw there were brands that are doing customized shampoos basis your hair concern. I think that is basically the future of D2C.
Yeah, huge space there. Exactly. I
Yeah.
think absolutely makes sense. I think we're mostly done. I'll just probably take like this one question a lot of people have mentioned is solving for repeat in D2C. How does one go about it? How does one go about creating a loyal and engaged consumer base? So yeah, I mean, I think since a couple of people asked that, Snigdha or Harmeet, you want to take that, and I think we can conclude with that.
Okay, so I'll take that. Okay, in terms of solving for the repeat customers, yes, it's extremely important for a brand to that you acquire a customer and you want the customer to come back to you. So for us, of course, it's the brand, as I said, the brand, what it stands for, but also we have a great program. We also have a CRM program, which is the Love Your Body program in the Body Shop. And we reward customers when they come, they shop with us. We reward customers when they come and give us some empty bottles of their shower gel. We recycle them. We reward them with the points. We give them products. We basically make their experience a bit more better and more fun, I would say. Yes, I think it's very important for a customer to have a great experience, whether they are in store or whether online, for them to say this, I want to go back and shop again with the brand. So it's extremely important to have a great CRM program when you are having your own brand. I won't say it's only the CRM program, but of course, an overall marketing approach, what the brand takes to excite the customer wherever they are, so that they are the return customers to the brand. I can go on and on, but I think I will tell Snigdha to speak a bit more, because of course we do a lot. And for us, our repeat customers are, we have a great percentage of people who come back to us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, again, aligned with you complete, Harmeet. I think what we also really try to do in terms of ensuring we have repeat customers is focusing a lot on the user experience. We know for a fact if you have one happy user, they're going to come back 10 times. And if you have one happy, unhappy customer, they're probably going to affect 10 more people. Right? So user experience is something that we really, really focus a lot on. So if we have a single complaint, feedback that we've received, we try our best to resolve it in the best way possible. We also offer a point system on every single purchase that you make under any brand by the Bhutan Group. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think, of course, focus messaging, focus marketing is all of the other things that we do, but it's primarily user feedback and experience that is for us to get repeat customers.
Super. I think that's about that. I think you've taken the right time for ourselves as well. So thank you. I think, Harmeet, thank you, Snigdha. Great interacting with both of you. And I'm just very excited how our thoughts aligned pretty much on most things. So, just shows, I think this is the right direction, I think, for most brands to take up on D2C. And yeah, I think, Karuna, over to you.
Thank you, Raghav. Thank you, Snigdha and Harmeet, for that riveting.
Thank you so much. It was
Thank
so
you.
lovely being here today. We had a great time. I actually got to catch on the previous session, which was also really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Same here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Snigdha. Thank you, Raghav. Thank you, Karuna.
Bye.
A great session.
Sure,
Thank
thanks.
you all to listening to us. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Up next, we have a case study on Vigil Auntie, creating an influencer for good. Ishan Balwani, Creative Director, FCB Connect, will take us behind the scenes, sharing what went behind creating the Vigil Auntie character for HDFC Bank.
Hi, thank you, Karuna.
Hi, Ishan. Yes.
Hi. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and speaking on behalf of FCB Connect. I'm just gonna quickly share my screen on a presentation that I've made for this. Here we go. Great. So this is a campaign that we've been working on for the past, I think, year and a half. It's very, very close to our heart at FCB Connect and, of course, for HDFC Bank. And the campaign in question is Vigilante. This is about how we created an influencer or a superhero, rather, for the good of banking and financial, institutions and people, and how we can avert frauds in general, right? So I'm going to go through this chronologically, and I'm going to skim through it in the interest of time. And it all starts with a brief from the client. Of course, that's how these campaigns come to life. And the brief, of course, was that we are India's largest private sector bank, and it's our responsibility to come up with a campaign that educates the people about financial fraud. They also had an existing campaign, PSA campaign called Move Band Rakho that needed a refresh. And it's also an RBI mandate for all financial institutions to kind of spread awareness about frauds in India. So if that was too long and you didn't read, we basically needed to save this poor person from that really, really bad guy who's also a fraudster, right? And it all starts with a brainstorming session where we all got into a room and we kind of discussed some key insights that, are prevalent today. And that is that Indians are super frugal with their money. But still somehow 42% of Indians are, attacked by financial fraud in the last 3 years, and 70% of them, approximately 70% of them, haven't even got their money back, right? And so there's probably something wrong. There's something right that the fraudsters are doing, and they're clearly winning, and we need to get ahead of this. And one of the reasons why they're probably winning is because frauds are ever evolving, right? We have an influx of technology that keeps coming in with UPI, with tap to pay, with QR codes, and we're struggling to keep up, but the fraudsters are always one step ahead of us. And for some reason, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but Indians have stopped listening to conventional ways of education, right? Those typical traditional ads that play on your TV. And these ads probably come out a lot after a fraud is already kind of very well in play. And by then, 2 new frauds have popped up that nobody knows about. And there's, of course, the question of the vast target audience from the older generations who aren't that tech savvy to the younger people who probably just started getting out there in the industry, started working and started getting their first salary. But they're probably tech savvy and it's still happening to them. And I'll come to why that's probably happening to them a little later. So with this, we needed an idea. And the idea obviously comes from the fact that, hey, we need to stop these people from getting defrauded, or at least come into the picture as soon as possible, right? When they're acting or about to act really stupid around their money. And we don't listen to conventional methods. It has to be quirky. It has to be fun. It has to be a form of edutainment. And we need something that can keep up with the fraudster, something to match their pace. And therefore, we came up with our very own influencer, who's the first of her kind. She's an anti-fraud influencer called Vigilante, right? She tackles frauds as they come out or as quickly as possible, and she uses social media and collaborates with influencers, celebrities, and uses the latest trends to, kind of get to as many people as possible. So to break down Vigilante and how and why we kind of came up with somebody like this, it's basically that we're in an age of superheroes and vigilantes, and we love them, and it's the most trending hot topic today. And to go back, like to kind of just look at the target audience, we go to the youngsters as well. And when you're a kid, you call your elders respectfully as uncle or auntie. And if your parents probably told you something, you'd probably not listen. But if your friend's parents told you something, that uncle or auntie told you something, you'd probably listen. And so these uncles and aunties are the voice of reason and security in our neighborhood. And obviously, these uncles and aunties listen to other uncles and aunties. So it's kind of hitting two birds with the same stone. So she had to be really cool for these youngsters, and she also had to be serious, but also fun and put a smile on the face of WhatsApp University graduates, the people basically who thrive on WhatsApp updates and sources of information that are super questionable, right? And we created a persona, we created this character thing, keeping all of these things in mind. She, of course, had to be a little bit of HDFC, and she had to be cool, but also like a little bit, like go with the crowd, the older crowd rather. She's that auntie that wears a sari, but also wears those cool sneakers. She's tech savvy. So we needed something that was quirky, something that, like stuck in your head, something that was elemental. And so we came up with this visual symbol, a symbol that stands for, basically it's a stop sign, right, as her bindi. And it just means that, hey, stop. When you're about to do something stupid or you think that something's fishy, keep your mouth shut and think twice before you do something, right? And then we went on to the launch, a pretty big launch where we took over a couple of theater screens, and we tried to scam people without really scamming them. And I'm going to let the video, there's a quick little video about what we did. So I'm going to play that and let that do talking. Can you guys hear it? I think the video isn't playing sound, so I'll just stop share and reshare. There we go.
Hello जी, hi जी. There is no such thing as popcorn in this world. Imagine, आपने अगर कोई random QR code scan किया and आपका bank account इस popcorn tub की तरह empty हो गया तो? Scary, no? I am vigilante and I will always be there to inform you about the latest frauds. Quickly send me a hi on WhatsApp and join my team. Stay safe, stay vigilant.
So that's kind of something what we did during the intermission of a prominent movie that was playing at the time. And we, of course, we had to have something over there. We had to have some story about who this person is, because, of course, people are going to be wondering who Vigilante is and what she's all about. And so we had to go back and think about some story, some work that we can give her that really stands out, right? That makes her stand apart from all the other kind of influencers out there, and why she's involved in the world of financial fraud. And so we took a look at the arc of a superhero, correct? They're born, they have something that happens to them, either it's a loss or they've been betrayed or cheated. And then they have this eureka moment where they're like, hey, listen, I have the power to do something about this. And then they do something about this and probably die, and then they're reincarnated because of metaverse or multiverse or spider-verse or whatever the verses are, right? And so we gave her a story that stood out and we think was a really cool superhero, kind of a superpower that she has. And we have a little video for that I'm going to play.
Thank you, Tati.
Ayo, Winnie, let me keep it safely. Huh, beta?
लोन चाहिए, कैलेंडर लॉन्च करना है।
The country sees a sharp rise in frauds. देश में frauds बढ़ रहे हैं. राज्यात frauds वाढत आहे. देशी fraud भीषण बेड़े गए. हर मिनट एक fraud हो रहा है. Who will save us from these frauds? मैं बचाऊंगी. Vigilante, oh vigilante, not a power, I'm the smarty one. Fraudsters की हूँ anti. Vigilante, hey vigilante, I'm the OG, I'm the ज्ञानी. Please make sure you follow me on Facebook and Instagram. Poda, it's not a party over here, but yeah, this is Vigilante.
So that was the origin story. We gave her some characteristics like she has her roots from South India, and that's because HDFC has a very large market in South India. And but she's still really cool. She's savvy, and there's something that happened to her when she finally gave up on just sitting around and waiting for frauds to take over India, and she had to do something about it. And then we started getting into our content and really like populating our Instagram and Facebook pages, right? But before we did that, we had to establish what vigilante means for HDFC Bank. And that was a little tricky because you've created a superhero, an influencer rather, and you don't want her to be too separated from what she stands for, where she comes from, right? And that was a little like we had to be careful of how we treaded there. But we realized that, okay, she has to fit in for the customer base. It has to make sense to them. And it also has to tackle the employee base that HDFC Bank has, which is quite a large number. It's 1.5 lakh employees that we could leverage. And so we came up with a really neat idea, and I'm going to play a video for that as well.
Frauds in India. Friends, we got to do something about these frauds, which are never ending. I mean, our customers are in pain. Manish, Ravi, what do you think?
So let us run an awareness campaign for our customers.
Manish, यही तो करते आ रहे हैं हम लोग. Practically, we have done everything.
Did someone say frauds?
Now, who are you, ma'am? We are having a serious meeting here. Who are you?
Sir, I'm vigilante. Banking frauds के बारे में सब कुछ जानती. I am here to apply for post of MVP at your bank.
MVP?
Yes, sir. Just like AVP, DVP, EVP, SVP, MVP.
Oh, what is this MVP?
Most vigil person. Now you know you need me. Henna, Henna, Henna.
Okay. Why do we believe that you are a most vigilant person? What do you know about the frauds?
Sir, I know about every kind of fraud that exists. Credit card fraud, PAN card fraud, UPI fraud, Stay-Villa fraud, phishing fraud, QR code fraud. Running out of breath, sir. Thanks.
That's pretty impressive.
How much is the experience that you have when it comes to raising awareness on fraud?
Sir, बचपन से ना मुझे fraud पकड़ने का बड़ा शौक था. By God. In fact, every time I see a fraud happening, I start hiccuping. Sir, are you sure this is made in England?
So, Vigilante, tell me something. What are your strengths?
Sir, I can smell frauds from a mile away.
That's impressive. And what about other strengths?
Sir, when my boss cracks a joke, I laugh the loudest.
That's a really interesting one. I think that's a good cue for some of our team members. Or maybe a bad one, Manish. What do you think?
So, ma'am, what is your weakness?
I end up saying things in bad rhyme, especially when it's not the right time. This is Vigilante.
So, Vigilante, how are we going to target Gen Z and millennials?
I planned through fun content to explain to them the funda of secure banking.
Okay, so on the same thoughts, how will you educate our customer for preventing them from the frauds?
For that, you don't have to worry. 24/7, I am on duty. This is my WhatsApp number. I will not leave you on scene. Getting in touch with me is super easy. I will solve your problems in a jiffy.
Well, Vigilante, I think you're good. So what are your salary expectations?
Sir, I believe only in one kind of CTC. Care towards my customers.
Wow, that's really impressive. I think that's the inspiration we all need. Ravi, Manish?
So she is the hero we need.
Vigilante.
Kandipa, Vigilante, when will you start with us?
सर मैं ऑलरेडी स्टार्ट कर चुकी हूँ.
Okay then, welcome to HDFC Bank. Help us to make our customers safe.
बस अब तो fraudsters की खत्म शांति. Here comes vigilante. Sir, tell them to follow me.
Who?
Them, sir.
Them. Well, being India's largest private sector bank, it's a responsibility to ensure that we help Indian citizens achieve freedom from frauds.
And we are pleased to have Vigilante on our side in this endeavor.
Machan, you can follow her on Facebook and Instagram. V for Vigil Auntie.
Thank you, thank you. And y'all, stay safe, stay vigil.
So once we established her as a part or an MVP for HDFC Bank, this got the employee base also talking, and we then decided to move on and start creating a lot more content. And it was a little difficult because we needed to go lo-fi, which means that it's very influencer like, but at the same time be produced in a certain way. And we also had to think about what kind of frauds we're tackling and how we're getting to people, right? And these things really have to be relatable to a certain extent, because fraudsters aren't really going after you at points of interest like a UPI or tap to pay, but they're getting to you emotionally, right? So we had to go a little deeper, and we found that there is a holy trinity for fraudsters, which is basically desperation, urgency, and trust. They play with you when you're desperate. They get to you, when you need something really quick, and they definitely play with your trust. For example, on a matrimonial website, or as a relationship manager, right? And these three have caused some serious emotional damage for either us or somebody we know, or to somebody who knows somebody, right? We all know some story about somebody who's been defrauded. And how do we tackle this desperation, urgency, and trust? And that is through very, very relatable content that also doesn't just talk about being defrauded. Hey, this is the point where you can get defrauded. Please be careful of UPI, or please be careful of QR codes. But it's also the story of how they get to you, get to that point of the QR code by breaking down these frauds. In today's day and age, we kind of know that many people barely go on to check news websites or news. They get their news from social media, from influencers who talk about things, and we had to kind of be there and get to them through that, right? And I've put together 2 or 3 small, content pegs kind of that we created. The first one was we got the face of, like anti-crime, who is Shivaji Satam. And we had a small talk show with him. This is a quick video that I can just play.
Hi, hello. எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? I am your soon to be favorite vigilante to save you from banking fraud. That's my guarantee. And welcome to the first episode of my brand new show, What the Fraud, जहां हम discuss and dissect करेंगे everything related to, you guessed it, frauds. Now, can you guess who my first guest is? Who? कौन हो सकता है? ड्रम रोल। टीवी पे इन्होंने किए बड़े बड़े क्राइम खत्म। लेडीज एंड जेंट्स, प्रेजेंटिंग मिस्टर शिवाजी साटम।
नमस्ते
शिवाजी जी, कुछ लेंगे आप? टी, कॉफी विदाउट करण?
कहीं इसमें जहर तो नहीं मिला?
जहर तो आई विल गिव दैट फ्रॉड हु ट्राई टू स्कैम यू।
अरे नहीं, अगर वो मर गया ना, आपको फांसी होगी, फांसी।
करेक्ट सर। क्या है ना सर, आई एम अ बिग फैन। तो जब आपके साथ वो केवाईसी फ्रॉड अटेम्प्ट हुआ तो मेरे दिल के अंदर एंगर इन एंड दया आउट।
दरवाजा तोड़ के।
पर आप साफ साफ बताइए ना, एग्जैक्टली हुआ क्या?
प्लान तो कड़क था। बैंक एम्प्लॉय बनकर कॉल किया मुझे और बोला कि केवाईसी अभी के अभी अपडेट करो, वरना आपका अकाउंट फ्रीज हो जाएगा।
रोम्बा स्मार्ट।
और फिर एक स्क्रीन शेयरिंग ऐप डाउनलोड करवाया और बात में मुझसे मेरा फोन एक्सेस करने की परमिशन मांगी। तब जाके मेरे दिमाग की बत्ती जल गई और मैंने सोचा कुछ तो
गड़बड़ है।
गलत हो रहा है।
और अदप्रो येन्ने अच्छी सर, व्हाट हैपेंड नेक्स्ट?
बस मैंने फोन तुरंत काट दिया और नंबर ब्लॉक कर दिया। तब से जब भी कोई अननोन फोन आता है तो मैं बड़ा चौकन्ना रहता हूँ।
सही किया आपने। आई टू कीप टेलिंग पीपल कि बैंक्स कभी भी रैंडम एप्स डाउनलोड नहीं करवाएंगे और ना ही पर्सनल बैंकिंग डिटेल्स मांगेंगे।
वैसे केवाईसी तो एक टाइप का फ्रॉड है।
करेक्ट सर, देयर आर मेनी मोर, जैसे वाइन शॉप फ्रॉड,
होटल बुकिंग फ्रॉड,
नाइजीरियन प्रिंस फ्रॉड,
सिम कार्ड स्वैप फ्रॉड, ग्रीटिंग कार्ड फ्रॉड, अरे लंबी लिस्ट है।
दैट्स व्हाई हर एपिसोड में मैं एक लेटेस्ट फ्रॉड पे लाइट डालूंगी। तब तक के लिए स्टे विजिल, यानी जागृता उन्नंडी, शोठोर को ठाकुन, होशियार रहो, सतर्क रहा। बराबर सर?
खूब चांद।
ऐसे सर आप भी कुछ बताइए ना।
विजिलेंटी की बात कान खोलकर सुन लो, चौकन्ने रहो और फ्रॉड से बचना है तो अपना मुंह बंद रखो।
वैसे आप ना मुझे आंटी मत बुलाइए, आपके लिए सिर्फ विजिल।
So apart from this, Karuna, I'm just going to take 2 to 5 more minutes max, and I can then close. So after this, we decided to take over Reels. That's obviously the most trending thing happening right now. We collaborated with a couple of influencers and came out with content that was very, very fine-tuned by us and them. We also believe that Anu Menon, who of course plays our vigilante, she kind of improvises a lot and brings a lot to the table. So it was very 50-50 between us and her, which is very important. And the flavor was really set by these people. So I'm just going to play 2 of these. One is an influencer video and the other is a content piece that is done entirely by Anu.
थैंक यू सर। हाँ हो गया आपका, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी हो गया। न्यू ज्वाइनिंग, आजा देखते हैं कितना अच्छा है धूप। हाँ मैं आपके इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी से बोल रहा हूँ। आपका बिल बाकी है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भरने का। मेरा नाम विराज है। मेरा नाम प्रकाश है। हाँ मैंने आपको एक लिंक भेजा है। लिंक सही नहीं है। लिंक सही नहीं है? कोड हाँ मैं आपको एक क्यूआर कोड भी भेज रहा हूँ। क्यूआर कोड फेक है। एनईएफटी कर दो मुझे। नो एक काम करो, मैं एक बंदा भेज दूंगा आपके घर पे, उसको बोल दो पैसे दे दे। नहीं कुछ ऐसा चिल्लर कॉइंस या कुछ है तो दे दो प्लीज यार, प्लीज कुछ कर दो। 2 रुपया भेज दो मेरे को, मेरे जॉब का सवाल है प्लीज। हाँ हम लोग अंदर ही नहीं है। अर्जुन सर इधर ही है मेरे।
अपने बॉस अर्जुन को फोन दो।
एक सेकंड, आपसे बात करना चाहते हैं।
सुनो, तेरा ये फ्रॉड नॉर्मली चल जाता, पर नानी मुझे विजिलेंटी को फॉलो करती है तो तुम लोग का ये घटिया फ्रॉड पे फंसने वाली नहीं है। इतना तो पता है कि रैंडम नंबर्स और रैंडम व्हाट्सएप फॉरवर्ड्स पे भरोसा नहीं करना चाहिए, समझे क्या?
अरे नहीं हम फ्रॉड नहीं है।
फोन रख दो मगरमच्छ।
That was one by the influencers, and this one is called कौन बनाएगा कौन मैन को करोड़पति।
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आइए हम और आप मिलकर एक अद्भुत खेल शुरू करते हैं जिसका नाम है कौन बनाएगा कौन मैन को करोड़पति। Stay vigil, stay vigil. Your first question for 25 lakh rupees. You receive this message on your WhatsApp. What do you do next? Option A, save the contact. Option B, call him. Option C, answer the call. या option D, मुंह बंद रखो। मेरी तरफ मत देखिए, मैं आपकी कोई सहायता नहीं कर सकता। आंसर इज ऑप्शन डी, मुंह बंद रखो एंड ब्लॉक एंड रिपोर्ट। क्या आप श्योर है मोहतरमा? 100% बोलेंगे सर। विजिलेंटी। कंप्यूटर जी, ऑप्शन डी, मुंह बंद रखो को लॉक कर दिया जाए। बिल्कुल सही जवाब। बहुत ही बढ़िया खेली आप मोहतरमा। ना देवी और सज्जनों, केबीसी लॉटरी जैसा कुछ नहीं होता है। If you choose to play any option that is not authentic, then you can lose your dhanrashi. Yes, sir. So guys, remember, Messages from an unknown source saying that you have won a lottery is most likely to be a fraud. Look closer for grammar mistakes and poor drafting that indicate message is not genuine. And कुछ fishy लगे तो अपना मुंह बंद रखो. एकदम सही कहा. वैसे I've heard you rate these frauds. क्या रेटिंग देना चाहेंगी आप इस फ्रॉड को? इस MS पेंट पे बनाए हुए मैसेज को मैं दूंगी 4 रॉटन टोमेटोज. और इस स्कैमर की फोन अ फ्रेंड लाइफलाइन में आई विल गिव पुलिस का नंबर. लॉटरी फ्रॉड से बचना है तो मुंह बंद रखो. स्टे सेफ, स्टे विजिल. फ्रॉडस्टर्स, अब आपका बचना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है. ऐसे कैसे?
So apart from Reels, we
सजी
also...
है महफिल, है मौका.
Thank you, sir. We also tackled the WhatsApp University. We had a chatbot that was live throughout and is still live. And, you know, we also created some forwards that would go out to people. If you've been defrauded or if you need any more information, you could just WhatsApp Vigilante on the chatbot and, you know, get help or get the latest info through there or learn about the latest fraud. And we garnered quite a few followers in the last year and a half that we've been working on this. Of course, this is a never finished story, which means that, you know, it's very malleable and flexible, and we're constantly working to, like, you know, keep up with the trends and the frauds that are coming out there. Yeah, I think that's us and that's Vigilante. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Please follow Vigilante for, you know, some of this content if you really liked it. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Ishan, for taking us through the campaign's journey.
Thank you so much, Karuna. Thanks to everybody for joining in.
Thanks for joining. Another industry that has been bringing in more transparency to marketing is the creator ecosystem. In our next panel discussion, we'll find out what lies next in the creator economy. With this, I would like to invite Mrinal Mathur Rajwani, editor, Social Ketchup, and managing partner, Social Samosa Network, on the stage. On the panel, we have Kalyan Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Club Club, Pankuri Harikrishnan, founder, director at Fetch, Ankit Panikar, AVP, Brand Solutions and Sales, Cloud Pocket Aces, Mihir Surana, CEO, No Filter Group, Viraj Sheth, co-founder and CEO, Monk Entertainment. Over to you, Mrinal.
Hi, hello. Hi, Ankit. Hi, Kalyan. Hi, Viraj.
Hey, Mrinal.
Hi, I'll wait for Pankuri and Mihi to join. I think Pankuri is also here. Okay, I think Mihi won't be able to make it, but I've rest of you here. And first of all, welcome to SMLive Season 7 and a very happy World Social Media Day.
Same day too.
I think Social Media Day is very important for all of us, like since our bread and butter is on it and we are almost neck deep into the creator economy, we're working on everything buzzing on social media. And I think it's very important, and it makes me happy that I am having this conversation with all of you about what's next in creator economy. And before we delve into the conversation, I would like to start with, and I want to know from each one of you, if you have to give like a one word to what's next in creator economy, what's that be? I'll start with Pankuri.
Honestly, I feel like this is just such a dynamic space. There are so many new things happening on a daily basis, and you might want to think that we completely have our pulse on it and we know what it's going to be. But I don't think I have a one-word answer. I mean, I can go on and on about the various things that are going to be happening in the creator economy next. But I just feel like it's exploding. It's there to stay, and there are just lots and lots of new things to look forward to.
Okay, what about Viral?
I feel like there's so much happening. I think short form content, like everyone knows, is picking up, but I feel like soon there is going to be a recall of long form content again. I think like while short form content helps with discoverability a lot, people are getting super fatigued consuming it, and there will be a surge of super creative long form content creation. I feel like there will be a like a recall of or like reinvention of YouTube long form that we might get to see again. But again, that's just my like deduction of this industry moving forward.
Okay, what about you, Karyan? What are your thoughts on what's next?
Yeah, I wish you'd put me last, but I'm still gonna. If you had, I'd have nothing to say, which was given this panel. So, but thanks for that. Listen, I think there's a lot of doubling down on influencer marketing. Everyone's spending is growing, and there's a certain amount of maturity that's coming in, and therefore, one of the things is that's happening, and we see a massive trend is data transparency from influencers. So how does an agency find the right influencer? How does a brand find the right influencer with the right audiences? The incidence is massive. And so I see that is a question because it's the proverbial marketing question in the past, right? That I know 50% of my money goes to waste. I don't know which 50%. And if I had to plant a flag on that, it would be India. For example, on Instagram, and this data might shock some of you may be aware, but almost 60% of Instagram influencer-led profiles, anyone with more than 1,000 followers, has almost 60% inactive or non-credible audiences, which means any large brand spending money on Instagram influencers, 1 out of 2 is not going to be worth more than half the money. So there's a lot of demands on whatever's going on in terms of data, and there'll be a lot of changes like content. If a brand has higher, like Raj said, if it has a higher rational quotient of considerations, long form content is the only way to go, because you need to explain, you need to convince. Advocacy versus brand ambassadorship are two different things, and influencers are here for depth, and we will need longer form content. So with you on that. Thank you.
Okay, Ankit, your thoughts?
I still feel the market is, there's a lot more to discover in the space of content creation. I don't know if you observed, I think in post-COVID, there has been a boom of new type of content creators. I think what's going to happen with the future creator economy is I feel a lot of genres and interests are going to get monetized apart from the bracket of comedy, fashion, beauty. So someone in the space of environmentalist, you'll see a lot more creator in that segment. I think recently you might have seen there's a lot of boom in terms of the real estate buzz going on. I mean, this is one side of creator growth. Simultaneously, there's a lot of brands also coming into the market space. Again, a lot of real estate brands investing this side. So it's still a growing market. I mean, there's a lot more surprises which is going to turn up. We'll never know. Probably, one of the panelists here could turn up to create their own music band with AI coming in. So it's pretty unpredictable in that sense.
Okay, while we take this conversation ahead, I think I would also want to understand from the audience, and I think that would be a great help for us to build on this conversation, what they think is next in creator economy. So if you're tuned in from different platforms here, would really appreciate if you could just drop your ideas, and maybe we might discuss them in detail in later. But I would want to start with, and understand in the phase that when you first stepped into this industry from then to now, how's this overall change you have seen? Like, I mean, I think Pankhuri has been working and last we chatted and we discussed this in detail, but in case you would want to share some light on how when you started to now, what's the major difference?
Everything has changed actually. It's absolutely different from what it was when I started 5 years ago. First of all, it wasn't called influencer marketing. There was no word like content. There was nothing like this. I mean, we were just playing by gut back then. I'm talking about 2017. Instagram was there, but it wasn't what it is today. And I think the joy was that we all built this together and learned a lot of this together. And obviously, post-COVID, as we realized, it completely became something else and changed into something very huge. Just from an agency perspective, we used to do many things, and we used to do also influencer creative work and management. Post-COVID, there are, I don't know how many companies that have opened up exclusively only for influencer management. So that should give you an understanding of how from what it used to be didn't have a name to what it's become into a full-fledged industry with multiple agencies, multiple thousands of creators who've come on board. Genres have happened. There are those that only manage this kind of creator versus that kind of creator. So it's completely exploded. And in fact, what we are now facing is some of our early creators, etc., who did the long form, then went into short form, and then are going back to YouTube, etc., with long form, are also very actively exploring moving to movies and all of those other things that we've seen that from with a lot of other well-established creators, but it's also happening to some of ours. And so I think the shift and the constant change is very, very dynamic, and it keeps happening every day. So very different from what we started.
Ankit, Viraj, do you have anything to add to it that you think that from the time you guys started, this is complete different thing that is happening now, and the kind of work you're doing is also very, very different?
Viraj, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. So I feel like when we started back in 2017, we were primarily a YouTube first talent agency. What was on our roster was predominantly only YouTube creators, because Instagram per se as a platform still didn't
wasn't so big.
Wasn't as video first. It didn't scale. It was a lot of images only. And then once the reels came in, that landscape changed significantly. So we do post a lot more short form video creators now than we do YouTubers or long form creators now on our roster. So I think that has significantly changed over the years. And I also feel like due credit to brands over here, all through the years, they have now evolved significantly in their ways of working with content creators.
Absolutely.
And influencers. They really have become a lot more understanding, adapted to the new ways of media and communication. No longer do we get, there are a few clients here and there, but no longer do we it's not the norm for a brand to now ask for the logo to be significantly bigger, for example, or for them to be super for them to be intervening in the creative process of a creator a lot more. Now what I'm hearing a lot from brands is a lot more of, what, we trust you guys, why don't you give us a concept and then we'll just give you our mandates, which is
actually
quite
just to add to that, Viraj, more than anything, I feel the fact that brands, from where we started telling them that out of all your advertising budget, keep a little aside for digital. Now there is such a huge shift to a digital budget versus all the other stuff. I think that's really amazing, because that's been a very, very...
The pie has increased for sure.
The pie has increased, and now we know that brands keep a huge chunk to do this with creators. While creatively, of course, like you said, I think they've also learned, being in the market for that long, and are willing to trust the creators or agencies who they've worked with. So I think that's also a great shift. Yes.
Absolutely.
And just to add on to Viraj, right, like what he mentioned, since 2017, I mean, a lot has changed. I think some of the top creators since then who started their journey pretty early, I think, when they started in around, I think 2017 and all, all this while they've been doing branded content for the longest time, where they have been selling products of other brands and building communities. I think it's time for those creators to start up something of their own, where start their own product line with time, because they've proved by selling other products in the longest time. So I think it's time they build their own for their community which they build. So that's something which you'll see with the top creators. I mean, a lot of them have migrated in different growth plan, right? Some have gone and done big shows on OTT platforms. Some have taken the acting route. Some, I believe, has built an exceptional product line. To quote one example, I think Parul Gulati, who I don't know if you know, she's the founder of Niche Hair. I mean, she's primarily an actor, but I think she in this space has built a product by herself. So one of the biggest achievement I would say is from a content creator standpoint, they are known for the content and the characters they build. But to build a brand, you need to be recognized for the product name. So
yeah, like somebody just written over there, Deepa Khosla has started her own line.
Correct.
Masoom has started her own agency. So
Correct.
there are lots of interesting things that people have
yeah. So all the top creators will take a different route and path. They need to have the passion and consistency to drive it.
Kalyan, do you have anything to add to what we have said?
Very little, actually a lot, because the question is so wide. But if you remember those happy days of hashtag trending on Twitter in 2012-13, yeah, that was influencer marketing, and the word was not there, as Pankuri said. It was Twitter trending kar pata hai. Then, of course, Instagram came and it was a slow adoption. And now, with time and the telescoping of time, there's an exponential change. Imagine literally reels didn't exist. And globally, if you talk about on a global platform, TikTok is really killing it in terms of the way it's taking over, like the markets we work in outside India and Indonesia and Middle East and even the Western markets. So literally, if you look at Instagram is now you have so many other inventories. So there's static and how to deal with it. There's a carousel with a video, that's how to deal with it. There's a video that is no longer there, and now there's reels, and then there's stories. And all of it has a difference. Second is, I think, and there are lots of comment sections. Because there's so much money coming into influencer marketing, everybody wants to become an influencer. It's like, while I pursue a career, I'll become an influencer.
Yeah.
And fake it till you make it is a very standard approach. Yeah? Like, okay, let me get the bots, let me get this. It's good. Make good content. It'll look the part. I can buy fake engagement as well. So that's good. But therefore, it's getting easier to become a great influencer. Now with AI, Mid-Journey and video and editing, I can literally have 5 versions of myself on demand. So I'm literally trying to get my head around what's going to happen when everyone makes spectacular content. Even this Buddha out here can do so tomorrow, and I can make myself 18 years younger and be like you.
I think all generations will work. I don't think you need to grow young.
No. I'm saying you don't need to be anything but adept at handling the laptop and making good content. So I'm saying a consumer fatigue from a perspective that you're going to use so much good, super well produced content that what's next? What's the next level of human interest that you will capture your eyeballs? Because it is the attention economy. And I have some answers there, but yeah, it gets philosophical, so I'm going to stay away from that.
Okay. So Raj and Ankit, I have this question from you. So when talent management started, it started with it's less brand taking care of brand deals, and it's no more just them being a mediator over there. It's what according to you has changed in the landscape, and how has your role evolved, and what future do you see for yourself?
You take this one, bro.
Ankit, you start.
Yeah. I think it has considerably changed since the time we started, because I think when it comes to talent, from cloud standpoint, it's all about fulfilling their dreams. And we are in a position right now where we enable them as future entrepreneurs. So, this is how we see, and how we do it is on a collective representation level, where we try to chart out a map in terms of what's their dream. If someone wants to become an actor, we have a casting setup. If someone wants to build a brand and do branded content, we have a branding team. We also have a content strategy team, which I don't think 5 years back we had such kind of setup. Now there is PR requirement, which is in demand because you always have to be seen across. So I think all these fundamentals have grown comparatively since 6 years back. I think when we started, it was always about just getting brands. I think it's now an entire collective approach to build them as a brand. So that's how I see it.
Viraj, what about you? What future do you see for talent managers and agencies?
I feel like the talent manager just needs to be really invested in the creator's journey. I think that's the only secret sauce. If that doesn't happen, it's just not going to work out, because and that can only happen when your, say, goals or growth in a sense are aligned or tied to that of the creator, right? So in a very selfish way, if the creator's growth means growth for that talent manager or the talent agency, that is the best case scenario for a talent and a creator or agency relationship. I feel like if the manager is not invested in the creator's journey, that will show. That is also when other things crop up, where creators will always be like, hey, you know what, this is not working out, let me try out some other agency, stuff like that. But the truth is that in the journey of a content creator, it is a lot of ups and downs, a lot of them. So when there is a down in the creator's phase or life, the thought should not immediately be like, hey, you know what, let me just try out what other options are there in the market. um, Usually what I've seen is folks that try to constantly jump ship, like folks that have had maybe 5 6 agencies, like who they've tried to work with, just end up being confused at the end of the day, as opposed to people who've like stuck through with the same kind of manager or management. And it's a two-way street, right? Like, so the manager also needs to constantly deliver for the creators to stick through with them. So I feel like in that sense, you really need to be super invested in whoever you are managing. That is the only secret sauce. In terms of how it's evolved, is like Ankit rightly said, right, कि पहले सिर्फ brand deals लानी होती थी, अब PR चाहिए, अब content help चाहिए, अब styling चाहिए, अब travel चाहिए. Like it's a lot of things now. It's a whole bunch of services that अब casting चाहिए. So it's a bunch of services that you need to now be providing, or else you'll feel like you're not doing enough justice for the creator. So I've always maintained that a manager is too many things packed in one, right? So they are the bodyguards at public events. They are the parents of the creator in many ways. They are the best friend of the creator in many ways. They are also the agent in all ways. So it's a kind of a toxic but sweet relationship, where you will have those moments where you will, like, one of the two people will lash out on the other, because you're working with each other. There is no work without.
The thing is, Viraj, so while all of this influencer management and talent management in the influencer space is, being done, I used to manage stars before I moved to this, and it's the same pattern.
Yeah, it is
actually
exactly.
nothing has, nothing has
happening.
It's the same
Nothing
pattern.
has changed. The only thing is, the influencer world sort of took a little bit of time getting there. Like you said, Pele, it was just brands, and then these extra things started happening.
Correct.
And then this whole thing he was talking about how they want to jump to other agencies, etc., etc. It's really just part and parcel of being human beings. And I just feel like two human beings put together. Of course, when they're greatly invested in each other, we see excellent results. I mean, for anybody, any creator, any agency who has done well, you will see that there is a huge force that has worked beautifully well together, right? And you know, just like any other relationship outside of work, any personal relationship also, you feel when there's so much investment, there's also squabbling and bickering. But if you're able to sort of get past that, I think, you know, the human nature, the human values, they remain the same. And I've been now seeing it for 20 years. First with the stars, now with the influencers. It's the same cycle, keeps getting repeated. There's a new kid on the block, and I'm like, okay, guys, let's get on with it. But literally, that's really what it is. But there is great joy, and everybody will agree in terms of really getting someone from 0 to 100. It's as much our journey as it is theirs. And you know, while we only see them on the other side, there is a huge team standing behind, holding them up. So I think that remains constant.
I think just to add to Viraj's point, where he mentioned about the downfall bit, right? I think when the talents are on the high, they're with us. When there is a downfall, I feel they should give us the opportunity to turn it around.
Absolutely, and you should make sure they do it.
Instead of bouncing, it doesn't work out. So
Absolutely.
And now I would like to ask Kalyan about it. So Ankit, Pankhuri, and Viraj work very closely with creators as in like on a management level and working on a fun deal and everything and creative level. You on other side is one of the person who runs like a platform for influencer marketing. So how do you think that creator economy is seeing these platforms? What's the impact these platforms gonna have in the overall execution and planning of campaigns?
So the good thing is there are many platforms globally and in India. The evangelization there has been to say, hey, look, your influencer is your mouthpiece. But as a brand or business, it's the audience of the influencer who really matters. And who are they? So there is two layers, which is the one I talked about, you know, fake followers, all of that. Let's leave that aside. The other bit, there's a lot of trending on that is key. Are these relevant to me? I'll give you a fun example. Let's say there are about 1.4 million female profiles on Instagram on my tech, and there are similar numbers in many other tech, but only about 7% of those profiles have at least 50% female followers. So my bet is that be it a Myntra or a Nike or a L'Oreal or a Lakme, they're largely speaking to dudes through influencers. Now, these questions are going to come. So data-based decision-making to say, are my audiences right? Second layer is to science the brief. And you, like you said, so I'm coming from the brand perspectives truly right now. And I'll come to the influencer perspective as well. What is it that you can say to an influencer as a brief that will resonate with the influencer? So always think audience first. We all speak it, we lip service that conversation from CMOs to digital heads to business people. But the good news is, yes, we are moving away from make my logo better or shine my product more. But imagine being able to know. So platforms can play that role to say, what are the content affinities of my influencers audience? Do they like conversations around weddings and photography and clothes, shoes, and handbags? Then you have a science base. So you don't just have to stick to your topic. You can have content pillars. So there are many layers to say, who are the influencers? Who are the influencers with the right audience? Then there is some other magical stuff. It's like, this applies for most countries. And at least in India and Indonesia, I've seen this closely. Almost 90% of the brands work with the top 2,000 influencers in the country, which means as a top influencer in India, pardon the exaggeration of timelines, you're talking, let's say I'm talking about L'Oreal on Monday, Coca-Cola on Wednesday, and Panasonic on Friday. Very exaggerated. Nobody spams their timeline so much, but you get what I mean. So it's like, how credible am I to your audience? So, you remember how I met my mother and the hot, crazy axis. So I have a different version for this to say, what is the credibility reach axis and how does it pan out for a brand to say, what is it? Are you influencing? Are you building visibility? So a lot of these questions platforms can help you answer to say, hey, listen, what is the data set? Then we'll get to the subjectivity of genre, fitment, brand, persona, content, and how can I science that content? So, and a lot of platforms are doing a great job of it. At least we're starting to, and there's a lot of evangelization. So we're happy to be able to evangelize further and have CMOs asking these questions.
Fine. So in an order, and I had already got a flag from my team that we're running short on time, and Ankit did warn me this yesterday that we will need like a way more time than this. But I would want to touch on a couple of questions that I have in mind, because I really would want to to justice for this topic, and I would want to ask Pankuri about, because Pankuri, you run a communications agency, and it's just not about one brand deal or other. And I remember that we discussed that we do, and you believe in doing a whole 360-degree campaign. So I would want to understand how a creator can grow up the value chain apart from just being a plug and play solution.
But so obviously each creator's journey is different. Each creator's journey is dependent a whole lot on what their intrinsic way of working it, what is it that they excel in, and therefore the path for each is different, right? So yes, you start with doing very generic stuff, then you move on to doing some very hardcore, amazing brand campaigns. We've seen kids who've started. I mean, we've got these two Gen Z creators at the moment. They really, I think, have started last year with us, started with some small brand deals, some fun stuff, and suddenly we see them on hoardings in Bombay. The journey is it's like happened in a moment. I mean, before you breathe, it's happened. So again, it's not the same for everyone, but it happened for these two. And you know that now they're already going into other details of whether it is OTT, whether it is something else. So I think we have to identify each one's potentials differently, and this is where personal management versus, say, a platform is slightly different, because we're talking to them every day, sitting with us in the office, we're looking at what they're good at, we're trying to get them those kind of things, as opposed to say what's come, like, we as agencies, all of us get calls, like 20 calls a day saying brief aaye, list base do, but when you're going, so but beyond those lists, when you start to identify what will work for a creator, how do we path, how do we chalk that journey for them and run after it, we've seen results happening. And of course, then there is bits of everything, like we just said. Some part of it has to do with the right kind of PR, some has to be with the right kind of pushing that piece for them, and then holistically making sure all of it comes together, the awards, the everything.
Product collaboration is one approach a lot of brands can take forward. I mean, there are set campaigns, obviously a brand brief are there. I mean, just to give an insight, right? I mean, we have a creator called Neha Deepaksha. She's a master chef runner-up season 4. So she organically created a IP which is all about recommending products. So she made an organic video about slushy maker. So it's a product which you can convert drinks into slush, right? Once she posted that video, I think the client got organic sales. The client thanked Neha. Then we reached out to the client and proposed a new line of chain where you can collaborate her brand and your brand and start. And I think we launched it 2 weeks back, and I think sales have been brilliant for the client. So that's one, collaboration which one can apply for a lot of.
And a lot of these completely depend on the creativity of.
Yeah, it depends purely on the creator and the community.
We can have all the ideas, we can have lots of these, excellent flowcharts. But eventually, the way content works is what is organically sticking with the audience, and that's where brands and agencies have to work in a way that, like the example he just gave, that is where the shift happens.
And because unless we don't give you the insight, I don't think you can think how to solve on the other end.
I think that's also one of the reasons to the rise of niche content creators. I mean, like the example you just mentioned, Neha is a food content creator, and that's her niche. And while food is still on a bigger category, we also see CAs, we also see finance, like the major thing. We saw lawyers coming. I'm pretty sure Viraj and you guys also have such niche content creators how do you see the potential of them changing the course of economy, and how are we tapping it like collectively as an industry?
I mean,
But
it's
this
still
has been
early.
happening. Sorry, go ahead.
And it's still early market. Like when you mentioned about the finance creator, right? Like even though they are promoting a lot of things, there's a lot of regulations coming from SEBI. So
right.
it's two-faced. Like it'll go either way. So as I said, I think the current trend will be there's a lot of genres and interest which is going to come across, which you may never see, right? I mean, there are a lot of astrology creators, and I
Yeah.
think a
But
pilot
food has
I
been
know.
big for a very long time.
Sorry.
I was just saying food
Food,
has
yeah,
been
yeah.
a very important genre, as big as comedy and fashion for a very, very long
True.
time.
True.
And therefore, you see how, a lot of chefs have actually become full-time content creators, and
Correct.
they may or may not have restaurants anymore or jobs anymore. And they're doing really well because there's all of that knowledge, and they're also great at creating that content with that knowledge. So there is like no dearth of this really. So
And
I think that
food is a space where all age creators are there.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah,
from a 20-year-old to a 60-year-old woman or men.
and women,
Yeah.
kids, everybody.
Everyone is there. So
And let's not forget the rise of the de-influencer. Yeah, I mean, with the food farmer and every brand under attack, and that's not monetized really, but it's quite an entertaining space. But there's
No,
that also
Kalyan,
happening.
it is there. And actually, people are moving towards creating content which is just on the influencing. They have worked on what brands work, how should you look at a brand, look at the contents of a product.
So they're
I
staking
think somebody
themselves.
just wrote there saying, how do you, when there are so many influencers, how do you know which is the right one? But that is where the whole, we need to be able to decipher, stuff that is completely paid versus what is really authentic, and even if it's a branded deal. And I think the de-influencing part comes there majorly, because I've seen so many amazing ones now where people are saying so and so said great product, but it's a shit, it didn't work for me, and I'm like, wow, kudos, well done. So
Yeah, I think what's somebody is in the comment section has written, and when we were talking about the first topic, it's honesty. When great content and great stuff and great everything is so easy to do, and greatness in spite of all the human, more and more tech will make sure more and more great content happens. But what will stand? What are the basic human emotions that will finally win? Which is truth, justice, honesty. Sounding very philosophical.
No, sure, true.
That's true. But it's
I mean, that
actually,
comes in every aspect of work.
which is why you see a certain thing work versus something not working. We may not be able to quantify it at the moment in those words, but therefore there is a reason why something is doing really.
I think we lost.
I guess we lost Pankuj's connection, but
I thought it was me. Okay, good.
no, I thought it's my network.
Yeah, we all did.
Before I will,
all of these things matter a lot, and we see that in content on a daily basis. And I think, by the way, I think even the people who are consuming the content are very, very smart today. They can tell very clearly, what is looking completely plugged versus what may have some ounces of truth and honesty to something that is really organic. I think a lot of people have started to decipher because there's so much consumption of it. I mean, we're constantly consuming content.
So I think I've got so many flags from the team that I would have to wrap up, and in order to respect the speeches that are going to come, I would just want to say, if in case you have missed and you guys had something that you would wanted to suggest, say that this is a future that we're not looking at, please do let me know. Would be happy if you would stick around and join for other sessions and tell us what we are missing. So yeah, and I like always, I would like to catch up with all of you offline too, though we are all online and it's about social media, but we'll catch up offline and discuss this in detail, because I don't think so we can wrap it up in this one particular session. Each one has a great potential to.
I think the five of us should gather once more and do another panel.
We should. We've barely spoken.
Yeah.
No, I see.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
already
see.
warned Miranda about it.
We already
Yeah.
said like 30-40 minutes is not going to be enough. But yeah, no, I know, and I had to, and will next time we'll discuss what we are going to do to sustain it while we predict what's happening. So I will definitely like to catch up with all of you combined individually, but we'll have to wrap up this one. So
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Kalyan, Ankit, Viraj, Pankuri for being part of this. And
Thank you,
happy
everyone.
social media day, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. It's been
Have
a
a good
pleasure.
day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this thought-provoking conversation. Those who are students, those who have tuned in, you can interact with us on our social media channels with the hashtag SMLive. Up next, we have a state-of-the-art panel discussion on impact of generative AI on advertising and marketing. I would like to invite Abhinay Basim, Head of Product Marketing Profit Wheel, who will be moderating the session. On the panel, we have Anupreet Singh Lamba, Chief Revenue Officer at Gen AI, Preetam Venki, Chief Digital Officer, DDB Mudra Group, Sneha Beribal, CMO, Vadam, Vineet Shah, General Manager, Medicine Digital. Join the panel as they take us inside the realm of virtual reality. Over to you, Abhinay.
Thanks, Karuna. And I think the previous panel and the panels today have been
I think
extremely
you're on mute,
engaging.
Abhinay. I can't hear you.
Can the rest of y'all hear me? I seem to be unmuted.
I can. Yeah, I can hear you all.
Yeah, I can hear too.
Okay, awesome. We talk so much about technology, yet every rainy day, everyone has challenges with it. But yeah, I think what I was just going to say is I think it's great that we've gathered here, and I'm excited for this panel along with my co-panelists. So everyone's done, I guess, an introduction into the panel. Let's talk about generative AI. So guys, firstly, I think it's going to be a first of a kind panel. So I wanted to thank you guys for taking the time for this. I wanted to know, a lot of hype has been there around it, yet there has been a lot of great work around generative AI, right? And we've all read the reports. Many of them have pegged this to be like $1 trillion industry impact in now and a couple of years. And I think every industry or every organization that we've heard of at scale is actually implementing this. So Venki, do you want to share some of your thoughts on where generative AI is right now? What do you think is its potential impact?
Okay, so I think sometimes these terminologies can be quite complex, and you have to peel a few layers of the onion to understand what the crux is essentially. But the way I try to draw a parallel is very simple. Just imagine the internet, which was a bit delivery system. Its job was to deliver content. There was nothing else. We converted every kind of experience that a human had into bits. When you saw an image in front of you, captured that with a camera, converted that into bits, and you transferred that over a pipe called the internet, where others could essentially consume it. So for a very long time, we were building on just delivery of information or content. So at its greatest, the internet was the greatest content delivery mechanism that you've ever essentially had, right? But now what's happening with generative AI is that you're creating a context engine. And I think it's extremely early stages to build on this context engine, because the context needs a lot more information, not just what's there in public domain. If we were to just follow the 1990 rule, I think what's there is just the tip of the iceberg that's available on the internet, right? So you've probably got just 10% of that information and data, and the remaining 90% still is there in vaults of organizations and vaults of companies, including advertising agencies. Like a simple thing like converting a client brief to a creative brief, a lot of it is there in MIS of advertising agencies, just doesn't exist in the public domain as much as you'd like it to be. So I think for the context to be converted from the content, more and more content has to go through the generative AI engine. And I think what we will end up seeing is clearly leaders in the space for consumer-facing GAN or GPTs, correct? But at the same time, where it'll be useful for organizations, especially because they already have vaulted data, is for them to use their own generative AI, platforms or systems in order to make use of it. So for it to be usable, I think we're still in early stages. I try and draw a parallel to 1987 Photoshop, where version 1 wasn't actually at its greatest. It's a great productivity tool. Everybody right now in the design fraternity would use it, or would use a product that comes out of Adobe. But I think by the time it actually found commonplace, there were a couple of other things that had to come in place, especially the operating system like Windows, which actually scaled it up. Apple had to move towards a much greater UI in that sense. So I think it'll take about 4 or 5 years for it to become more commonplace. But I think we're just building the early structures right now. News changes every 1 hour, so there has to be something exciting that's published every 1 hour. But I think when all of this, through the hype cycle that Gartner likes to call, we go through it, we'll go through the trough of disillusionment, and that'll take another probably year for us to get there. And after 2 years, after that, you'll start finding context engines as commonplace in everything that we interface across the internet. Whether it's voice, whether it's just image, it's video, it's text, it doesn't matter. But context engines are here to stay.
Right. I think that's a great perspective, very easy to understand from a layman point of view, the importance of context. And I think we all know that data has existed for this time. The evolution of it has been to add context towards that. And then that's what you see today in the form of LLMs and generative AI in general. Sneha, you come from a very strong brand side. I want to know, what do you feel is the impact, the current state and the impact of such technology, especially in some of the projects that you might have been aware of?
Right. So thanks, Avinash. I think it's still very primitive, right? I think everybody's sort of getting overexcited about generative AI. It's definitely something that's here to stay. It's definitely something that will make great impact. But I think right now, just to say, oh, can I fire my agency tomorrow because now generative AI is here? The answer to that is no. And I think the answer to that will always be no, right? So I'll tell you, where are some of the areas where I can see it already making impact, and some of the areas where we've tried it and we've felt that, hey, listen, it's not for us right now, at least, right? I mean, I don't want to comment on the entire ecosystem. It's definitely playing a good role in content. To some extent, content creation, but we prefer to use it more for content optimization and content repurposing, right? Because we still feel that pure first-hand creation needs to be authentic, needs to come from, like Venki said, a context, right? And I think that context is still somewhere where my content writer or my content lead needs to put in the effort. But optimizing, making it SEO friendly, repurposing, we're pulling out content that's years old and just repurposing it into something new, into new format. So that's something that's definitely started happening. I think when it comes to images, again, editing, packaging, formatting is a place where I think AI is starting to make an impact. Can it really create fresh logos and fresh pack shots and fresh packaging design to me in a way that I would have liked it? The answer to that is no. We keep trying our hands at it, but at the end of the day, when you see the final output, and see, a lot of times it's not the problem of AI, it's the problem of the command that you're prompting it to do, right? So even we need to learn how to give the right command prompts for it to give us the output. So that's the second one. But see, on the other hand, I'm sure all of us have seen the Coca-Cola ad that was made using AI recently, right? I mean, they've gone ahead and made a masterpiece. The ad is literally called Masterpiece, but it is definitely, it took me a while to really figure out that how did they do it, right? But there are people who've also gone ahead and done that. So I think it's nascent, it's evolving, but I think some areas it's definitely making a better impact than others.
Awesome, thanks. And I think one of the things that I echo with what you said, right? Coca-Cola's ad, firstly, brilliant, right? They made a masterpiece of masterpieces in many ways. I also saw, by the way, Venki and Vineet breathe a sigh of relief when you said that agencies are not going to be fired. And I'm going to use that as a segue to have Vineet share his thoughts more in terms of where generative AI is, what are some of the applications and the future impact of it in advertising and marketing.
Hi, Abhinay. Hi, guys.
Well, I may slightly differ. I'll let Vineet finish first, and then I'll follow up on that. But yeah, go on.
Awesome.
Sure. So see, Abhinay, honestly, if we look at AI as a term in the last 2 years, it's been quite exploited, right? Now, if I speak with any industry folks, and I'm talking about evolved advertisers, even with us and around, I guess we speak about AI, ML, data science in the same breath. And till the time advertisers do that, I guess we are at a safe position, because then we are the ones who will obviously guide them, navigate the ship to the place where they want to lead. Otherwise, again, they'll be in the storm, and the navigation is not working. It's as good as that. So currently, from an advertising point of view, your machine learning, data science, everything is interlinked. But generative AI is where possibly is the next level of intelligence coming in. And the challenge is that while this AI will need a lot of information, as rightly pointed out by Venki, and it's fairly there, I feel the challenge is to gather that metadata and then translate it and articulate it. And that is where possibly an agency, a person who would also be a tech savvy, and shaking hands with somebody who's a nuance at a brand, who can think from a brand lens point of view as well, will come handy. So I still feel it's more of a team coming together than possibly a partner or an agency or an advertiser. However, each would have its own role defined. And that is where and generative AI would get evolved from the way AI has been working currently. Like AI, obviously, all our DSPs, all our programmatic platforms are enabled by AI, while AI as a word has only caught the flare in the last 2 years, but it's all been working on AI for last 1 decade, right? So it's only a fad where we talk about AI, machine learning, data science. I feel it's only going to get evolved to a level where possibly we can see more of this Coca-Colas and more of these chat GPTs coming up, and not one-off cases. Yeah.
I'm going to come back to you, Anupreet, in a bit. Vineet, I think you raised a very pertinent point, actually, is that, and the way I see it as well, right, is not just a harmonization of people working together, but it's people and technology is working together along with those people. That will actually be where the entire ecosystem will evolve. Venki, you had a contrasting point of view, so I want to know what you had to say.
Yeah, so I think if you were to just look at the strength of anybody working in advertising and marketing services, correct? I'm subtracting people from the client side, but I'm saying take large firms, mid-sized firms, long tail of small firms. You would notice that there has been a growth and an explosion of people working in advertising and marketing in the last 5 years, as opposed to the 10, 15 years before that. So if anybody has to be worried about their jobs, I have to say that that's not the biggest concern here, because the fact is that more brands have launched. There are more people trying to actually, impress people in one direction or the other. Advertiser at its core, the etymology of the term is to turn. That means to try and convince them in a specific direction. And there's a lot more of that that's being done. And of course, let's not forget that there's been an explosion of channels. And these channels are largely bifurcated, right? If you were to just look at Instagram, it's not one channel. You've got feed, you've got stories, you've got reels, all of them having different formats and different requirements. So if anything, the work has expanded. What generative AI will have the ability to do is to make you more efficient, which means that you have the ability to actually create more usable content and make sure that it's contextualized to the right person at the right time. The oft-quoted target of one that we've been trying to achieve for the last 6 or 7 years, I think we get closer to that from a cohort analysis perspective. So I'm not too fussed about, where do advertising agencies go? They'll have their place. And the fact is that, I've always said that it's not the demise of an advertising agency, it's the demise of an advertising which is not using AI, right? So obviously AI plus you is more powerful than just you. And it's just, common sense for you to essentially utilize it, because not only will it make you more efficient, but also it'll give you a little bit more insight, something that would have taken you much longer to essentially gather. So that's the only difference of opinion, where I think there will be some impact on the way advertising agencies function. But I think overall, the net landscape of the industry will only expand, as we've seen with the digital era as well.
No, I think definitely that's true. And I mean, like the way even I see it is the fact that I always look at the human as Tony Stark. I love superheroes. And then generative AI or technology, much like the Iron Man suit that sort of comes upon him. And then you can do so much more with that. But you spoke a lot, Venki, about content creation and like just the amount more that you can do. So it's not like we're creating what we did 5 or 10 years ago. Even if you look at some of the entries, the non-gimmicky entries that one at Can, it's just elevated the level of content and the ideas that have actually been created and out there. And for someone who's actually done a lot of that for interesting brands, Anupreet, I wanted you to share some of your thoughts on this.
No, I've been, hearing a lot of good stuff here so far, and we work with both agencies and brands. And I have to tell you that, the creativity still lies with agencies and brands and brand managers. It cannot be replaced with AI just yet. And I don't see a foreseeable future where, it can completely take over the creative aspect of what agencies and brands are bringing to the table. And I'm fascinated by what, what is coming on the table. Benki made a very strong point around scalability, which basically, is otherwise very difficult to achieve. So, for example, you get, Hrithik Roshan to call out every single restaurant name in the country. Can't do that, in a 30-minute slot that you get. But with Zomato, we did a campaign where he literally said, Delhi mein tha, chole bhature khane ka man kiya, Rama chole bhature se mangwa liya. Now, in the process, you're not just delighting the customer who's hearing the name of the restaurant that is closest to his house. You're also getting Rama chole bhature, becoming a loyal customer of, Zomato going forward. And for the times to come, Rama chole bhature will be, thankful to Zomato for getting, Hrithik Roshan to endorse his restaurant. Samsung doing something similar with Alia Bhatt last year was another such thing, right? So what I'm trying to say is that scalability is one problem that generative AI is already solving for. There were gimmicky campaigns that were done in the past, maybe 2018, 19, 20. But in 22, 23, what's happening is not gimmicky anymore with AI. It's actually solving a real problem where, I like to call it mail merge for videos. So we've all been using mail merge, on text, and no matter what we do, right, from CEO sending a video, sending a text message, text email to every single customer, or from, a brand ambassador sending, a text message to every single person saying, hey, this is Virat Kohli, this is what I want to tell you. We just, like, generative AI just brought it on top of videos now, wherein, why are you not using mail merge on videos? Video is the most more engaging platform. When you if you have Virat Kohli, might as well tell, Venki and Sneha and Vineet and Abhinay separately that, hey, Virat is the brand ambassador of my company, and send them messages when you greet them. Send them messages with their first name in it. For example, like for the longest time, I've been getting videos from Myntra that say, hey, Myntra Insider, and like Virat and Anushka send me those videos. And I'm like, hey, I'm not Myntra Insider, I'm Anupreet. Why are you not calling me Anupreet? And that's because, they can't. All this while they couldn't. Generative AI just came in and kind of enabled them to do that. So generative AI is not really killing the idea of that video. Generative AI is helping you scale that up in a way that customers would love it, agencies would love it, your associates would love it, your partners would love it, your distributors would love it. So that's basically the problem. That and for that matter, like generative AI companies today should take responsibility to solve for problems that are actually, and that's where, I think someone made a comment that generative AI is here to stay. I think companies that are solving for real problems are definitely here to stay. Companies that are only leading to like award-winning campaigns or like one video here and there, or like one viral content on Instagram here and there, would probably not survive for like that the longest. In the end, you need to build a business out of it. And generative AI companies that end up, building a business out of it, well, are definitely here to stay is what I feel.
Yeah, I think those are great points. I definitely echo the sentiment that there's simply an inundation of the tools available also that deploy generative AI or AI in general that we have access to in our arsenal, right? The everyday media planner's life has changed. The everyday content creator's life has changed. I think a lot of job functions, be it in the advertising and marketing industry or even consultants or any other industry for that matter, has changed. I think there was a Dell study that said about 65% of the jobs, no, it's just stats, right? But we're seeing a lot of these transformative changes where a large part of the way you do a job is actually going to change. And I think what that's going to require is maybe a sharpening of the tool set, because earlier we were used to, let's say, just making PowerPoints and working on clunky Excels. Or I remember early days in my career where, not too long ago, but used to sort of sit nights in an office trying to cull out insights to do these brand studies and audience persona creation, and used to actually take nights. And today I think there are so many consumer intelligence softwares where you just put in certain keywords and you just get an entire audience study like at your fingertips, right? And a lot of platforms have sort of made that accessible. So with this sharpening of skill set, Venki, what do you think are some of the skills that are going to be required or that people are going to have to get themselves adept with as they progress in the industry?
So this one's a little tricky because I'm seeing two sides of that spectrum play itself out. So what I mean is, at one end, you've got echo chambers, right? That means you only consume content that you're happy to believe in. And for whatever reasons, you just believe in that piece of content. And so you go down that rabbit hole, which is very, very specific without looking at the other side of that conversation. And on the other end, you've got tools which have the ability to give you that at the touch of a button or, just with few text inputs, right? So there's this very beautiful quote by a physicist which says that as you increase the area of your knowledge, you also increase the circumference of your ignorance. Now, there was this classic bet in physics which said that everything that you had to know about physics, you would know in 1998, but we still haven't discovered what dark matter is and how do strings essentially work within the string theory ecosystem of what is the basis of every atom and molecule, right? Now, the thing is that because you have the knowledge of an atom and a neutrino and you go down to that level, are you able to ask further questions? And you end up asking more questions. So the ability to question is the single most important skill that you would have as an individual. And the only way you can have the ability to ask smarter questions is by actually becoming and making yourself that much more smarter. So that means continue to expand your area of knowledge. And only then will your prompts get better, your questions will get better. And right, your output's going to be only as good as your prompts. So how do you make your prompts smarter? Is not through some voodoo science called prompt engineering. It's just by expanding your area of knowledge. It's as simple as that, right? So that means get down to the crux and the depth of it, know both sides, understand where the spectrum ends, where the middle of the spectrum is on any conversation, and only then will you be able to get into it, right? Like, for instance, I have a 3-year-old, and I did want to understand the different philosophies when it comes to how you would teach a child between the ages of 3 and 7. And there are 4 or 5 different kinds of philosophies that come out. You've got obviously the Montessori, which is famous. You've got Reggio Emilia, which essentially came out of a part of Italy. So understanding that and asking more and more questions, which, oft-quoted most parents may not do, is where the beauty of these systems and how you interact with these systems lie. So I think the quest for knowledge and the quest for understanding the world around you is what's going to set yourself apart. That, I think, if I were to say that's the one skill, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the answer, it's 42, but what is the ultimate question? Ask that question.
Awesome. Anupreet, I think your thoughts on this, there's a lot that's out there, even in terms of aiding you in creating content. Like you spoke of personalization at scale now, turbocharged in many ways with generative AI, right? So what are some of the skill sets that you see people need to evolve with to be able to make the most of what's out there in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I think just like any other skill set, being informed is extremely important. Like be informed with every tool that is coming, out there in the market and what is it trying to solve for. Most of these tools today have a freemium version to it or are very accessible through a quick demo call. I think as a brand, as an agency, be like super inquisitive about what are you solving for? Was it not being solved all this while? I really need to do it. And even like if possible, try your hands on it. Like that kid who likes to try everything out, be that kid, be that kind of, have that kind of passion towards these tools, because I strongly feel that many of these tools can make your life easy. I've started using quite a few AI tools in my life, and they've been doing wonders for me. For example, like ChatGPT, we can't ignore. Does really solve for so many things that otherwise would take ages to accomplish. So I think one thing that AI does really well is save time in so many different ways, and see what are the tools that you would want to use to save time, and you can use that time more efficiently and do other things that AI cannot do just yet. So I think just be inquisitive, just be on the lookout to find what tools can save some time on my watch, and I think that will just do the trick for you. Just subscribe to some newsletters, follow some channels, follow some Instagram influencers that are talking about this versus the other Instagram reels that we watch all day. I think it will just level up your game by quite a bit.
Awesome. I think you mentioned again, right? Like there are just a lot of tools, and well, of course, you can sign up for a quick trial, get your hands dirty and see how they are. Data itself has been now more ubiquitous, and then that's where these models get smarter, and then the applications of that are tremendous. And hence, every day we probably see tens and 20s of new tools that surface on our inbox about and even videos on Instagram, like 5 hacks to put out content and so on and so forth, right? And I think from a marketer's point of view as well, just the access of information, now access of technology, and you still have those same consumer problems at heart and innovative ways to reach out to them. Sneha, what do you think has been the evolution of the role of a CMO as well? It's not what it used to be even 5 years ago.
Wow, that's a very interesting question. I think the CMO's role has changed more in the last 3 years than I think it did in the last 10 years, right? And some of it has got to do with the pandemic that we all went through. Some of it has just got to do with the kind of technology. A lot of it is actually got to do with the new workforce that's joining your teams today, right? I mean, they're very different from what the previous generation of workforce like us was, right? And then I think as a function leader, just figuring that out, how do you sort of channelize their intelligence and their hunger in the right direction? How do you when do you let go? When do you rein in? How do you constantly answer the questions that are getting thrown off at you, right? Because I remember when I started as an assistant brand manager, I would actually, like a good soldier, do what I was told, right? I mean, I was curious, but I believed in the wisdom of my seniors, right? I think that concept doesn't exist anymore. So you have to be absolutely you have to reinvent yourself, be very, very humble to actually be willing to answer every question that comes at you. And a lot of times actually change your own perspective, right? Because I think that's, to me, has been the biggest role of how a CMO's life has changed. Coming back to technology, I think I kind of echo what everybody said, which that is, it's got to do a lot of stay curious, keep figuring out. But I think one word that I want to throw in with that is be patient. Right? I see a lot of people jump at the first solution they see and they're like, oh my God, I have to use it today because it's going to change my life. Doesn't happen like that, right? Because if that was the reality, our lives would be changing every day, which fortunately or unfortunately isn't happening, right? I think being thorough when you are consuming new information, new technology, don't get dazzled by the first demo you see. Do the hard work of going in the depth. What impact is it actually making you? If you start using this technology, how does it impact your colleagues, your stakeholders, the larger group of people that you're working with? Does it make your life easy, but is it making their life difficult, right? And if yes, then please measure the pros and cons. So I think being thorough and then being patient, right? I mean, I remember back in 2018, 2019, when chatbots were a rage, right? There were so many solutions that were thrown at you every day, right? And I know so many people who saw the first shiniest solution and said, hey, listen, I need to get that. What they didn't realize was just implementing a simple solution like chatbot was so much effort on the engineering team, right? And by the time they implemented it in 60 days, people said, oh, sorry, this is not working. Now I need to bring somebody else on board, right? So I think I have been through that journey in the last 6, 7, 8 years of new technology coming in. And I've a lot of times realized when marketers are lazy and they don't do the hard work of going into the depth and being absolutely sure of their decision, they actually end up rocking the boat rather than adding value to the ecosystem when it comes to using technology. So in my view, as the CMO, right, as the owner of the function, if your team is, of course, you should encourage your team to be curious, try out new tools. But before you make big commitments into really integrating something, I think as the function head, you yourself have to go into the depths and understanding that, hey, listen, what are the pros and cons? Have we missed out anything? Is it actually going to deliver the impact that we today think it's going to deliver? And only then put your 2000% on the platforms that you totally are willing to back.
Right, awesome. I think one of the statements that you made really echoed a lot, right? Like you need to be patient when you're trying out a lot of new tech. And yes, of course, often people sort of jump at the first solution and then just go into solution solving rather than re-looking or pondering over the problem. And I think in some ways that's what access to easy data and technology is sort of making that out to be. Plus, I think when you look at the workforce that's now going to enter in advertising and marketing, you're going to deal with a lot of Gen Z, which is very different from workforces that have been there before, right? And I think that also requires looking out for certain things. So Vineet, as talent is evolving, especially in the industry, what are some of the skills that you look out for, and the advice that you'd also give to people joining in the industry right now?
Absolutely, Abhinay. So one thing that I can surely say, and it might sound obnoxious at the start of it, but even today, in today's age and day and age, traditional marketers who are not digitally evolved are dinosaurs in this age, right? So the idea is, one, to start with, you need people to get constantly upgraded. And that is, I'm sure we all on the panel would agree to it, that it's about how we adapt to the new technology while we are anticipating, expecting the technology to, like we're talking about AI, right? And the entire mantra of AI is to learn, adapt, apply, and relearn, or possibly repeat in that sense, right? So the idea is, while the tech is there for you to kind of, as in to enable what you want to achieve, but if you're not upgraded, I guess that's a challenge that I feel with a lot of this marketers, where possibly they would want to achieve a certain task or want to achieve a certain goal at the end of the day. But again, the idea is at the very start, AI sounds as a fashionable word for them, but then again, how do they apply is where possibly they would need to start thinking about. Like technically from an AI point of view, or even say generative AI, which is all about, how possibly the machine can learn, machine can process, can apply, and then relearn. Now, in this case, with a generative AI, you don't even need a coder. It can possibly code and automate the code on its own, right? So the idea is you need somebody who can guide the system and not somebody who can actually work on system day in, day out. So for me, more than the tech support, or more than somebody who knows the tech part well, to have somebody on board who needs the who knows the audiences well, who knows digital as a platform well, and then marrying both these, how you can get the results that you want. So for me, largely, it'll not be more of a tech or the coding skill, because that at the end of it will possibly lead to a certain point. But then how the tool evolves and how the tool learns evolves is where possibly the magic is. And then you as an advertiser or marketer, how possibly you would tune it to kind of come to a point where it starts delivering for you. And it could be anything. It could be performance, it could be branding, it could be a campaign like the masterpiece campaign like Coke, or even the Zomato one, right? Now, possibly tech is there to help you, scale. But how you apply in the business as an advertiser and a marketer would think, and not a tech person. So for me, the tech would take you to a 20-30%, but then the rest 70% and the evolving part of it is something that advertisers and marketers would largely should be worrying, or should be kind of looking at that.
No, I think definitely. And it's more of like a lot of people said like coding is going to become essential, fundamental, required, like literacy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now with generative AI, you're entering into a completely low code era, right? And that itself is a complete transformation from our thought not too long ago, right? Like just last year we were talking about coding, and now suddenly you're into
It's suddenly, yeah.
And
so in fact, I have a kid, Abhinay, who just joined her first year, as in the first standard, and she has coding as a subject.
Wow.
Now, till last year, they would have thought that, okay, coding coding as a subject to only help the kids to grow. But by the time she possibly reaches a fifth standard, I don't think so. Coding might be an important subject, because till then, you would need a different skill set to possibly guide the entire coding bit. And it's all by a prompt that a coding can also be done in an automated way. And that's what generative AI possibly adds on to the table. And this we're talking now, possibly a few years down the line, I believe a lot of this would then be quite seamless. And then obviously coding would also be redundant, the way we are talking about a lot of tech right now. Like a chatbot, while is as important, but again, maybe in times to come, chatbot would also be something where an Alexa, or even say, a voice automated system would talk to you, and not even where you have to go and type, right? So
Yeah, and you definitely sound like someone who's been hit by a lot of White Hat Junior ads. But yeah, I think
We all were.
I think definitely like the evolution of search for the longest time is going to be voice, and now it's going to be conversational. The way I look at it. Before I add one more question, I think there's a question that popped up in chat. How to decide if an idea is worth pursuing integrating AI to? I think very relevant question, right? Because there's so many buzzwords and buzz technologies out there, and everyone just wants to be the first to do something like that. And often it might not have the greatest impact the first round because everyone wants to have that first PR headline out that we were the first to use this piece of tech, right? So not everything requires an application of new technology. So Anupreet, how would you figure out whether something requires the immersion of AI into it?
Yeah, so this question is asked like 20 times a day to me because we get like 20 briefs every day. And like, and I'm actually a gatekeeper in the company to say no to briefs that are just trying to plug AI into something just for the PR sake of it. And I don't like to kind of do such campaigns because it won't work out. And then eventually you will blame the technology and AI at large. And so basically, the second part of the question, which says, probably, I probably didn't attend that session, but the AI wrapper, for example, so you should understand why do you need an AI wrapper. If you just need an AI wrapper to put an Instagram story around it, you potentially don't need an AI wrapper. But we're actually in the next 3 months, you'll be surprised with the kind of, stuff that is coming out of our technology. Brands have kind of come up with us, or, agencies have come up with us with such unique concepts in which AI wrappers are being used, or personalized videos are being used in ways that we never thought of. So as technology company, like we, first of all, like we tell our agencies and our brands that don't think of us as creative people. We are we know technology. We don't know how to go about, fitting it into your stuff, right? For example, when you think of me coming up with an AI rap idea, I'll just simply have a, AI singing some rap, and, I'll put it on Instagram and it'll be shared 5,000 times that, hey, AI just sung a song. But what is the impact that is creating for the brand? If brand can think and stitch a story around that, I think that's where, the brand should do it. Like brand should do it if brand really wants to add some value to their customer's life by having a wrapper in place and using AI and, 10 other tools to kind of, stitch that story together. For example, if Zomato just called out a restaurant name out of nowhere, it wouldn't have been as impactful. It actually solved a purpose that, hey, I'm in Delhi and Hrithik Roshan just gave me a great idea to just, like added that craving in my mind that, hey, Rama Chole Bhature, great, let me just go make that transaction. It actually is impacting, like versus just saying that name of the restaurant out there. So similarly with rap, what are you doing with the rap, right? If you're actually solving a purpose, yes, AI can rap, period. But are you actually making the most out of it? So the question that you need to ask while deciding whether the idea is worth pursuing or not is, what is it adding an impact to, your business metrics? Very important, as I think Sneha would agree, that if it's not moving the metrics, why are we doing it, right? I mean, what business metric is it impacting? Is it being done for top of funnel? Is it being done for middle of funnel? Is it being done to increase lifetime value of your customers? What is it really impacting? One of our customers wants to send like a personalized video from their CEO to all the, customers who had to come for a repair. Great, adding warmth, like the CEO is personally saying that I really regret that you had to get this watch repaired. I absolutely assure you that we'll give you the best service, right? Great. I'm getting a message from the CEO calling out my name in the video, saying that, he absolutely regrets that, my watch had to go to a service center. But what are you doing if you're just getting a wrap out there? Like, I know we discussed the Coke campaign as well. Like, is it really adding any business metrics? If yes, great, go ahead and do it. If it's not, if it's just brand awareness, you should know you're spending those $5 million or $2 million or, whatever money, you just get an award out there, and great. If that was your purpose of that campaign, do it. But
Right.
like, ask that question to you, like, is it improving metrics? Is it delighting my customers? Like, and if the answer is yes, go ahead and do it.
Right. And I think, again, very valid points, right? Like the essence of why you would even immerse a piece of technology into a campaign. And while we can talk about, like you said, right, certain use cases where it is a force fit, but there have been many good use cases where the application of tech, especially AI and generative AI, have actually done great for brands. And we've spoken about some of them. So I'm going to do like a quick rapid fire. I'm going to ask each of you all to actually mention one good, great campaign that sort of resonated with you using that you saw applied generative AI or AI in general really well. Venki, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think I came across some work that actually the team at DDB did it, but I thought it was quite interesting, was something for ACO insurance, where you were reimagining accidents happening in 100 years from now, right? Now, that's a great amount of imagination. It was built using Midjourney, of course, but then, you know what, in case two alien ships crashed into each other, you know, what kind of insurance you would need then. So it was a very interesting concept, which needed visualization to actually tell the story. And visualization that would take a lot of time to generate if you were to just work on Photoshop and use 3D models and so on and so forth. So using Midjourney to recreate that and imagine what the need for insurance would be in a very futuristic world, I thought it was a very interesting use case to start, you know, unbundling or completely, you know, make sure that the boundaries of creativity and imagination expanded considerably. Correct. Because a lot of times when we imagine or we think creative, it's within specific boundaries, right? And possible hai ya nahi hai, kar sakte hain ya nahi kar sakte hain, you know, that can expand itself to a large extent. And I think that's where the beauty of some of these tools lie, which is it does unbundle creativity and expand its boundaries considerably a lot more. So that I thought was pretty interesting indeed. But I have to say that I think a large part of the beauty of AI is going to be boring. Like it's going to be like supremely boring in the sense that it's going to power a lot of the core engines and it's going to be behind the scenes. It's going to be under the box, under the radar, but its impact is going to be huge.
Right.
So I'm seeing a lot of effectiveness use cases come out of it, which means that it's going to make something that much more effective with creative solutioning that's needed at the core of it. But it's not something that's going to be bells and whistles and too much wow and stuff like that. I think the worry is that people will underplay the part where it's powering these engines. And at the same time, it's going to make the biggest impact of our lives because it's the boring stuff that's getting automated. It's the boring stuff that's going to get augmented intelligence. It's the boring stuff that's going to bring in the data and then bring context to it. So yeah, those are just the two simple takeaways that I'd like to highlight.
Awesome. Thanks for highlighting that. Sneha.
So honestly, nothing out of the world comes to my mind right now. But I think, again, what I'll probably call out is, and see, again, the whole lines between machine learning and AI is still so blurred. It's actually when the machine learns is when they become artificially intelligent, right? So some of that gets used interchangeably, but there is a slight difference. I quite liked, and now of course it's gotten a lot of applause at Cannes as well, is the Ogilvy Cadbury Shah Rukh Khan campaign that they did, right? I think it was a great use of a very emotional insight, very real business problem, use of star power, everything brought together in the right context, as all of us have been calling it, which was at the back of COVID, you know, helping small businesses, etc., etc. I think if that campaign was done today versus, you know, the time that it was done, the scale would have been even more massive, because if you think about it, just in that little bit time since that campaign, I think it's been 18 months or something like that, right? Just the availability of AI has exploded, right? But I think doing what they did when they did it, and how it sort of really, see, it was a good use of AI actually tugging at emotions, which I think is a smart thing to do, right? Because we will see AI do a lot of things at scale, things that are logical, things that are efficient, as Venki said. But I think using AI to still weave in a beautiful emotional storytelling, I think that to me was quite smart, and I quite liked that campaign.
Awesome, great. And I think that struck also many chords, which is why it did well as well. Vineet?
In fact, I mean, I would also stick with the Ogilvy one that Sneha talked about, and purely on back of, after COVID, it was a critical time for people to go back to the stores and move out of the e-com and the quick commerce bit and go to the store. And that is where the entire campaign evoked positive emotions. It had the entire star power. And more importantly, it was also personalized to a level. The first campaign to be hyper personalized to a level that it was, it I'm sure opened a lot of gates for other brands to test it out. Like I'm sure Zomato's and everybody else did obviously follow the suit, but the first campaign that did that in a larger way and is still getting that applause, and they're very, as in, there's no other campaign which is possibly matching to the all of that one. So I feel that let us put the crown to that campaign for now. But yeah, for me, that will be the one that stood out.
Awesome. And Anupreet?
No, absolutely. I'll talk about some campaigns that are not as celebrated. So, for example, like Jeevan Sathi recently did wedding invitations. For anyone and everyone who's getting married using AI. So you could basically just add bride and groom name and the guest name and get your guests like invitations from Nimrat Khera. It was targeted only for Punjabi audience. But like imagine getting wedding invitations from a Punjabi actress as a Punjabi is massive. Like how I can't afford getting Nimrat Khera to invite all my guests otherwise. But if Jeevan Sathi can do that for me, that is amazing. And they did that for free. So they used, us and they used Nimrat Khera for like a 1 hour shoot. And then based on that 1 hour shoot, we were able to like invite thousands of guests for like tens of couples, for their weddings and make their weddings special. Like again, impact, right? Like those couples and their guests would remember Jeevan Sathi for life. That like they subtly promoted Jeevan Sathi in that campaign. It was not at all loud. So I love the beauty and how subtle that whole campaign was. Another one that really stands out is Mumbai Indians, what they did during the IPL. I'm not sure if you guys observed that you comment on an Instagram post and you get a DM from Cam Green, who was their highest paid cricketer in the season, saying, "Hey Anupreet, thank you so much for supporting Mumbai Indians." And you're like surprised that, hey, I never entered my name. So how did this even happen, right? So pure use of technology, GAN on one side, Instagram on the other side, who's sharing that data with us for whoever has commented. So a partnership between GAN and Meta for that. And then, Mumbai Indians asking Cam Greens to record that video once and then sending it to like millions of their fans. It became the most liked and most commented, I believe, post of Mumbai Indians ever. So the impact was such that fans were going crazy that Cam Green literally took the time out to like record a video for me and say, "Hey Anupreet, thank you so much for supporting Mumbai Indians." Right. So like fan engagement is biggest for any kind of franchise. And this just took it to the next level. And now every other IPL team absolutely has to do it. Like, like you should do campaigns that your competitors then have to do. So Samsung for the first time said, "Hey, instead of rush to your nearest store, said rush to Prakash Enterprises store," right? So they changed that game for once. And now Vivo did it, Oppo did it. Realme was looking to do it, for some reason they couldn't. But but you should do a campaign that becomes table stakes. So going back to what I said in the beginning, so mail merch, right? Like exactly what what was done by Cadbury long back. Back then it was a lot more difficult to achieve something like that. Technology was not there. Now you can do it with just 2-3 minutes of additional time of the celebrity. So just make it like mail merch, like just and then use your creativity on top of it. So and make the most out of it for your ecosystem.
Okay, that didn't end up
I
being so.
would, if you allow, I just want to share one thought on the last question that I think Anupreet answered, right? Which was, how do you know when to use some technology in a campaign, right? See, I think I'm a big fan of experimenting and trying new things, right? Because ultimately, if it feeds into your team's learning and development objective, then why not? But I think one thing that I've come to learn is the fundamental question I ask every time something like this comes, at least on my table, is this being done to chase a vanity metric, right? And the minute the answer to that is yes, my answer is an absolute no, right? Because I think there is no right reason why you should use a technology, but there is definitely one wrong reason why you should use a technology, which I think somebody also touched upon. Will I make the first PR headline? Will my CEO get happy about it? Will my CMO get happy about it, right? If your first answer to why you're picking up a technology is that, then I say, even if it's free of cost, don't do it.
Totally agree.
Right? Because it doesn't help anybody. So I think, when Anupreet is answering the question, I thought, listen, lot of time, that's actually is the reason why people rush to use new technology. You just want to have that one vanity metric of that PR headline or that internal pat on the back, right? It's very tempting, very tough to say no to that. But I think as more and more technology becomes available, I mean, responsible marketer has to learn to say no to that.
No, absolutely, and totally echo. I think I only made that statement. So that was not so rapid fire, but now literally as we draw to a close, I've gotten tons of pings from Team Social Samosa to end this. So last statement, everyone, I want you to give one word to talk about the future of advertising and marketing, given the world of tech and generative AI that we're in. Very quickly, one word only. Sneha, you first.
Just be ready to give up the mundane task so you can actually do more creative work. I think that's the one word. One sentence, sorry, not one word.
Great. Anupreet, one word.
Keep learning.
Vineet?
Potential, but needs to potential, but you can use it in a very cautious way.
Awesome. And Venki?
First principles. Couldn't have, I mean, it's 2 words, but I'm hoping that it captures everything.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you guys. You all have been lovely. I think we made a fun topic even more engaging. So thank you all, especially the audience also who tuned in and stayed on despite the delays. Thank you, Team Social Samosa, for having us. Karuna, back over to you.
Thank you, Abhinav. Thank you for that very enlightening session, panelists.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
While AI is going to define the future of marketing, Gen Z is also shaping up the journey that we see ahead. So in our next session, we'll discuss what Gen Z truly wants. This session will be moderated by Karen Benjamin, lead research and strategy of Capital Z by White Rivers Media. And on the panel, we have Sundar Venkatraman, Head of Content, Creator and Monetization, Josh, Devesh Rohmetra, Associate Director, Social Media and Creative, Shadi.com, Neha Bareja, Brand, Social Media and Influencer Marketing Expert, Vatsal Kanakia, Principal and CTO at 100x.vc. So without further ado, over to you, Kevin.
Thanks, Karuna. So I think firstly, I'd like to start off by saying how incredibly excited I am to be sharing this panel along with such distinguished marketers. I think it's really an exciting time for us, especially since we've launched Capital Z at WRM, right? We often see different millennials stand in the corridors and the bays, continuously flexing their Gen Z lingo and talking about different buzzwords that we had no idea about. But we keep quizzing each other to understand what is it that we've newly learned from our Gen Z peers. So it's been a tremendously exciting time for us here. And I'd also like to say, draw you back a little in terms of a couple of years maybe, and I would love for you to chime in a little bit also on that. So when we think about, say, 4 to 5 years ago, we used to be in different client discussions talking about how we needed to build brands that are new age, right? And back then, new age brands would be mostly about developing a brand for a millennial. And then we would look at millennial marketing, and a lot of advertising professionals were also millennials themselves. So they would say that, yes, I am a millennial. I know exactly what needs to be marketed for a millennial. So we took a backseat and we were like, okay, we've got this. And then comes the pandemic, when we suddenly have the once Gen Z audience, which was in college, who had little to no influence on what was really happening in the consumption or spending capacity space. They suddenly came into the forefront and they said that, okay, no, we are now going to be purchasing everything from sneakers to stocks to, cryptos. So all of that changed, and suddenly marketers around the country and the world had to kind of level up themselves and say, what is it that we should ideally be doing to be able to cater to this new audience, which has such a distinguished mindset. So I'd like to say that I think when we are actively building content for Capital Z here, we've realized that this new audience has a certain mindset that is either maybe can be described as an audience that is looking for a true representation of themselves. They are looking for opportunities where they can find a medium to express their individuality, or say they are creative hackers, making sense of unconventional choices that were predominantly not there previously. So I think we also would like to say, as a marketer myself, I would say that we've observed that today Gen Z comes in with a built-in fakery filter. So they can totally see through a brand and tell you exactly what you're not doing right or how you're not following through on what you're meant to do, what is it that you're saying through your communication. So that's a really exciting opportunity for us. So I think I'll invite the panelists now to chime in on sharing how is it that they have really seen this change happen. And I would like them to do it in the form of maybe myths. So I think every generation that comes in newly, right, you think of a particular a preconceived notion that you have about the generation that succeeds you. So I'd like to start off maybe by busting a couple of myths that we individually would have had, and how is it that we've come to learn about or bust those particular myths. I'll invite Sundar first. Maybe Sundar, could you please take this question first?
Can you hear me? Is that audible?
I can't hear you, Karen.
Yes, Sundar, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So first of all, thanks a lot. Great set of people out here. So I would actually want to go in from the lens of a Gen Z from a Bharat perspective, because that's where I step in and I say specialist that. And I've actually seen that there are different bunch of people, and they actually exactly know what they want to do, when they want to do, and how they want to do it. So some of the things that we will slowly talk about is that. So one thing that I clearly see is that in the Bharat space, when I say Bharat, which is completely the other end of mass India, we have seen that the Gen Z actually chase different attributes than their counterparts in India. For example, one part I will want to shock you guys, is that they truly believe in religious practices. They believe in the spiritual world. They kind of know what they're seeking. And that's the kind of experience that they are wanting today from most of the campaigns or most of the people that are around them. I don't know about others, Chairman. Devesh will know better.
Devesh, any thoughts on this? Any particular myth that you had once and then you realized that that's not really true and you busted it for yourself? Or maybe
Yeah,
some.
no. Yeah, I completely actually agree with Sundar on this one. Gen Z is much more practical now as compared to the previous generations, right? Taking relationships as an example, we've grown up learning from Bollywood how relationships and love and marriages are, right? And the idea always has been too exaggerated for it to be relatable. Therefore, we've now moved from Suraj Varjatia films to Love Ranjan films, right? We've moved from Chand Tare Tod Lunga to I will adjust with your AC temperature habits, right? That's the kind of relationships that we as a society have grown into, and it's growing further more practical as the Gen Z, come to that marriageable sort of age or time of their life. Other than that, I think uh, uh, Gen Z is also considered to be very ignorant, right? We think that Gen Z wouldn't know a lot of things, like Suraj rightly pointed out, right? They're looking at and consuming a lot of religious content that one would think that it's completely a shocker to a lot of us, right? But that's what Gen Z, that's what defines Gen Z, is because they're everywhere. They know what is happening in NFL. They know what is happening in Ukraine war. They know what happened in Ramayan, and that they now know what's happening in Bollywood, right? So they're everywhere. They're omnipresent. They know everything. Like you said, they have the knack to identify fakery, right, from a narrative. So that makes Gen Z a very aware sort of a consumer, which becomes a problem for a marketer maybe. But yeah, that's how the ecosystem is developing, I think.
What about you? Would you like to chime in on a particular myth that you've held or you've seen people around you hold, but it has been busted eventually? Neha, can you hear us? Over to you.
Oh, yeah. So I think coming from a fashion e-com background, right? I've always heard that Gen Z is a lot into consumption. They are into fast fashion, etc. They will just hoard stuff. But I think they don't do that, right? They want to look fashionable. They want to, purchase a lot of fashion, but they're also very, very value conscious, and they will resonate and buy brands that they feel have a purpose. They just won't buy it for the sake of it. Also, their fashion choices are not, um, they're very individualistic. They're not driven by masses, that because today's generation is wearing a certain thing, I also have to. They'll experiment and then they'll come up with their own fashion choices. And I think at Meesho we've seen that, especially because we were dealing with a lot of tier 2, tier 3 audiences, as the Bharat audiences, I would like to call. And we also had a lot of buyers from metros and tier 1. But despite us selling clothes at very, very low affordable prices, the reason a lot of people bought from Meesho was because we were also kind of empowering a lot of small-time entrepreneurs from tier 2, tier 3. So they felt that they're kind of giving back to the society and not just consuming. That's one. Second, I think being in the space of brand social content, we always say that, oh, they're always hooked to their screens. And I was shocked when I found out that today, 1 in every 4, which is 25% of Gen Z, is listening to podcasts, which are like, out and out audio, not even something which is associated with a visual. I don't think millennials did that. At least I can say for my generation, we didn't listen to a lot of podcasts. Podcast is very, very recent. And third, they know what they want. They are not someone who'll, what we used to call bhedchal. They are not going to follow just the masses for the sake of it. And for brands, they will not think twice to call out the fakery. They'll be like, okay, this is what it is. I don't feel it's authentic, and therefore I'll unfollow a brand. Whereas, like, as being the earlier generation, we were still forgiving in a way, and we'll be like chalta hai attitude, but these guys are unforgiving in a good way, so that they're always forcing us brand marketers to be as authentic, as real, and bring our truest selves to the forefront. Otherwise they'll just not engage with us.
Right. I think there's something really interesting you brought to the conversation, which was understanding why is it that they buy fashion. So I think based on the interactions that we've had with various brands in the fashion space and the Gen Z consumers, we've realized that they're not really feeding into purchasing brands that are, indicators of status, but they're mostly looking at brands that are promoters of a cult of sorts. So that help reflect their own sense of individuality, and if they align with that, then they are good to go. And I think another interesting point that you brought out was how they are looking at individuality versus millennials looking at mainly conforming. So you would see millennials, you would see if there is someone who is true to their individuality, that would be something which is unique. But in Gen Z, it's like if there's someone who's really conforming, that seems to be an anomaly. So that's a really interesting pivot, and I'm so glad you brought that to the conversation. I'd further like to take it to Vatsal also. I think now that you represent the whole entrepreneurship bandwidth, and I'd love for you to maybe bring in the conversation of how the onset of Gen Z is really, certain myths that people have about Gen Z just being, say, like Neha mentioned, about them being full of themselves, or whether it's about them being frivolous and not conscious about what is it that they're doing. I think from an entrepreneurial standpoint, that has really changed. So if you could just bring us some thoughts about how you observe that particular myth being busted actively.
I think there's a couple things to remember about Gen Z. First, let me just thank everybody for having me here, and good to be here with all my co-panelists. But couple things kind of to think about is, and to remember is, Gen Zs are born in an abundance environment, right? Most of us millennials were born, before 1991 or around 1991, when we were still in that scarcity mode as a country, right? But Gen Z is born after 96, 97, have only seen abundance in the world, and more so with Gen Alpha, right? Which means that their worldview is very different from us, right? While we may think of scrimping every penny, saying, oh, consumption, nahi, I have to keep saving. They're thinking about consumption not as a poor thing, but as something, as spending on themselves, on experiences, and something that comes naturally, because money will be earned again tomorrow. So that has kind of changed how companies are targeting Gen Zs, because when you're targeting other audiences, you have to talk a little bit about showcase that you're the right brand, you're affordable, you're good on the pocket, there's some value creation. Whereas towards Gen Z, it can be other things that you can showcase, which are higher up the Maslow's hierarchy, right? You can talk about, oh, it's good taste, it's a good experience, it's something that you will remember for a life. So that's, I think, one thing that's really changed on the Gen Z front, and how entrepreneurs are targeting that new audience, right? And that kind of creates a bunch of new opportunities for businesses. Obviously, right? We're seeing new age brands targeting Gen Z specifically. For example, so one really cool company, right? This comes somewhere in between Gen Z culture and millennial culture. because we've invested in a company called Rethought. They're basically a marketplace for thrift fashion. Now, thrifting is a very Gen Z concept, right? And they've been doing it for 5, 6, 7 years now, unknowingly or knowingly, right? Where yes, they like to consume a lot, but they also like to consume with value. And so these guys are kind of creating a marketplace for thrift fashion, and they're seeing phenomenal growth and adoption from Gen Zs, right? So lots of new opportunities coming in with Gen Zs, and Gen Z entrepreneurs too kind of, don't try to count every penny and scrimp on the small stuff, right? And in their mindset also, they're always focused on value creation. There's enough and more money out there for us entrepreneurs to consume. Investors will invest, but how do I make sure that I keep spending and keep creating value and keep growing? So those are a few things I think I've been seeing in the Gen Z ecosystem.
Yeah, I think Vatsal, a very important point that you brought in, which is that whenever we talk about Gen Z, we often say that they are the digital natives, right? But I think that's a very overtly used word, because we are not really able to understand that while they are digital natives, they're also born into a legacy that has abundance. So it's not just in terms of technology or internet, it's also in terms of scope, in terms of scale, in terms of possibilities of information and communication. So that leads the diagram of what their landscape looks like today is very different. So with that, I'd like to maybe shift your perspective a little bit towards understanding, at least in my experience, when we look at actively building content, whether it's through research at Capital Z, we feel like we have been looking at Gen Z from a very Western or European perspective. And whenever we feel information that's put out at us, we always see ourselves quoting a Western counterpart. So that's like the Gen Z overhaul or the perspective that we have. But I think each of us has a certain representation and understanding of the consumer base that is Indian specific. So the Indian Gen Z cohort, do you feel, if at all, it's different from their Western counterparts or European counterparts? If yes, how do you feel like they bring a certain newness to it, and what's so different about them when it comes to standing out in the world? I'd like to invite Neha into the conversation first. If you could just take us through it.
Sure. Surprisingly, I was having this conversation with my Gen Z counterparts, colleagues at work earlier today, when, the examples that they were showing were very, European world first, examples from the international series that we've been seeing. And I told them, see, you guys are born in metros, raised in metros, you're very close to your Western counterparts, but unfortunately, that does not represent whole of India. And again, I think this is something I learned during my stint at Meesho, that people in tier 2, tier 3 are very different from metros, urban India, tier 1, right? And the 2 or 3 differences that I feel are very, very clearly visible are people are multilingual. English may not be the preferred language at all times. And Gen Z today is not shy of conversing in Hindi or their regional languages. And therefore, you see a lot of influencers, creators, YouTubers making content in their regional languages and kind of, excelling at that. Second, while as far as the platform consumption is concerned, social media platforms, while YouTube, Instagram kind of rule the roost, but there are smaller native platforms like Chingari, Taka, Josh, etc., which they use, and they're absolutely okay doing that. It's not even shying away from the fact that I'm on a certain platform like that, which does not maybe cater to their urban counterparts, if I were to call like that, right? So I think these two, multilingualism, and second, that they are also there on regional apps and they don't mind expressing their creativity there and making it big on those platforms, are two things that obviously set them apart from the Western counterparts. And also, I think it's very widely driven by the exposure that they have. Like tier 2, tier 3 still holds a lot of older gender norms. While they are being fluid, they're flexible, but they still exist because of the kind of exposure that they've had. The religious, the impact or kind of religious practices. I'm not saying spiritual, maybe religious practices, going to a temple, doing certain practices are still very prevalent, and they're deep rooted in a good way. They are not being, kind of stuck upon it. They're still doing that. So I think these 3-4 things set the Gen Zs apart from what we see in the West today.
I think there's a really interesting point that you brought out, which was in terms of how urban Gen Z is or may be slightly different from, say, somebody who is in tier 3 and beyond. So I think there was this interesting article that I had read which quoted how urban Gen Zs are weird. So they are Western educated, they're industrialized, rich, and they're democratized in some sense. But I also feel like when we look at tier 3 and beyond, there is certain collectivist mindset that also exists. So they're very conscious about their cultural roots. And while they are equally individualistic, they also like to come in with recognizing the cultural roots where they come from, the kind of landscape that they represent, and the family structure that they're a part of. They become important elements in terms of contributing to their personality. So I think, so since you brought up, short form video apps, I think there would be no better person to talk to us about this than Sundar to really give us an understanding how different are urban versus say tier 2, tier 3 and beyond Gen Zs.
No, I think I totally, and I think double click on what Nia has told us. I mean, it's very simple actually. If you look at the way the creator today from Bharat, they're very confident and they believe in the word called real. And they believe that हम लोग real है, हम लोग उसमें बहुत happy है उन लोग. Because the moment they see any of their counterparts on Reels or any other platform, so they ask us one simple question. हर टाइम उसके पास गाड़ी क्यों होता है रेंज रोवर, हर टाइम हर टाइम उसके घर के पीछे क्यों हमेशा बीच होता है या फिर कुछ फैंसी बैकग्राउंड होता है. यार भारत में ये तो नहीं होता ना. मेरे पास मैक्सिमम मेरे पास एक मारुति रहेगा या फिर मेरा जो घर है वो घर वैसे रहता है. So they actually want to be real in their real life, and it across their way they dress up, the way they put the fashion in, even the way you'll see a lot of food content videos. You will see the guy down south, and when I say south is not one state. There's 5 different states, and 5 of them are totally different. So, for example, the guy in Tamil, the guy in especially from Madurai, will want to talk about is idli. The passion for is idli because there is a shop called as Madurai Idli Kadai, and it's called Murugan Idli Kadai, and there they make some 22 types of idli, and they got 14 different chutneys. And he's very happy that he's going to show that. He doesn't want to show him trying to eat chicken curry or trying to eat paratha. So that's not what his zone is, So they want to, so the logic is that they stick to being real. They want to be, they're very comfortable in what they're talking and what they're doing. And they're ensuring that like them, they're able to now collaborate across Indians in a very different way. We just found out that there is a collab feature where people automatically have done these trends and have started participating. I mean, you see the examples, the recent trend, when I keep telling this about to everybody, the guy called Bhavesh, that broker guy, he's the guy in Bombay, is like, Aja, dikha dunga. Imagine you trying to do this 2 years back.
Yeah.
People wouldn't have got it cool. Today, I saw a collab last night. A guy from England trying to do that Aja, dikha dunga in an English way. I said, wow, Bharat is going someplace.
Right, absolutely. I think it's really interesting because I often find my feed filled with information or videos, which typically say, maybe it's a Kohli boy talking to his mother and saying, "I aaj bhook lagli hai, what are you making for lunch?" And then the mother in a very Kohli way says that, "Forget about your pizzas and burgers, I'm going to cook some real authentic Colombi for you." And then she gets cooking and everyone's celebrating that authenticity that they bring to the table. So it's so true about how they're really taking great pride in it and wearing it as a badge of honor and saying that I am X person and there is nothing to be shy about. I no longer need to be conforming to what was earlier considered to be cool, which was an English speaking convent educated person. That's not who I am, and I don't take any reason why I should be ashamed of who I really am. I think this is really exciting for us to even look at it. Have you, in your experience, Devesh, seen that there's any difference when it comes to, say, maybe an Indian Gen Z in metros versus an Indian Gen Z in, say, a tier 3 and beyond place?
Yeah, of course. I think it's well established that when we talk about Indian Gen Z, there's Indian Gen Z and there's Bharat Gen Z, like Suraj would say. right? And Indian Gen Z is much more closer to their global counterpart than the Bharat Gen Zs, and Bharat is where the masses are, right? So yes, definitely there's a huge difference from our global counterpart, and I think one key factor of that is that the family or the society value system still runs with even with this generation, right? Even with the Gen Z, that also comes from the fact that India as a country is much younger than Europe or in America. So the Gen Z still kind of operates on the family or the society value system, which gives them a structure to their evolution also, and prevents them from being a loose cannon, right? So even right now, a Gen Z is much more aware, much more informed, but it's still not a loose cannon. How we see a lot of that in the West, right? And it plays a huge role in the relationship or matchmaking ecosystem, right? Because with newer preferences coming in, newer beliefs coming in, the whole ecosystem kind of takes a hit. For us, it's kind of moving to a better ecosystem from what it was, right? From an ecosystem where it was driven by parents, right? We are going to a more individual led ecosystem, right? In fact, the parents have come from ये लड़का या लड़की है, इससे तुम्हारी शादी हो रही है, to कोई है तो बता दो, right? So that's how the society is evolving, right? Still being structured, and we are all evolving together. It's not that the Gen Z is evolving at a greater pace than the other generations. So that's all linked together. That I think is a very key factor of how Indian Gen Z or the Bharat Gen Z is very much different from the global counterpart.
Right. So I think there's this very interesting observation that Tinder had made recently, wherein they said that how for Gen Z being someone who is propagating or professing or establishing the mental health, that aspect of mental health in a partner is really crucial, or that aspect of representing or standing by individuality is really crucial. So do you feel like while maybe the demographics has changed, the way of say conducting or experiencing marriage has changed in any way? Do you feel that? Because what we've also observed is while Gen Zs today are looking at that healthy marriage setup and they know exactly what it takes to have a healthy marriage, maybe they've also seen a lot of content, their own universe environment, wherein they have not really seen the best of marriages. So they kind of have a certain ideal template as to what a good marriage looks like. And thereby their understanding of relationships also has evolved in that sense. So have you, in your experience, seen it maybe in terms of the encounters on the app or in terms of any other communication conversations you've had with Gen Z?
Yeah, for sure. In fact, most of our success stories now, so I'll give you an insight. There were arranged marriages and love marriages, right? Till very recently. Now there is a concept called planned marriages, wherein an individual arranges love for them, right?
Yeah.
That's what planned marriages are. Again, it's very practical, right? It comes from an idea of, I need the partner and this is what I want from my partner and this is what I bring to the table. Right now, let's figure out, who I am going to have a good life or future with, rather than get a partner and then try to figure out a good life and future with, right? So we've seen a huge shift, right, from love marriage and arranged marriages to planned marriages, right? So because it has best of both worlds that way, right? To give you another insight, Shadi.com at this point so Shadi.com was a platform that was considered very traditional at till very recently, or maybe some would say even now, that we are working to fix or make it better. But yeah, being a traditional platform, parents has been our biggest advocates, right? But now the ecosystem has changed so much that 70 to 80% of the profiles on Shadi.com are self-made, right? So that completely gives us an evidence that the Gen Z is not exactly in the marriageable ecosystem right now, but even late millennials and as a generation where we are moving is very systematic or planned way of institutionalizing marriages, if that answers your question.
Yes, absolutely. I think we've also observed that they have their new versions of relationships, right? So while their ideal goal would be to have a healthy marriage, but they also have the concepts of, say, situationships, which we as millennials would completely be alien to. It's like either you're in or you're out. So what's this thing in the middle? So there was a lot of conversation that I found really exciting, and I'm so glad you brought that to the table. I think I'd like to shift the conversation a little bit to Neha to understand. Have you felt like in your experience through interaction with Gen Z consumers, whether they've pivoted the way they shopped? Like I feel there's a lot of conversation around how Gen Zs don't shop binary. They look at it from a very multidimensional prism and multidimensional perspective. They are almost omni-channel shopping, or they want brands to be omnipresent in a way. So then how do you deal with this shopper as a website or a digital first brand? When you look at it from that lens, how do you ensure that you're also covering all the multiple lens or the multiplicity that they have to offer?
I think being a e-com player and online fashion player has its own hindrances, and especially I think that almost became true for offline players also post 2020, when there was a shutdown and you couldn't have tangible aspects to brand. And I think fashion, lifestyle, beauty were the most affected, right? Because before 2020, if I were to, or any Gen Z had to buy makeup, you'll go to the store, try it on your skin tone, and then pick it up. But 2020 changed the way. So I think one way how we kind of navigate this, and especially because we don't have stores, nor do we intend to go that route, is that you make the product as tangible as possible through use of a lot of influencers. Because when a brand goes out there and does a brand campaign, however much we like to say we want to be inclusive and all, we still pick up the most good looking, or the models, a certain figure, etc. Even if you want to go inclusive, they'll still be the better looking of that inclusive part as well. But the moment an influencer takes it, it's true to the core, right? It's a certain shape and size. It's not model figure. They will also be very, very authentic. And this is something that we've increasingly seen with influencers also. And I think that's also done because they know that their Gen Z followers will call it out if they're not being real. I have had instances where I've reached out to an influencer and said, why don't you promote a certain collection? Even when I was at Max or Reliance, if they don't resonate with your brand, or if they don't like the collection, they've kind of turned it down. They're like, I don't mind the loss that I'm making, commercially, but I can't afford to lose my followers, because that's where the authentic following is. So Gen Z has kind of changed that consumption trend. It needs to be more tangible, more authentic, more real, and therefore a lot of testimonials come in. If you see the Meesho app, there are a lot of user reviews that are there, which actually kind of drives the purchase for us. Second, obviously, is influencers. While they are, we facilitate that transaction, but they're very honest, and that's how we kind of build it up. Third, also, is through a lot of social commentary and reviews that people get. And however much we as brand managers try and regulate that social commentary, you can't orchestrate it beyond a point, because you'll have more haters than followers in a way. So I think these three ways have kind of driven the content strategy for almost all offline and online brands, or omni-channel brands in a way. As far as offline brands are concerned, as I said, I've worked with Max and Reliance in the past. While we have stores and we kind of put out whatever we have in the stores, we also had people today don't have the patience of that. If you don't have a product in my size, I'm not going to go visit another store. I am not going to wait till you bring it here. Therefore, a lot of those kiosks and, omni-channel comes in, that if it's there anywhere in India, it'll be shipped to you. Because whether we like it or not, Gen Z does not have the patience to wait for so long. And if you don't deliver to them that day, they'll very well go to another brand. They don't have set loyalties. It's something that they want, and they'll go ahead and buy it, unless you're a cult brand, which is not the case with a lot of players like Max, Reliance, and Meesho, because Meesho obviously is an unbranded player, but even when it comes to Max and Reliance, they're not very heavily branded products, right? It's just very similar designs, very similar collections. So that's how we've been trying to navigate this. through influencers, through a lot of omni-channel things, also through a lot of social first initiatives. Like on Meesho, what we've done is that if today you like a certain piece of garment, even if Deepika Padukone has worn it and we don't sell it, if you tag us, we have a certain hashtag and a tag, we will send you similar looking products from Meesho to your DMs with a link so that you buy it. Because we know that going on the app looking for that particular item may not be that easy. So we are also trying to bridge that so that we don't lose the consumers in any way, and we keep up with the fact that, you know, we need to be available wherever the Gen Z consumer is and kind of bring them to the fold and make them our repeat customers.
Right. I think so that phrase really caught me actually in terms of keeping up with the Gen Z. I think that can be a separate spin-off on its own. I think when we think of short form videos also, right, predominantly you look at brands coming into the forum and saying that today Gen Z have really depreciating or falling attention spans, and therefore it's the time for short form videos. Sundar, also, do you feel like short form videos act as a medium of discovery for longer form videos? So I see often that whether it's say YouTube Shorts, if there is a video by a particular influencer that I follow, there's a small short of it, but if it intrigues or piques my interest, I'll go and consume the longer form video as long as it aligns with what I want. So in that kind of a dynamic landscape, how do you think the SFB category largely is keeping up with this Gen Z audience?
I think gone are the days that you can actually say that short form video is just for discovery. I think it's been almost 3 years now in this country. We have seen that how short form videos not just a point of view of discovery, it's also the way the algo is getting built for people to know that whatever they want to chase, they might find it here first. So if you look at the way we are trying to build the algorithm, we are trying to predict actually what this Gen Z actually wants, and we're trying to put them right there in their feed. Because you have to understand something that these guys are completely, they have no mercy, especially if you're in the short form video world. They judge you by the first 2 seconds or the first 3 seconds, and they just swipe you up and you're done. There is no, they don't give you even a 10-second review today. In the first 3 seconds is so important that if you got it, you have the attention. And if you have it, then they're able to do any possible form of integration or innovation, they will accept it. So actually, Neha, you are completely echoing my thought all the time. So I'm just, off what Neha is saying.
I think we're both waiting for Bharat, and therefore our thoughts are very
No, so it's simple. We had this client called Josh Alukas, in down Kerala. When they were trying to look for one of their campaigns, so they actually did a survey and a research and a content piece with Josh, and the creator and the UGC asked the brand one question: why is that? Why in the hoarding or in a campaign, the lady out there is Russian? I don't think women in Kerala look Russian. And that was one of those insight that the guy, the Mr. George Aluga, came and told us that maybe that's the right point. What do we do? So we said, let the UGC run a campaign for you, and you discover the face from their side. So I don't know if you know about this girl called Omna Kuti. Omna Kuti is actually from Ernakulam. She's the face of George Alukas now, and she was discovered in somewhere in George, where she came and said that, boss, I look Malayali and I'm fine to look Malayali. I don't want to look Russian. So that's how the journey is.
Shooting with Caucasian models has been a trend in the industry for the longest time. I know models who've left their countries and have come and permanently stayed in India because they know there are enough and more campaigns that give them a regular stream of income, which they don't get in their country. So I think that's changing now, and millennials and Gen Z have been a great, force behind that change. That we don't want to see Russian or Caucasian models showing, brands of India and how Indian people look.
Yeah.
Great. So I think in the paucity of time, I'd like us to wrap up a little bit, maybe in 1 or 2 sentences. If you have to give, say, your two bits on takeaways for marketers today when you come to nailing it or hitting the nail on the head for Gen Zs, what would you recommend or what would you suggest as being something that's really worked for you? Over to you, Devesh.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. I would say relatability is the key. Till now, when we were marketing or doing advertising, we were also selling a lot of aspirational lifestyle products and a lot of things. I think that's going to get a little passe very soon, right? And relatability is going to be key for a lot of brands to do their comms. Yeah, that's essentially it.
What about you, Neha?
I think today we need to build meaningful relationship with our consumers and especially Gen Z. It's no longer the day when a brand comes and kind of dictates or says these are the trends, go ahead and follow it. If you don't listen to them, give them what they want and build meaningful relationships, you're setting up for a big failure. So one is that. Second, as Devesh said, you have to be relatable and authentic. Even if you slip, come forward, accept it, and they will kind of forgive you. But if you try to cover it up even more, they'll see through it and you are in deeper trouble then.
Absolutely. I think no matter how challenging it is, as say millennial marketers, you've got to try and push harder so that you really are able to align your values and the brand in terms of the language that the Gen Z is speaking. What about you, Sundar? What do you think is maybe one or two things that you feel really need to be done when it comes to hitting the nail on the head for Gen Z?
I think we should, Hindi and English are not the national language of India. We should stop doing language dubs of the same content pieces and think that the guy in language understands it. It's okay to make ads in Haryanvi. It's okay to make ads in Bengali. It's okay to make ads in Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada. We've got 34 languages in this country. It's okay to do it for that particular language. We should stop doing this dubbing culture. It's really shitty after a point.
Absolutely. So I think I'd like to say that this has been a tremendously exciting conversation. Somebody like me who's really excited about talking about Gen Z for every single conversation I'd want to have it be about Gen Z. So I'm so excited that we learned so many new facets and so many new layers and filters when it came to understand the Indian Gen Z better. So thank you so much everyone for your time, and I'm hoping that we were able to add value to our audiences listening in as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Karan.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for that extremely informative session, panelists. It is indeed important to keep consumers first, be authentic in your narrative, and drive social change. And some of the brands that have cracked this code are D2C brands. So up next, we have young brands who will talk about unlocking the power of personal brand for your business. We have Sujata Biswas, co-founder at Suta, Udita Bansal, founder True Browns, Megha Desai Ashar, co-founder and COO at Juicy Chemistry. With this, I invite Abhishansa Mathur, founder and editor, Local Samosa, up on the stage to continue this conversation with our panelist. Over to you, Abhishansa.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good evening and welcome to SMLive Season 7. Happy World Social Media Day to all. So today on this panel of Unlocking the Power of Personal Brand for Your Business, we are joined by the founders of renowned homegrown brands who have established a strong presence in the direct-to-consumer D2C market. So before we immerse in this conversation, I would like to hear from all of you. So could you please share what you believe sets your content apart from what resonates with your audience, or what topics you primarily discuss on your personal social media platforms? We'll start with Megha, you. Yeah, sorry, I think you're on mute. Hi, Megha.
There's something wrong. Just give me 1 second.
I can hear you now.
You can hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really tech challenged. Sorry.
We're in the same boat.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I was just busy concentrating on what I had to figure out with the microphone. Can you repeat your question, please?
So can you share what
what do you believe that set your content apart from that resonates actually with your audience, or what topics that you primarily discuss on your personal social media platforms?
So I think Juicy Chemistry has a very personal story attached to it because it was something that started right out of my kitchen with my own personal experience with PCOD, and it was something I was struggling with personally. And because I couldn't find anything relevant to what I wanted to use on my skin, I went into this search for looking for something natural. And when we discovered that actually there was nothing natural and organic in the market, and it was all greenwashing, is when the research started. So I think what really resonated with the audience was that there was a personal commitment to it, to what the founder actually wanted to do. There was a lot of research involved because personally, coming from a background of journalism and criminology, for me, research has been like a top priority. So, trying to understand the ingredients, trying to understand what we need to use in a formulation, that became the goal. And once we started understanding more about it and talking to our audience, it didn't start off as a brand that had all the marketing budgets and everything to just go and power out and explode into the market. We literally were standing at every farmer's market week on week and, trying to explain about the products, explain why the textures are so different, why the product looks in a particular way, why the cream that we're making is not lightweight or is not completely white in color like they see in the market. And once consumers started understanding that led a lot of trust, because they felt there's a face that they can pinpoint to. I'm talking almost 10 years back where brands did not really have a founder face attached to it. Most of the brands in the skincare industry were the large FMCG companies that were present already, or then the luxury brands, which were more international, or, brands that were even Indian origin, but nobody really showed their face, So we were one of those first few brands where they could actually see a founder's face. They could actually see like, okay, the founder has dark circles, she has acne, she has these problems that she's talking about. And that resonated. So I think that's what was very important when we started Juicy Chemistry, that the audience actually sees that words like organic and transparency are not just namesake, but they actually mean something.
So yeah, I actually saw like you have a criminology background as well, and I saw your recent post where you also talked about it, which is separate from Juicy Chemistry. So what are the other things that you talk about on your personal social media?
I personally feel, skincare, mental health, holistic wellness all go hand in hand. You can't really say we are a skincare company, we are a personal care company, so we're only going to talk about XYZ things, right? Like for me, it's very important to explain to a consumer that while you might really enjoy using our our under eye products, but if you are not going to sleep enough number of hours, if you are going to use enough, like a lot of screen time, it's not going to work. I'm not going to sell you a dream. It's not possible to do that. So I like to mingle that with talking about what social media is all about, and not to really go away and get carried away with what they see online, because they see today in this culture where we have influencers, that show flawless skin, that show tons of products being used on their skin, and almost every other product has similar benefits. So when I try to talk on my social media, it's very important that I attach all these points along with it, that skincare, personal care, mental health all go hand in hand. I could do a 10-step regime, but if I'm not feeling very good from inside, and if I'm not sleeping well, if I'm, getting disturbed by something that I'm seeing online, I don't think I'll have that glow, that healthy feeling. You could cover it up with a makeup, but skincare will not happen in that format. So for me, I think I like to once in a while talk about the importance of, being present with yourself, understanding that everything that you see on social media, every other day we see a pharmaceutical company release a new ingredient that people think just because it's released they need to use it. And that's something we completely don't agree with at Juicy Chemistry. We are not a trend based company. We don't formulate products basis what is in trend, which is what the current market is all about. So for me, that's how my social media is. I talk about the importance of the girl child. Because we also work towards cervical cancer vaccination, we create awareness around that. So I like to pitch about those topics, and I like my audience to be aware that we're just not a brand selling products, but we are here to build a community where you can share your problems. I've personally spoken about my PCOD concerns a lot of times and what I've gone through. And I encourage people to talk about it back with me, share their concerns, so I can help them in any particular way. You're mute. You're on mute.
What about you, Sujata? Technologically challenged, you know.
I think I have terrible network, so maybe you guys might lose
It sounds good.
me in between to just wave. Probably I'll get to know. I think, yeah, there is a technology. Clearly, I have issues. So, yeah. So, about Suta, so me and my sister's names are there in the brand. So, I'm Sujata, my sister's Tanya, and it's Suta. So, literally, it's like an extension of us. If you ask me, like, if I want to, if I would have chosen another name, I think I wouldn't have. I feel I wanted the brand to echo the way we are. And personally, also, as people, we are, I think when we started 7 years back, I didn't know whether showing a founder's face is okay or not. But because we wanted to stay frugal, I did the modeling and Tanya did the shoots. And that's how we started from the house. And initially, I would not show my face. I was so shy. And I would just cut my head off and I would just stare up. Then later, Tanya clicked one day my face and she's like, oh, let me just edit it and put it. Let's see what happens. And then that's how my face went up. And then after that, there was no going back. And even after maybe 1 or 2 years, I tried to change. I brought in a new model and we saw people literally like shouting, screaming on social media saying, you cannot not show your face, don't go away. And yeah, so it was like literally it was like an intermingled thing. It just happened like that. It was not the plan, but I feel it's a brilliant way, that people trusted me a lot more and the brand a lot more. If my product is shown somewhere else, people just like call the person out saying, hey, that's Suta's founder, you can't use the photos. And that just helped us fight plagiarism, which is also difficult, but yeah, somehow this helps us. So yeah. I can't hear you.
Yeah, unmute. Okay, so what do you share on your social media? What are the kind of work that you talk about?
So my personal social media, my personal page, it's more about showing how an entrepreneur or a founder can have a life which is like a very, very normal person. That's how my social media page looks like. Chaotic like my Suta page, but at the same time, it just shows how I am struggling with my kid, my dog, managing family and work. I talk about entrepreneurship, what are the kind of challenges there are, or how we meet up as entrepreneurs. I know a lot of you here, entrepreneurs here, and we all come together, and that's the kind of talk we have. That it's normal to feel vulnerable. It's okay to not know sometimes. And I'm a sustainability enthusiast, so my page will have a lot of greens that I grow in the house. I follow composting, and I make bioenzymes and. Yeah, it's a very random mixed page, but I think the thread that joins every post is that I want to show a normal, real life of how an entrepreneur, just a regular day of an entrepreneur's life is. So it's my network breaking. Like you can't hear me, right?
No, we can hear you just a little bit here and there.
Okay.
So what about you, Udita? This time my mic is on.
So yeah, True Browns. So the name came into picture because like browns is a color connotation for roots, and everything that we wanted to do in the brand was to go back to the roots. So bring India, its culture, the rootedness of our lives in today's fast way of living, or the way we currently operate. So that is essentially the bringing culture at the forefront, the
Mute. You're on mute.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to ask you, which is that social media platform that works well for you guys?
Sorry, whom was the question addressed to? Because I think I didn't hear the first part.
I think that is back.
Yes, sorry. Am I audible, visible?
Yeah. Yes, you are. I think we are losing her again. Okay, I was asking what is the social media platform that works well for each of you guys?
So I think somebody like me, I think Instagram is something that I've managed to get a hang around. So I've not really gone and explored any other platform. It's something I feel mentally and physically, it just takes out so much out of you. So it's the one platform that I've actually tried to build for the brand, but I've not really explored other form of content and other form of platforms. I mean, even for the brand's sake, sometimes I get told by the team that you need to look at a YouTube or you need to look at some of the other platforms, but it's not something I've been able to get around to because I feel it's just too exhausting trying to figure out, because you want to put out authentic content. You do want to put out content that's, not just a sham, not just something just for the sake of it, it's put out. So as of now, I think Instagram is what we've really worked on, and it's coming along beautifully. It feels very organic. It's very raw. If you go onto my page, it's like a mishmash, right? It's not something which you'll see like a very structured aesthetic page with just a lovely post about skincare. It's just got a mix of a lot of things. So that's what I like as of now.
What about you, Sujata?
Yeah, so for us, we are on a lot of platforms. Instagram, though, has the maximum number of followers, but we do equally well on Pinterest. We are there on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn I feel is a platform that is very underutilized. I feel that's a platform that has such like high potential. So LinkedIn, Pinterest, of course, Meta, but Instagram, of course, tops the list because we went on there. Instagram, we started our Instagram page in 2017 or 2018. Actively started working on it, but I feel. Being present on every platform gives you a lot of leverage. Megha, I don't know why you're not there on any other platform, but
We are. I mean, I don't concentrate on it. We are like we do post on YT Shorts and then YouTube long form content and then Pinterest and LinkedIn, but it's not as honest as what you do for Instagram. I don't feel like we are specifically creating content for these platforms. A lot of it is repost.
Yeah, I get.
But for Instagram, you're monitoring. The views have not come. And we don't do bots. We don't have any fake followers. We don't do fake comments and all of that. So IG, you still pay attention, but the other platforms, if you don't get the views and all, you're not that concerned at the moment. So that's how it is.
Yeah.
So according to you guys, for personal branding as well, it's better to have Instagram over LinkedIn?
Sorry, I lost you. Sorry.
So I'm saying even for personal branding, according to you guys, like Instagram also tops like way before LinkedIn?
So it depends on what kind of brand you have. For example, let's say Suta for me, if it's a fashion brand, my presence on Instagram would probably get me more reach than in case of LinkedIn. But I think LinkedIn is also like amazing potential. I think it's picking up now. LinkedIn videos does very well, and also LinkedIn can be used as a place to tell stories. So I think it's going to grow over the time. It's going to gain a lot of momentum is what I feel.
I agree, absolutely. I think LinkedIn, you really need to build your personal branding. I think that's where you really can get to tell your stories and so on. And it's not like Instagram where you really have to bother with aesthetics and all. There, your content is what shines, and you know that the people reading that content are very relevant to what you want for your personal branding. It's not about the brand, but at least your founder story and founder thoughts. So so I think LinkedIn is very important as far as your personal branding as a founder is concerned.
So Rita, now as you're here, so
I am very sorry. I changed my network. I hope this one stays. Yes.
Yeah. So now as you're here, so what are the kind of content that you put out for your personal branding, and which is the platform that tops for you?
For personal branding specifically, so what works for content both for True Browns and for myself is being as authentic as possible. We have this hashtag True You that we have for the brand, where we're saying that true voices or what you truly stand for is what we are actually pushing. So content around so anything that's authentic, works. A consumer today is very, very informative. They are looking at not just what you are presenting, what you're showing to them, but also the why of it. So every time we touch upon the why, that gets a lot of traction. So both on the brand page and my page. Specifically, as I was mentioning, when the connection went off, when we are saying we go back to the roots, we are also touching upon consciousness, slow living, and today content around that gets a lot of traction. So even on my own personal my channels, I myself lead a life like that. So whatever I put across is very, very authentic, and I agree with them. It's very broken, it's not fancy looking page, but it's very authentic. So the content around slow living, I put a lot of greens again, close to nature. We're talking about this woman who is uh, close to culture, art, music. I myself put content around that, so that gets a lot of traction. I think the base is this, that when we are putting across what we stand for, consumers understand, and consumers love it, even if it is not, in true sense of uh, nicely looking picture or reel, but if it is authentic, people love it. In terms of channels, for personal branding, I agree with them. I feel LinkedIn is the tool, is the channel to go for and to build. And we I think all of us don't use it to the extent we should be using it. It's a great channel to tell your story, connect with the right set of people, and build a forum around what you're doing, why you're doing, why you started it, where do you want to go. And there's like a whole amount of support that one can get on that channel. Yeah.
So, to Megha, this is question is for you, and this comes from my personal experience. So, I come from a tier two city, Jodhpur, and when I started this publication, I found the gap that there is a lot of information about metro cities, but for tier two cities like as Jodhpur, it's always seen as a tourist place. So, when I started, we heavily focused on tier two cities, talking about local crafts and local businesses and so much and so more. So there was a time when my persona intersected with local samosas so much so that if someone would actually follow us diligently, would say that admin loves chai and rajma chawal. So, but as we grew and added more kind of content and that are more than my personal passion points, right? So as you grew, like you started juicy chemistry because of your personal reason, but then as you grew, I think you have launched another brand under this. So how do you grow about it? Like how do you think a brand can separate its persona from the founder as it grows, even though initially the intersection of the personas can contribute to the brand's growth during its early stages?
So I'm going to take, sorry, this is going to be my last question, guys. I'm so sorry. There's another meeting that I've committed to that I'll have to drop off for. I think the underlying story never changes. Like when we talk about color chemistry, I mean, there's a reason why it's attached to the words juicy chemistry, because the underlying ethos of the brand are highly similar. It's India's first certified organic makeup brand. I mean, when we talk about having certified organic kajal, certified organic foundation, there's no other brand that's done it, compacts and so on. So the goal for us was not to launch just another brand, right? There's enough and more in the market. I mean, why would you do a price war and launch something where everybody's doing the same job, right? White labeling and getting similar products out. The idea has to be very similar, that it has to solve a purpose. Like for me, for the longest time, I could not wear makeup because it would clog my skin because of the silicates used into the product, right? The kind of silicons used, the kind of ingredients used to make sure it's heavy stay. So in a market where people talk about 24-hour transfer proof and it is waterproof, we are openly saying, boss, it's not waterproof, it's not transfer proof. It will transfer onto your cup because that's what a lipstick is supposed to do. I mean, when have you finished a whole tube of lipstick? Why are you hesitant to reapply your lipstick? Instead of getting damaged lips, pigmented lips, and then solving for it by saying, oh, you know what, I need a AHA exfoliation treatment, or I need a vitamin C treatment for my lips because my lips have gotten pigmented using these heavy duty lipsticks, you rather reapply. Na? It's such a simple solution. So we are something where we are talking about it in a very open sense that, guys, let's not do something just for the sake of it. Is there really merit to this? So personally, because I could never apply makeup, I would immediately start having clogged skin, acne, and I would, like, even in weddings, I would have to tell the makeup artist, "Arey, nahi, don't put this, just apply halka sa makeup." And then I'm like sitting and removing. And most people don't know about double cleansing. Like, it's today where we see people actually take that effort to cleanse their skin twice. Otherwise, most people take a wet wipe and just clean their makeup. So it's like, imagine, an orange peel and you're just cleaning the makeup on the top. It gets into your pores. It's not going to clean it up. So vicious cycle of bad makeup causing bad skin trauma, and then trying to heal that skin problem, but you're not realizing that makeup is your culprit, right? So that's one of the reasons why consumers came to us saying, can you formulate something? I can't use a kajal, my eyes get irritated, I get watery eyes and so on. So my kajal is not smudge proof, but if I don't touch it, it stays the whole day. It's simple as that, right? Like, if I'm going to fiddle around with it, it is going to spread. So you wipe it off and you again apply it. But if I don't touch it, it stays on the whole day just fine. So that's where color chemistry also resonates with what I as a founder want for my brand. It's not something where we start looking at it over a few years that, it's been 9 years now, people know we're organic, we can just do anything under the sun. We don't really take that approach, because as founders, if you lose that goal, you lose that insight that, okay, I need to be honest to my audience, it breaks trust somewhere, because, and especially today where the audience is very well averse, right? They read everything, they're aware of what's going on. We get the strangest of questions, and today, like, consumers are so conscious of what's in their product. So I feel really blessed that, okay, we are making something and people are understanding the difference around it. So I feel you can't take the founder out of the brand. And that's why it's a very personalized journey. I mean, I don't know how it works for, I'm sure, like, I see Suta also. I think it's a lot attributed to what both Tanya and Sujata have built over the years. I mean, we follow each other. I love what they're doing and I love what they're building. And I think it's phenomenal because, you see their style, you see their spunk in their branding. And if they take it out, like she said, if they bring another model, people are not going to, really resonate with the brand. So you can do a lot of things, but if you take away the basic philosophy, what a founder really believes on, I don't think your brand then exists the way it should. It will cease to exist at some point. So, yeah.
Right.
But bye, guys. Sorry, really sorry. I have a flight to catch. So I'm going to be in trouble. Sorry,
Thank you
guys.
for the good
I
discussion.
would love to catch up with you sometime. Love what you're doing as well. Thanks a lot. Take care, guys. Bye.
So, Sujata, what is the upside of having a strong personal brand to advocate your business?
Sorry, I lost you. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
So, what is the upside, according to you, when you have a strong personal brand to advocate your business?
So I feel you are given a couple of entities to work with, right? It's a chaotic market. There's information overload. Everyone's seeing immediate move, your finger move, because you just want another content to quickly come and occupy that space. It's that fast. So when you can, there are different ways to break the clutter, right? And there could be different anchors also. For example, brand is one anchor. You yourself could be an anchor. Your co-founder can be another anchor, and you pull each other up when there is chaos, when there is so much information. So you can be that person who is making sure that people are maybe. You can use yourself as whatever. You can be the style icon for the brand. You can be that person who people trust and relate to, and you be that nice person, who anyone can reach out to. You can do networking for your brand, which a brand per se cannot do on its own. A brand would be a company, and then a person coming in and doing the similar stuff for you will be a very different kind of engagement that can happen with a founder. So I feel personal branding plays a very important role, where you can just become probably another strong wheel for the brand, which is like helping the brand run. Also bringing authenticity, just making that okay, I endorse it because I'm showing my face, I'm talking, I'm a living human being and moving around. You can be your own brand ambassador by not spending a lot of money, which was one of the reasons why I showed my face. So I feel there are different ways you can use your personality to create complement your brand, or even like take the brands to a greater or different height. So I think it's that different there are a lot of upsides to personal branding.
Sounds fair. So, Udita, I have been following you since I think very early for True Browns, and cause of the why there was, plus size clothing was not really too in it, and we even I think I interviewed as well, and but since you started, and when I see your collection now, it has grown leaps and bounds, and the kind of outfits or collection has come, that has also grown so much. So do you believe in the concept of building in public, where maybe you get those insights from your audience, from on your personal connects? How do you manage to grow it so much?
Absolutely, Abhishansa. What we put across out there, whether it was the extreme size offering or the product catalog, as you are saying, is now very extensive. It is a lot of understanding of or listening to what the consumer is saying and what the market is saying, keeping the brand ethos and the purpose of brand at the core. So everything that we are building, and this work started very, very strongly around 3 years back, where we said, okay, we look at consumer reviews and we look at consumer data across all channels and plug that back into the product to the extent. And let me share this thing. There was this collection that we launched last year, Marty, and there was some production delay, and because of that, the extreme sizes somehow did not end up launching at the time of the collection launch. We got such a backlash from our consumers, and that actually was, we were on it, we knew that it's going to come in 10 days, but that actually showed the strength of what we had built, because consumers were waiting for it. There is a set of consumers who said that why it's not there, we were waiting for it. So listening to consumer reviews, and looking at data very, very strongly, plugging it back into everything that we're doing in terms of product, communication, marketing, our operations, service, how we talk, everything is plugged in basis that.
So, Sujata, in the era of cancel culture, how can founders effectively handle the spillover effects of brand-related criticism? Even the negative reception of founders' personal opinions can also impact the brand reputation. So what are the strategies one can employ to mitigate the potential damage in any which ways and maintain a positive brand perception?
I think it's so difficult, right? It's literally like, you want to, when you are present, you would want to reap the benefit, but when something goes wrong, you cannot run away. It is just it's there, right? Thankfully, we haven't faced anything like that, but I know that if something like that ever happens, both the parties, like if Suta or my personal page, will suffer, right? So I feel there could be a couple of guidelines, like things that you do not want to touch upon, do not want to talk about. For example, maybe politics you don't want to talk about, or something which has opinion. For example, because when you're running a brand, you have to understand that you are representing maybe. We are representing some 20,000 people. It's 17,000, 18,000 people. The people who are working, and they're from different areas, different religious values, everything is very different. So when you are passing a comment or you're saying something, it could just affect the whole organization. And not just that, if there's a backlash or there's something negative said about you, you have to own it up, and you have to be prepared for that. So I feel it's a very it's a very mindful thing that you have to do, that some things even in a personal page you cannot talk about, which can have a repercussion to a brand, and you have to realize what is your audience like, because the similar audience might be following you on your personal page. So so I think understanding that my brand represents this, and because of that, even if sometimes I do not believe in what my brand says, which is rare, even if that is there, just making sure that you never talk about it or never promote it or never celebrate that. So I think These are a couple of things you have to remember because you are representing the brand at the end of the day. Even, for example, I'll tell you one example is other brand reaching out to me saying, if you want to endorse my brand, and it could be anything, right? It could be cosmetic product, it could be accessories. That's when you have to decide whether that brand's ethos matches with your own brand, because you cannot be representing another brand which you probably do not trust in, or maybe you do not know about. So I think there are these things which you have to weigh in, and whenever kind of opportunities come when you're posting something or there is a collaboration that you're doing, just making sure that your presence there has what impact on the brand, just write down and then take a call.
So, Udita, this is for you. How do you strike a balance between promoting your brand offering and providing valuable insights for your community online? I checked your LinkedIn page and I spotted that you were talking about a lot about like your networking area, and then you also talked about you spotted Sania Mirza wearing one cord set from your brand. So how do you find that balance? This is not oversharing and this is not over promoting your brand.
What's the question exactly? That how much sharing, how much of it, how do
you strike a balance for your like promotional content and where you are adding valuable insights as well?
I think it's balanced, because as founders, firstly, we are breathing the brand every second, right? We are literally breathing the brand every second. So every time, whether it's a spotting or something that we have done, like we talk about repurposing waste fabric a lot, whether it is some content like that, or it is something that we are doing in office in terms of some kind of activity, that's just about sharing our everyday how we are living. So I think it is balanced. This is I mean, I don't overthink it. And agar hum nahi promote karenge to we have to be the ones to do it, and it comes from within. And I'm sure it's same for Sujata. It would not become to a point where is it overdone. No, I think when we are not authentic and when we're talking something that we don't believe in, or we are talking something just to be a part of the group or something that is in trend and we want to be a part of it, that is when that this is not authentic. And that's when I mean, I don't post then. I mean, I will not post that content. And I know a lot of founders who will not post because it is not true to who they are and then who like what the brand is, because essentially the founder and the brand in a way are just like theirs together, same all the time, every second. So it's balanced. I mean, as long as you are real and authentic and you're true, it's balanced.
Okay. So last two questions for both of you. So one founder you follow whose personal branding game is on point according to you?
Okay. Yeah, I have many founders to follow and I love their content. I think one founder I would say is Kirti Punima. I love her page. She ran Okai and now she's moved on to a brand called and Restore both. So anyway, we use Relove, but not just because we work together, but also the fact that how genuine she is and how she shares her snippets, her learnings, and it is also like a community where you talk about, and I feel a page is super insightful. Another founder I would say is founder of Pinkley, Daisy Tanwani. I think I love her page. She's absolutely authentic, and her love for animals just shines through and just gives me a lot of satisfaction and happiness that people do good and they're sharing it and just spreading such a great message. And yeah, I love these two people. I have tons of names though, but I'm just naming two.
I might ask you for references maybe. What according to like whose personal branding game is on point according to you?
The first name that came to my mind, and I think we should message Kirti after this, is Kirti. It's just spot on. And I think she's doing a great job both on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and a great balance of personal and professional content going out, and very informative, very, very engaging. So yes, I think Sujata, we need to tell Kirti yes, bye.
Even one day she shared her story where she started early. Then she said कि तीर को ये कर दिया है, अब ऐसे ऐसे चल रहा है, अब मेरा ये मीटिंग है, now I'm going for a workout, now I'm back, now I'm having meeting. I was like कैसे कर लिया पूरे दिन में कैसे प्लान कर सकते? But yeah, I remember showing it to my sister as well.
Yeah, it's very relatable. It's very insightful.
Right. So,
So
one
it's like a
learning
mix of
on
everything. So I think it's amazing. Sorry.
no,
Yeah.
no. So one learning on personal branding you would like to share?
I think one learning I would say is that so I think people first they want to know you, and then you become likable, and then they have this trust that they build. You know, that this trust, the feeling of trust that comes in. I feel when they like you, then they listen to you, watch you, consume your content. But the moment the trust comes in, they would love to work with you. I think that's the tipping point. I think the moment you become first they know and then like, the moment it comes to trust, the moment when you can engage the audience and make them trust whatever you're saying, I think that's when that's your A game. That with the top of everything in that series. I feel knowing, trusting, liking, and then trusting. So keep working towards it, I would say. And if people start trusting you, and that's when you'll get business. People will listen to you and will actually implement what you're saying. So yeah, that's my learning.
And Nudita, about you?
My learning is keep it real and keep it authentic. Whether it is even if it is not fancy looking, it's all right, because people today love what is real. And I agree with Sujata. I feel that realness goes to the trust, and that trust then finally goes to when people want to talk to you, work with you, or build that community with you. And that is when you know that even you don't have to try hard, you just have to be real, and the message goes across. So I think another way to put this is don't try too hard, because then you're not being your true self. So I think that's the takeaway for personal branding.
Thank you so much, both of you, and even Megha, to joining, and even our audience for joining us here on the Friday evening when it's pouring so much, at least in Mumbai. So, but I'm sure we all have imbibed a few learnings from you both and Megha, and hopefully I get inspired to even pen down my thoughts as well and build my personal brand. Sooner or later, I'm hoping this from so long, but yeah, I hope this inspires me.
Wishing you guys all the best, and thank you for having us. It was brilliant. Yeah, it was brilliant, and good to meet you, Aditya.
Same here, Sujata. Thanks for having here. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Karuna. Bye bye.
Thank you, Udita. Thank you, Sujata. It was inspiring to hear how your personal struggles pushed you all to launch your own brands, claim more power, and share that journey with your consumers. In our next session, we'll be talking about personal struggles a little more with content creators. We'll be talking about mental health, which is one of the most important topics of the day. With this, I invite Mrinal Mathur Rajwani up on the stage to continue this conversation with our panelists. In our last session of the day, we have content creators Chandni Babda, Dev Rayani, Sakshi Gupta, Khush Sachdeva, who will talk about behind the screen mental health for content creators. Over to you, Mrinal.
Just waiting for participants to join. I think we have Chandni here.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. We finally met. We have met like online now, but we've met several times in past. So it's so good to chit chat with you now. So I'll welcome everyone. I think I have Dave also here. Sakshi is also here. We'll wait for Kush to join us.
Hi.
Hi, Sakshi.
Hello.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How's your trip to India now?
Huh?
How's your trip to India going on?
It's going good. A lot of work, a lot of music. I'm at a family trip right now in Alibag. So everyone's shouting down. So I came up.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for joining us here. I know we've been a little late from the schedule. We were supposed to be live half an hour ago, but here we are celebrating World Social Media Day. A very happy World Social Media Day to each of you, because, like, I know it's a day in, day out. Everything depends on social media for all of us. So as I don't know if you guys know, and for the audience also, I would like to tell. So for the social, as a founder and editor, this topic of mental health for content creators is very close to me. This month for the magazine, Social Ketchups magazine, we did an entire edition which was focused primarily on all things leading to mental health concerns for content creators and the solutions that we can derive from that for that, and then like emphasized on need of taking care of your mental health. So I thought Social Media Day seems like a perfect day to continue these conversations. But before we go ahead, it's like a disclaimer that I would like to tell that none of us, like not these four creators nor me, we are not mental health experts, and what we're going to talk about is way more is from our experiences, what we understand and what we go through. I'm pretty sure Chandni, Kush, Sakshi, they've all go through something or the like that in their day-to-day life. So what they are going to share is their experiences, right, guys?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to start with, so being on social media, being your larger part of the life being on social media, it can be overwhelming, and it can go into zone that you feel that you need to take a break, you don't want to be on social media. So have you guys felt that feeling of burnout? Chandni, I'll start with you. So have you faced that, okay, this is where I don't want, though I know that I have to be on social media, but I need to take a break. I don't want to just open another app now.
Yeah, I have, of course, I have that phase कि यार मुझे अब नहीं खोलना Instagram, और मैं नहीं खोलती हूँ. I'm good with that. Sometimes, not always. I just go and chill with my friends and non-content creator friends. Otherwise, वहाँ पे वो chill session में भी पूरा ऐसा हो जाता है कि चलो mini blog बनाओ, ये करो, वो करो. तो हाँ, and I just go and hang out with them and don't use my social media. I don't even take my phone also. I'm not taking my phone.
Dave, what about you? Do you feel that you're burnt out and you really need to take a break?
Yeah. I always I started when I was like 11. So I've grown up with this feeling of constantly being burned out. So at this point, I just keep it away, and I go into reality. Like she said, like hang out with my friends, non-content creators, and otherwise my other interests like music and stuff, I just distract myself entirely. But I don't make it so this in my head where I like quit and like take a break, because I love doing this, and I think I've taken it for granted before, and so it's like a constant process of balance. And am I lagging? No. Okay, great. But yeah. basically.
Yeah. What about Kush? What do you think? Have you faced that
So,
level?
so I've been making videos for the past 4 years now, and I think it's the only thing that's on my mind 24/7, and I don't know how I feel about that, even when I'm not creating, because an idea can come from anywhere, and it can come at any time. So I just do one thing: I write everything down, and of course, there are days when I don't feel like creating, don't feel like doing anything. So either I go back to those ideas that I wrote down, or I just take it easy, post less. Like I've never taken a break really, but I just post less, engage more on your stories, and do things that I really enjoy. Like for me, it's photography. I spend more time, creating my presets and in Lightroom, learning maybe some new edits, and doing reruns of my favorite YouTube videos that inspired me to start creating in the first place. So, like, I think it's very important to take it easy, and I think that comes with time.
Okay, Sakshi, what about you? Have you reached that level of burnout ever? And if you did, what you did?
Yeah, like a lot of times I take a lot of breaks, like every alternate week I'm on a break. But I feel like it happens because you're like creating all the time, you're in front of the camera, you need that break, you need to like just take yourself off it for a while. But then it's like you're just re-energizing yourself and you're back with a lot more ideas, and you're like, it's like a break, but it's like it helps you explore some different versions of your creativity. So it's really helpful. And traveling for me is a break, meeting my friends, like they said, non-creator friends. It's really helpful. Like I'm away from the phone, away from Instagram, just like chilling, existing, because you can't just keep up with the stories, reels, just create content every time when you're out. It's practically like very exhausting sometimes.
So I do have this question that I had in mind, and then like while you guys are mentioning that you like to take a break and spend time with your non-creative friends, I also have something which is called as, which I feel is a FOMO, that all content creators do have that. So I'll, not to be taken in a any sense wrong. So the feeling that okay, I'm doing good, but my fellow creator has reached somewhere, not just in terms of number, but the parties they attend, the events they go to, or the opportunities they have. So do you guys feel that also somewhere that impacts you, impacts your mental health? So I've seen a couple of content creators not following their fellow content creators for the same reason. Anyone, if you would want, Chandni, Sakshi, if you guys have anything to say about it.
Like sometimes it does happen, but you don't like completely cut yourself off it, because there's a lot of competition and it's there in every field. It's not like it's just there on social media. So it's better you just focus on creating what you want to create. Like there's nothing that's going to get you more happiness than putting up a piece of content that goes viral. So the focus is more on that rather than looking at creators attending events or meeting other creators or whatever. So it's more like you're focusing on your work, your content. So that doesn't really happen with me, because if I had that FOMO, then I would be there putting up stories, meeting creators. It's not something that's very impossible to do. But yeah, like some people do face, like when I meet creators, they talk about it, but I haven't really faced that. I'm like more focused in just creating content and just keeping it till there.
Chandni, Dave, do you have anything to add to it? I mean,
So you said like there are two type बोला ना, एक इवेंट की चीज आपने बोली और एक ब्रांड वाली सक्सेस वाले पैरामीटर से. सो द क्वेश्चन दैट आई ऑलवेज हैव, या फिर मैं अपनी टीम को भी यही बोलती हूँ कि आई हैव दिस हैबिट ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि हाँ, मतलब आई लव माय मनी, आई एम मारवाड़ी, आई एम सॉरी बट आई एम मारवाड़ी. और अगर कोई दूसरा ब्रांड करे तो मैं ये क्वेश्चन नहीं करूंगी कि इसको कैसे मिली. I will try to reach out to the brand and be like, okay, how do I integrate that brand in my content? I'll make that happen. And I've done that. And I do that. फिर उसमें मुझे फोमो उतना फील नहीं होता है. रही बात इवेंट्स वगैरह की, मुझे इनवाइट आते हैं मेरे पास, मुझे घर पे रहना
So you take FOMO in a positive sense. You make best use of that FOMO wali feeling.
I'm sorry, but I love my work and I work 24/7. So I have this habit of constantly checking कि, okay, who is doing what brand deals, kaun kahan. मेरे पास I'm that gossip person. I have everyone's gossip who is doing what, but I use it in a positive way. Like, okay, chalo.
So Dev, I'll ask you, like, so you stay somewhere which is not you don't stay in India time zone, right? Basically, and you have to match what is happening because that's your audience also. But so there with content creation, it also comes in the pressure of constantly creating relevant content and being there, being relevant, so does it impact your mental well-being? And I also would want to ask that, can a content creator take that liberty of taking a break, as in like, ठीक है, आज मन किया तो 4 दिन नहीं content बनाना है या 10 दिन नहीं बनाना, can a content creator take that liberty?
I feel like it's your audience that makes you. If your audience respects, your audience should always respect that. Okay, abhi nahi hai 1 week ke liye, it's fine. Like, let him be. He's gonna chill. He'll come back soon. It's like Amir Khan once a year makes a film. Everyone's chill with it. Like, like consistency is this big thing in everyone's mind because social media is such a new game in India, especially where virality, everything is just so up there that everyone wants to get there. Like, everyone I know is now a content creator, and first and 10th grade, they used to bully me for doing this stuff. But otherwise, like, I feel like take it at your own pace, build a slow, really nice fan base that respects you and understands you properly, rather than trying to get to the 1 million mark as fast as possible or the verified tick as fast as possible, because you will get there if you keep doing yourself. And because people love people being genuine on social media, and I can tell when people aren't being genuine, and so can everyone else. So I feel like it's just having fun on this app. It shouldn't be a work environment where it's so pressuring on your mental health. But I myself am not consistent, and I wish I was like many other people. But it's your own game, man. Don't try to be someone, and don't try to put yourself down for not being that person also. Just constantly be yourself, I feel.
What do you think? Can a content creator take that liberty to take a break?
Are you asking me? Sorry.
So I was saying, what do you think about this? That can a content creator
I feel
take
yes and no. Yes, because you're still working for yourself, so it's up to you if you want to upload or not. And आप खुद ही decide कर सकते हो आपको करना है या नहीं करना. But you should be okay with the fact कि if, like, we talk about algorithms so much, Meta talks about it so much, and they want us to post every day. I recently attended a Meta workshop in Mumbai, and they want you to upload every day, which is humanly not possible. But if you're taking a break, sure, you can do that. But at the end of the day, you have to be okay with the fact that when you come back, if you're posting consistently, it will take some time for the algorithm to pick your content again. Like, it will take it some time. So just be okay with the fact. If you're okay with that, then do whatever you want to do. You're still working for yourself at the end of the day. कोई भी आप agency के साथ हो, कुछ भी हो, you're still working for yourself. Yeah.
So you'll have to understand that you might have to bear the brunt of taking that break. I mean,
I guess so.
Okay. So something which is very common to all content creators, I feel, is the creative block that we get. I mean, even I might not be a content creator, but running a publication, even we get my writers, I get that creative block that I don't know about आगे क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या लिख सकते हैं, क्या cover कर सकते हैं. Do you guys face that? And if you face that creative block, what's your way to come out of it? I'll speak to Chani on this. I mean, because I feel because I think, Chani, you create a different kind of content creator, kind of content where you play different roles. So do you think that, okay, now I've got hit a creative block and how do you come back from it?
ऑफ कोर्स ऐसा होता है मेरे साथ भी कि बहुत क्रिएटिव ब्लॉक आ गया, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या बनेगा। स्पेशली मेरे साथ में तब होता है जब व्हेन आई एम नॉट एबल टू डिकोड एनी न्यू वॉइस, and I feel like, oh my god, what do I do? Why am I not able to decode any voice? But I think just not thinking about it and just, like just being close to nature really helps me. Just going to beach and just spending time with nature, that really helps me. Or just talking to my relatives, because at times हमको content बहुत daily चीजों से आता है. So just talking to my relatives, talking to my family members, and just not from the purpose of taking content out of it, but just like randomly just talking with them. कि हाँ बैठ के आज बातें करेंगे.
Sakshi, what about you? If you face a creative block, how do you deal with it?
I definitely I take breaks, and like Chandni said, I create a lot of body positive content. So if I go out and if I see somebody talking to the other person, greeting and saying "Arey tu moti ho gayi hai, tu patli ho gayi," or anything that's very much related to what I create, suddenly I'm like, oh, tomorrow I'm going to create a content on this. So that's the best way to actually break your block, because you'll go out, even if you're spending time in the nature, you're seeing so many things. When you go out, you expose yourself to so much, you learn so much, you come up with some new ideas, and you get a very new perspective to everything that you're creating. So that's the best way to end a creative block, I feel. Just going out and just because you're a creator, you're always in your room, you're in your space creating content, facing the camera. At a point you are going to reach a level where you are out of ideas. So that's how interacting, watching, even consuming content can help you get out of the creative block. If there's somebody you really get inspired from and you watch their content, you spend a lot of time watching it, it gives you a lot of ideas.
What about Kush or Dave? What's your mantra to come out of a creative block?
Dave, you want to go first?
Yeah, Kush.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, so many times. Earlier, I used to panic. मुझे लगता था अच्छा इतना ही था मेरे अंदर. Now I don't think I can create anymore. I won't be able to create after this. But I think you can't be super harsh on yourself. You can't force creativity. आप कितना ही बैठ के उसको script करने की कोशिश करो, 1 घंटा 2 घंटे 5 घंटे बैठ जाओ, you cannot force it. So now I'm more relaxed. I'm like, ठीक है, I give it. I think it takes time to get to that stage जहाँ पे मेरे को लगता है कि हाँ इतनी बार होने के बाद अब तो लगता है हाँ चलो normal है, ठीक है. If it happens, it's fine, ठीक है. I won't force it. I won't really think about it so much. And do more things that don't include social media, to be honest. Everybody said, talking to non-creative friends, who have nothing to do with social media. I think that gives you a better perspective on life. And that might just inspire you. ठीक है, उससे creative block शायद हटे ना हटे, but inspire you to create. हमेशा every content piece won't be the best, but ठीक है, that's okay. That's a part of it. हमेशा best आप बना भी नहीं सकते, कितना ही best बना लोगे. And we talk about consistency so much. Consistency doesn't mean posting every day. Consistency means अगर आप हफ्ते में 2 videos post कर रहे हो तो आप every week 2 ही video post कर रहे हो. That is consistency, right? पता नहीं consistency कब से daily post करना बन गया. So I mean, yeah, it's okay. It takes some time. Just be okay with it and just believe in yourself. क्योंकि और क्या ही कर सकते हो. Just believe in yourself कि हाँ ठीक है, पहले भी कर लिया ना तो दोबारा हो जाएगा. Just give it some time and you'll be okay. That's what I feel.
I mean, I completely agree, and I think I believe that it's okay to be not okay. Wala funda, we'll all need to learn. Yeah. So I mean, you can't escape this question now. But it's what's your mantra to get out of that creative block?
I have no mantra. I've tried the most random things, but I used to have this whole phase last year where I'd spend 5 hours editing a reel, post it and delete it within 5 seconds because I didn't like it at all. So it's just, you should never force yourself to make something, because when looking for inspiration, I scroll through reels, but now my explore page has become so random and like so weird, where I just can't get inspiration. I just send it to my friends and like I waste 2 hours doing that. But always always realize why you started this, like, and how you started it. Like I go back to my first YouTube videos when I used to make, and I just smile. I'm just like, wow, what is this kid and why was he doing this at that time? And then I would stop beating myself over like, why am I not able to think anything? Because then it'll come soon. Because that kid, like that 11-year-old kid, came up with some idea out of nowhere. So it'll come soon. You just gotta just live your life. Don't make the idea your life like, oh shit, kuch nahi aa raha hai bhai. Kya karunga abhi, relevance nahi hoega. Like it's not that deep. Like everyone's on this app and everyone has creative blocks at one point of time. You just go with the flow, go with the ride, and it'll soon come. Like now, I don't post unless an idea comes to me. I don't think, like, because when I think, I just realize it's always been like worse than what I really want. So just, yeah, hang out with your family, hang out with your friends. I steal many jokes from my best friend. He says something and I die laughing. And I'm like, "Main content banaunga iska, bhai." And then, so I have to give him copyright credits next time. But otherwise, yeah, just hang out with people you love and have a good time. That's all.
Yeah, I think knowing your why is very important. Otherwise, जब वो creative block आता है ना, you can only scroll through reels, what's there in your explore page. But अगर वो constant pressure होता है कि बनाना है, तो I think you start copying also, and then that's not you. That's not why you started in the first place, right? So it's okay to take your time, take it easy, and कोई कहीं नहीं जा रहा. It's okay, take your time. Like prioritize yourself first. अगर वो नहीं करोगे तो you won't be able to create in the future also. That's what I feel. I think एक point के बाद ना थोड़ा वो imposter जैसा लगने लग जाएगा कि okay, who am I? Like I don't love what I'm creating, but at the same time I'm not able to create what I really love. So just take your time, take it easy, and I think it should be okay.
Have you guys tried pivoting in your content strategy as a solution ever to when you get a creative block? Anyone, if you've
I mean, yes, you have to try different things. आप एक ही चीज बार बार नहीं कर सकते. कितना टाइम तक करोगे इतनी जल्दी जहाँ पे सब कुछ चेंज हो रहा है. Like every 3 months you have to change. Change तो नहीं, but थोड़ा सा उसमें content style में या किसी चीज में तो change करना पड़ता है. Otherwise, you get bored. The audience, starts getting bored. So थोड़ा सा change करना पड़ता है, depending on your life situation also. So I got engaged last year in September. So now I can't post first traps like whenever I want to. No, I'm just saying. So so थोड़ा change करना पड़ता है.
Okay. And something that is maybe I hope that didn't happen with you guys, but something which is very common on social media is the impact of trolls, and some or the other way that leads to mental health concerns to not many creators. I mean, a constant bombarding of something that you posted, or being continuously judged, any action of your personal life or professional life that people are there to judge you. How do you handle that? Okay, these are, I mean, trolls can to a limit get into your mind. How hard you try. I mean, so Chandni, I'll start with you on this.
Yeah. It affects, to be honest. I think I get affected with it. I think रिसेंटली अभी मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूं तो मेरा मिड डे में फ्रंट पेज पे मेरा आर्टिकल आया था. I was very happy. I was like, oh my God, I was very happy. I was celebrating. And then suddenly I saw this huge hate comment. किसी ने वो फोटो लगा के लिखा था, how does she even deserve this and this and that? And I was like, what? I was crying. So I think in that case, my team is very good. Touch wood, cloud people help me very well. कि यार हाँ चांदनी relax, it's okay. And मेरे को मतलब बहुत सारा एक आता है कि do something original. Now, how do I teach people that mimicry is an original art form? I don't know how to teach that to people. So then I think recently when I got validation from Alia Bhatt herself, like, okay, she sounds like me. I was like, अब जिसको जो बोलना है बोलने दो.
अब कोई चोक उससे ऊपर नहीं है.
अब मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. But हाँ, it does affects you. कभी कभी तो हाँ मतलब होता है of course, and then the only way to deal with is यार I just go to my team. I just go to Sean only. I'm like, listen, this person is saying this. What do I do? Tell me, what do I do? That is what I do.
For everyone who does not know Sean, Sean is Chandni's manager and a very dear friend, but
the growth team.
He's from the growth team.
Even I go to my manager also, Ayush. I'm like, listen, this happened.
From the growth team. That's his job, to calm down Chandni also. Okay. Sakshi, what about you?
I get a lot of trolls. I get a lot of hate comments because I create a lot of body positivity content. So the moment I put a video, people are like, Gym ja, why are you wasting your time here? Why are you promoting this product? Instead, put money into the gym membership. Like, these are like common comments which come on every video. But this is what I've realized. Videos which go viral, videos which perform really good, get a lot of trolls, a lot of hate comments. So like there's so much good pouring in that I actually don't pay attention to the hate. I genuinely don't. Like, even if I try to, it doesn't happen because that's what I'm promoting. So the more I read these comments, it kind of gives me ideas and it motivates me to create more and more of that content. So that's really fun. And I've seen this, like any video, it goes viral, itne sare hate comments aayenge. But the video which is performing like pretty average, you'll have all good comments on them. So it's okay. Like if there are so many viewers, you are going to get a little bit of hate here and there. And I just make content out of it. That's the fun part for me.
Yeah. Dave, what about you? How do you deal with trolls?
I love trolls. They're my favorite comments ever. They're just so funny, bro. I've seen the most creative comments, which are just wow. I'm in admiration.
Yeah, people are very creative with their hate comments.
It's like
trolls.
someone's going out
Very
of their
creative.
way to shit on you. Like,
yeah, 100%.
such a special
100%.
thing. Like, people don't realize how special that is. Like, instead of leaving 2 hearts and fire emojis, they are writing a whole paragraph on why they hate this particular video. So
or instead of just ignoring it also, like if you don't like it, just ignore it. It's fine. वो नहीं कुछ creative सोच के उस पे comment करेंगे, so they are just thinking about you.
yeah, they're thinking about you. You have an admirer, but in a negative sense in some way, because there'll be that one person that'll keep commenting from a fake burner account with no DP, 2 followers, following 3,000 people, which all they are their hate comments. But it's just like, yaar, kya kar raha hai? It's like that one dude in school who used to just say stuff and people used to ignore him. Like, let this guy just be, like, you know. And I think hate comment is a very big sign of success. Like, if like it's a big sign of success. Like, if you only get positive, you're doing something wrong. You should piss people off. Otherwise, like, you're doing something. Like, that's my funda.
Keep your
Content. They're very funny. That's true, Dave. I agree with you.
They're too funny.
So Dave believes in keeping
I feel
closer than keeping friends.
No, not like that.
I think knowing your audience is very important because your content is not for everyone, right? And like if I'm creating content for, say, you know, people like Gen Z. Okay, if my content speaks to Gen Z, तो एक 25 से 30 साल वाला बंदा तो उसे hate करेगा, शायद उसे पसंद ना आए. So you have to see like who's commenting on the post, who's hating on the post. So if it's someone like who's not your audience, it's okay, just let it go, it's fine. Maybe the person doesn't understand your content style or doesn't even know you. Okay? The person doesn't know your journey, so it's okay. And I feel जब मैं start कर रहा था, the fear of judgment, like that really stopped me for creating for a couple of years. But then I was like, you know what, let it be. Like I want to create. And when I started creating, I stopped thinking about people. मतलब लोग काफी supportive होते हैं, but बाकी जो नहीं होते, it's fine. You make your peace with it. And once you stop thinking about them, I don't think like I don't get affected by this. It's like any other job. You can't make it your life. This is not your life. So treat it like work. You come here, do your best, post, and just go back to sleep. Of course, your mind is always working because you are in a creative space, but it's okay. You need to do more things. You can't be scrolling on Instagram like all the time. You need to do more things in your life. Just get a hobby. That's it.
I think you have to let go of the idea of satisfying everyone, because that is impossible. You're in this
Of
profession
course.
that you've put yourself in this big media thing where everyone can see you no matter what. So you have to just let go of that entire idea of satisfying everyone, because I've been like that from school. I always wanted to see everyone happy. I hated when people hated me like so much. But then
Yeah.
now you've put
You
yourself
can't please everyone.
yeah, you
Yeah.
can't please everyone for sure.
Okay. So I'll ask one question and you guys can add your final thoughts to it. If you have to give one advice, or you have to say that how can content creators keep their mental health in check, what would that be? Sakshi, you want to start?
So just like focus on your work, like just create content, just create what your audience wants, and just focus on your reels, your reach, your content. Just that's the only thing that can keep you at peace. Like the more you look at what's happening, what others are doing, what trends are going on, you're immediately like you have to match the trend. You have to create a piece of content. You have to come up with an idea that matches the trend, which is not practically possible, because if you're exhausted, you cannot meet those like you cannot get there. So it's better you just focus on your work, and that's the best way to deal with the creative block. And keep creating. Like sometimes when I'm putting a piece of content, I'm like, this is a little cliche, I guess people will not like this. Should I put this or not? Then I'll show it to my mom, I'll show it to a few friends. So sometimes you just judge your content a lot, so just don't do that. Just put it there. If you feel like 50% confidence hai, to just put it. Like sometimes you don't know what's going to perform, what's not going to. So stop just judging yourself all the time, because you tend to do that. You start comparing your old reels. You're like, us pe itne million views aaye, to is pe bhi aane chahiye, which is practically not possible. Like you just exhaust yourself in those thoughts. So just like create, just be a little candid, a little random. That's the best way to deal with it, I feel.
Okay, Chandni, what would be your advice for how content creators can keep their mental health in check?
I think recently I've learned this thing, which is very important. कैसा होता है ना, जब आप अपने पैशन को प्रोफेशन बनाते हो, इट्स द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल थिंग. आपको लगता है कि आप काम ही नहीं कर रहे हो, रेवेन्यू भी जनरेट हो रहा है, सब हो रहा है, मतलब बट आपका टैलेंट ना वो नंबर से एसोसिएट हो जाता है कहीं ना कहीं सबकॉन्शियसली. तो आप ना बहुत अपने टैलेंट को जज करते हो, अरे यार ये चला नहीं, क्यों नहीं चला, ये मैं नहीं करूंगी ऑफिस. दैट शुड नॉट हैपन. Just because numbers nahi aa rahe hain, be it in terms of anything, engagement, money or whatever, don't associate that with your talent. Never do that. Done that, been there. दूसरी चीज ये है कि परफेक्शन के पीछे इतना नहीं भागना है कि अरे रील परफेक्ट होनी चाहिए. मेरी जो शिवा वाली रील है, I am wearing night dress. I have like a very bad hair. यहाँ एक पिंपल आया पड़ा है, वैसे नींद में उठ के मैंने वो रील बनाई है. That is like 11 million. So I don't run behind perfection. Just इतना लोड लेके, इतना स्ट्रेस लेके काम नहीं करना है. Do it.
Very nice advice. Dave, what's your advice?
I have two. Like first is like there's no formula to this. I have the latest reel I posted. I took 2 days to edit it, like at least 12 hours of my life, and it didn't do well. But I took 10 seconds to make one reel, 11 million views. Like it's just the most random thing that does stuff. So never look at the numbers. Just do you. Be
Dave, I think we lost Dave. Okay. Meanwhile, he joined back. Kush, what's your Hi, Dave is back. We lost your voice somewhere.
Yeah. Which point?
Just be you.
Just be you, man. And yeah, okay, that was my first advice. And the circle you have around you is very important. Always have a group of friends who keep you grounded. Don't let you fly. Don't like, because it gets to your head at one point if you're doing well. Like, you have to surround yourself with people who don't understand what you're doing and are just going to tell you, हाँ ठीक है भाई, चल जाते हैं एक drive के लिए, क्या बोल रहा है भाई? Like I share my like music, my own music. I share it with my friends. They criticize it, and I don't take it to mind. And content also, I show my friends. They criticize it. I don't take it to mind because like everyone has their own perspectives. You should know that. And all, but the circle you have around you is know who is there for who you are and who is there for you. And keep the people who are there for you around you at all times. Always good to have a good circle.
Great. Kush, what's your last advice to everyone?
I think knowing your why is very important. ठीक है, उसके बाद फिर कोई कुछ भी बोलता रहे. If as long as you know why you're creating what you're creating, I think that's what matters. क्योंकि numbers अभी नहीं तो बाद में आ जाएंगे if you really believe in it and if you're at it. And I think doing more things other than social media and doing things not just for social media and but because you want to do it, like not meeting friends because you want to create content and not traveling क्योंकि अच्छी videos बन जाएगी, but because you really want to travel. I think that is very important. So do more things for yourself and not just for social media.
Okay. Thank you guys. It's so nice to know that you guys have your reasons and ups and downs figured out, and but I hope that the audience took some advice from here. They know, they also get to the point that okay, it's okay to not be okay, and this too shall pass, and everyone will be back on track. Your life will be back on track. The content creation will be back on track. So thank you so much. Thank you for sparing our time.
Thank you so much.
Happy World Social Media Day. And the audience was here with us for the entire day. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of Social Samosa SMLive event. I hope throughout, so we had the event starting from 12 o'clock in the morning, like 12 noon, it's 7:43. And thank you for sticking around and being part of it. I would like to end on this note, a very happy World Social Media Day to everyone. And I would like to say, in case you guys want to continue this conversation, you can catch us on different social media accounts: LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. We're pretty active everywhere. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, guys.